Chapter 1. The Death of Silas Montgomery. The Scene of the Crime. The sprawling estate of Silas Montgomery sat on the edge of the countryside, its ivy-clad walls and grandiose windows gazing out over the misty hills like the watchful eyes of a forgotten monarch. The grandeur of the mansion was unmistakable, its opulence rivaling the very finest homes in London. But it was within these very walls, in the solitude of his study, where the infamous millionaire had met his end. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson had received the call at an hour far too early for comfort, but when the name Silas Montgomery was spoken, both men knew that the case demanded immediate attention. Montgomery was a figure of considerable wealth and influence, his name synonymous with power in the business world. His death, therefore, could not be a mere accident. Holmes's keen sense of curiosity and instinct for the unnatural had been awakened, and Watson, ever the loyal companion, had followed without hesitation. They arrived at the estate just as the first rays of daylight began to cut through the fog. A constable met them at the front gate, his face pale and anxious. "The body's in the study, sir. Found this morning by the housekeeper. She swears it's suicide, but—" "Don't worry, constable," Holmes interrupted smoothly, already stepping past the man. "We will determine the cause of death." His sharp eyes flicked over the mansion's exterior for a moment, noting the long driveway, the tall gates, the hedges trimmed to perfection, all signifiers of wealth, but none of them could distract from the matter at hand. As they ascended the steps and entered the house, Holmes's silence spoke volumes. Dr. Watson, although accustomed to Holmes's unfathomable thought process, found his mind wandering to the scene ahead. It was a peculiar thing, the death of a man like Silas Montgomery. Rumors about his affairs had long swirled through the highest circles of society, but none of them indicated any dark, nefarious dealings. Still, if there was one thing Watson had learned over their years of partnership, it was that appearances could be dangerously deceiving. The study was located at the far end of the hallway, and as they approached, a faint smell of something faintly bitter lingered in the air, making Watson's stomach churn. The door stood slightly ajar, and with a gesture Holmes moved to open it fully. Inside, the room was meticulously arranged, the heavy velvet curtains drawn just enough to allow a soft, natural light to flood the space. Silas Montgomery's body lay slumped in his leather armchair beside a massive oak desk, his eyes wide and fixed on the opposite wall. He had been a man of formidable stature, and even in death he held a certain imposing presence. "What do we have here, Holmes?" Watson asked, eyeing the body closely as Holmes stepped past him and into the room, his sharp eyes taking in every minute detail. Holmes crouched beside the chair, scrutinizing the position of Montgomery's body. "It's not what it seems, Watson," he muttered, his voice low and steady. "This man did not take his own life." Watson frowned, glancing down at Montgomery. "But the signs point to suicide. There's a glass vial next to his hand. A small amount of liquid remains in the bottom. It's likely poison. And yet, Holmes interrupted, standing up slowly, "the evidence doesn't add up. If Montgomery truly intended to take his own life, why does he appear so calm? There is no sign of distress or panic on his face. His posture is too composed for someone who has just ingested a fatal poison. You see, Watson, when a man knows he is about to die, there is often a final desperate struggle, a tense final breath. But not in this case. Montgomery's body is unnervingly still. It is as though he had already accepted the end before it came, which, frankly, doesn't make sense for a man in his position." Watson walked around the chair, observing the room as he did so. Everything in the study seemed perfectly arranged, from the antique books lining the shelves to the fireplace crackling softly with dying embers. It was as though The man had settled into his chair to enjoy a moment of peace, only for death to take him unexpectedly. But there was something about the scene that didn't sit right with Watson. The more he observed, the less he could reconcile the image of Silas Montgomery, the mighty magnate, in such a peaceful end. Holmes reached for the vial, careful not to disturb the contents, and observed it closely. The vial was small, its surface covered with intricate etchings that suggested an air of exclusivity. This, Holmes said, his voice filled with quiet certainty, wasn't an ordinary vial of poison. This was something carefully chosen, likely imported for one specific purpose. But where is the rest of the vial? It should have a label, some indication of its contents. Yet the bottle is absent any such markings. Tell me, Watson, why would an experienced man like Montgomery choose such an obscure method of ending his life? Could he have been coerced into taking it? Watson asked, his brow furrowed with confusion. Holmes did not respond immediately. Instead, he moved toward the desk, his gaze sweeping over the papers strewn across it. There was a stack of business documents, some correspondence from a law firm, and a sealed envelope resting in the middle. Holmes opened the envelope, his eyes quickly scanning its contents. "It's a letter," Holmes said softly, turning it over so Watson could see. "From someone named Eleanor. His wife, no doubt." The letter contained a few hastily written words about an impending financial matter, but nothing in it suggested a direct connection to the cause of death. Still, Holmes tucked the letter into his coat pocket. "Holmes," Watson said cautiously, "if Montgomery didn't die by his own hand, then who did this?" "That," Holmes replied, "is the question we are here to answer. But I can tell you this much. The person who killed Silas Montgomery was very clever. They planted the perfect scene for a suicide. Just enough ambiguity, just enough suspicion to make the authorities look the other way. But I suspect there is more to this than a simple financial dispute." Watson, clearly troubled by the enormity of the situation, paused. "Do you think it's possible that Montgomery was targeted for something in his past? Perhaps blackmail?" Holmes stood for a moment, his eyes darting across the room as if searching for something unseen. His fingers ran lightly over the back of Montgomery's chair, his mind turning over the possibilities. "It is possible. We are not yet sure. However, I am certain that Montgomery's death is connected to something much larger than we can currently perceive. Someone who knew him intimately could have planted this false narrative of suicide. Someone who understood his character, his lifestyle, and his most vulnerable secrets." Watson shifted uncomfortably on his feet, his medical mind unable to shake the idea that there was more to the scene than they were currently seeing. "Holmes, if you're right, and this wasn't a suicide, then we're dealing with a very deliberate murder." Holmes looked up sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto Watson's. "Precisely. And I suspect we'll soon discover that Montgomery's death was only the beginning." With the final words hanging in the air like a dark omen, Holmes turned back to the desk, carefully examining the scattered papers once more. He was already formulating the next steps in his mind. The investigation would not be easy, but it would be thorough. There was something about the calmness of the scene that disturbed him, something that told him this murder was only the surface of a much deeper conspiracy. And so, as the first rays of morning light pierced through the fog, Holmes and Watson stood at the heart of a mystery that would lead them down a dangerous path of deception, secrets, and long-buried truths. The widow's plea, the sun had barely risen, and the fog still clung to the edges of the mansion like an uninvited guest. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson had barely finished their investigation into the study when a sharp knock echoed at the front door. Holmes, never one to entertain interruption without purpose, looked at Watson with a raised eyebrow. The constable was still stationed at the front gate, but this visitor clearly had something to say. something important. Before Watson could even ask, the door swung open, and a woman entered with an air of urgency that seemed to hang in the air like an electric charge. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, as though sleep had long since been a stranger. She was dressed in a dark morning gown, a heavy veil covering most of her face, but it couldn't disguise the agitation in her step. The housekeeper, who had been stationed inside the mansion earlier, stood in the doorway with a look of confusion, clearly unsure whether to let the woman enter. The visitor wasted no time. She strode past the housekeeper, her eyes scanning the room as if searching for someone, anyone who could help her make sense of the chaos she had just witnessed. She seemed to find what she was looking for when she spotted Holmes and Watson standing near the study. Without a word, she hurried toward them, her gaze fixed firmly on Holmes. "You are Sherlock Holmes, aren't you?" Her voice was sharp, urgent, and yet tinged with a strange, resigned sorrow. "Indeed, madam," Holmes replied, his tone cool and composed as ever, but there was an unmistakable intensity in his voice. "And this is Dr. Watson. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Eleanor Montgomery," she said, her shoulders trembling as she spoke. "I am the widow of Silas Montgomery." Holmes and Watson exchanged a brief glance. Watson's expression softened with sympathy, while Holmes, ever the skeptic, remained as impassive as ever. Eleanor Montgomery's grief was palpable, but the situation had already shown itself to be far from ordinary. "Come, madam," Holmes said gently, gesturing to the seating area near the fireplace. "Sit. You must be tired, and I believe you have information to share. Please tell me what brings you here." Eleanor took a hesitant step forward, her trembling hands gripping the edge of a nearby armchair as if it were the only thing keeping her upright. She sat down slowly, her veil still obscuring part of her face as she spoke. "I received the news of my husband's death this morning, and I've been in shock ever since. At first I thought, well, you see, the authorities are convinced it was suicide. But I know it wasn't. My husband didn't die by his own hand." Her voice broke for a moment, and Watson could see the emotion surging beneath the surface, but she quickly composed herself. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering. "How are you so certain of this, Mrs. Montgomery?" Eleanor paused, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She was visibly struggling to maintain her composure, but her words came out in a rush. "Silas, he had been under so much pressure lately. Business deals falling apart, accusations flying, and worst of all, someone had been sending him blackmail letters. He confided in me, though in truth he kept much to himself. He was a proud man, Sherlock Holmes, and he hated to appear weak. But when he did speak of it, he was terrified. He said someone was after him, someone who knew all his darkest secrets. And I believe they killed him." Watson, ever the observer, could sense that Eleanor Montgomery's distress was genuine, but Holmes's sharp mind was already at work, sifting through the details of her words. The widow's plea was compelling, but Holmes could never afford to take anything at face value. In his line of work, everything had a reason, and everyone had a motive. "Blackmail, you say?" Holmes asked, his voice quiet but with an unmistakable edge of curiosity. "Did you see any of these letters? What did they say?" Eleanor's eyes darted toward the side table where she had placed her handbag. She reached for it, hands still trembling, and pulled out a small stack of folded papers. Holmes took them without hesitation, unfolding them one by one. He studied the letters with the meticulous care of a seasoned detective, his eyes scanning every word, every crease in the paper. The first letter was short and to the point, written in a neat, deliberate hand. It read, "Silas Montgomery, the truth will come to light. You cannot escape it. If you value your family's name and your fortune, you will deliver what is owed. Do not test my patience. Your secrets are not safe." Holmes frowned, reading the letter again. There was a cold, threatening air about the words, but something about the phrasing seemed oddly detached. It was not the frantic tone of a desperate man, but the calculated warning of someone with a clear agenda. "And the other letters?" Holmes asked, handing the first one back to Eleanor. Eleanor shifted in her seat, and pulling out 2 more letters. Each bore the same cold tone, but one was marked with a peculiar symbol, a seal that was unfamiliar to both Holmes and Watson, a serpent coiled around a dagger, both entwined in a spiral, with a small crest at the base that Holmes could not immediately place. Holmes stared at the seal for a long moment before his gaze flicked back to the widow. "This seal, do you recognize it?" Eleanor shook her head. "No, Sherlock Holmes. I've never seen it before, and neither did my husband. He was desperate to find out who was behind these letters, but we were unable to trace them. It's as though they appeared from nowhere." Holmes stood up slowly, turning to face Watson. "Dr. Watson, the implications here are troubling. Someone had a deep interest in Silas Montgomery, and that person is still at large. The question is why they would go to such lengths to target him." Watson, ever the pragmatist, folded his arms. "And if the widow's words are true, Holmes, then it's possible that whoever sent these letters may have known more than just Montgomery's financial troubles. They may have had a more personal stake in his downfall." Holmes's eyes narrowed, but there was no trace of surprise in his expression. "Exactly. We are not dealing with a simple case of blackmail or business rivalry. Whoever did this has motives we have yet to understand. And it's clear, Eleanor, that your husband's death was no accident. But I must ask," Holmes paused, his voice turning suddenly more measured, "what do you stand to gain from all of this? Grief is a powerful motivator, yes, but so too is ambition." Eleanor's eyes flickered, and for the first time there was a noticeable shift in her demeanor. She sat a little straighter, the weight of Holmes's question settling on her like a heavy cloak. "You think I—" Her voice trailed off, the implication hanging in the air. "I think," Holmes replied slowly, "that you have as many reasons to be here as any other suspect. You have suffered a loss, but there is much more at play than simple grief. I will not ignore that." Eleanor's expression hardened, but her eyes never left Holmes. "I came to you because I believe you are the only person who can uncover the truth. If I had something to hide, why would I have come here at all?" Holmes stood still, his expression unreadable. "That is exactly what I intend to find out, Mrs. Montgomery." And so the investigation began. Holmes agreed to take the case, his mind already buzzing with the possibilities. There was far more to this story than the widow was letting on. There always was. The game was afoot, and in the shadows of Silas Montgomery's estate, a deadly game of deception was only just beginning. A web of secrets. The morning after their conversation with Eleanor Montgomery, Holmes and Watson stood in the center of the study, the very room where Silas Montgomery had been found lifeless. The air, thick with the remnants of death, seemed to pulse with unanswered questions. It was a room that held many secrets, but the answers were not immediately apparent. Holmes, ever the meticulous observer, had been going over the scene again and again, his eyes scanning every corner of the room. His mind, always working at full speed, was piecing together details that others might overlook. Watson, while still feeling the weight of the tragedy, couldn't help but feel the gravity of their task. A man was dead, his wife grieving, and yet there was something in the air that suggested things were far from what they appeared. Holmes turned to Watson, his face an unreadable mask of calculation. "We must delve into Montgomery's personal and business affairs, Watson. It is clear that this death, whether by his own hand or not, is a result of forces that extend far beyond the surface. But where do we begin? Watson asked, still uncertain of the web of intrigue they had stepped into. We start with his business dealings, Holmes replied. If this is a case of blackmail, it is likely linked to his professional life. We already know that his financial affairs were unstable, but what is the real cause of these pressures? I believe Montgomery was more involved in criminal enterprise than he would ever admit, even to those closest to him. Holmes wasted no time in contacting the estate's accountant, a rather nervous man named Gregory, who had arrived promptly at the house. His face was pale, and his hands fidgeted with his cufflinks as he sat across from the detectives. I know very little about my employer's personal life, Gregory began, avoiding Holmes's penetrating gaze. I handled the finances, nothing more. Mr. Montgomery was a private man, but recently his investments had been risky. Very risky. Holmes's eyes narrowed. Tell me more, Gregory. Well, Gregory hesitated, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. Mr. Montgomery had begun to make some unusual investments, things I had never seen him pursue before. There were a number of off-the-books dealings, ventures that didn't appear in any of the company ledgers. He was mixing with some very unsavory individuals, such as Gregory shifted in his chair, his discomfort evident. He had business with men who are known in London's underworld, men who deal in illegal arms, black market commodities, that sort of thing. Montgomery would go to them when the banks wouldn't lend him money, when his legitimate ventures started to fall apart. Did you ever have access to his personal ledger? Holmes asked, his voice sharp. Gregory nodded quickly. Yes, but it's not something I'm proud of, Mr. Holmes. I was tasked with balancing his personal accounts as well. His wealth, his connections, they weren't entirely above board. Holmes glanced at Watson, who had been silently observing the exchange. It was clear now that the man they were dealing with was no simple businessman. There was far more at play here, something dark and complex. Did Montgomery keep any kind of record of his illicit dealings? Watson asked, his voice quiet but insistent. Gregory hesitated and then nodded. Yes, a ledger, but he kept it hidden. He didn't want anyone to see it, not even me. It was kept in his private study in a locked drawer. I never looked at it, but I know it exists. Holmes's eyes gleamed. I'd like to see that ledger, Gregory. The accountant hesitated for a long moment before eventually standing up. I'll fetch it for you, he said, and quickly left the room. As Holmes and Watson waited in silence, the weight of the situation hung heavily between them. It was clear that Montgomery's death was connected to these shady dealings, but how far did the conspiracy stretch? And who would go to such lengths to silence a man who seemed to have made more than his fair share of enemies? When Gregory returned, he was carrying a heavy, leather-bound ledger, its pages yellowed with age. He placed it carefully on the table in front of Holmes, his fingers still trembling slightly. Holmes immediately opened it, flipping through the pages with a practiced ease, his eyes scanning the cryptic notes and the figures scribbled in the margins. Some of the handwriting was hurried, others neat and deliberate, but all of it conveyed a sense of urgency, a sense of desperation. Interesting, Holmes muttered, flipping through the pages with an intensity that only he seemed capable of. These aren't just business transactions. These are warnings, code-like messages written in plain sight, but with meanings hidden from those without the key. What are you suggesting, Holmes? Watson asked, leaning closer to get a better look. These notes, Watson, Holmes replied, are more than just ledgers. They're messages, signals, perhaps, to someone Montgomery trusted or feared. Whoever wrote these wasn't just after money. They were after something far more valuable. Information. Something Silas Montgomery knew or had learned. Holmes paused for a moment, his mind racing. But there is something here I don't understand. These figures, these transactions, They don't seem to line up with anything legitimate. It's almost as if Montgomery was laundering money, or worse. Do you think he was part of something bigger then? Watson asked, his voice steady but filled with the same unease Holmes had been feeling all morning. Precisely, Holmes said, tapping his finger against the page. There is a network of powerful men who are tied to Silas Montgomery, men who have been profiting off his dealings. But who among them would want to see him dead? I suspect that whoever orchestrated this, whoever sought to silence him, is connected to one of these figures. As they examined the ledger further, Holmes's mind was already turning, working through 1,000 possibilities. The cryptic messages, the unexplained figures, the shady businessmen, all of it pointed to a web of deceit so vast that even he might not be able to untangle it alone. We need to question the household staff, Holmes said suddenly, snapping the ledger shut and standing up. Gregory, is there anyone in the household who might have had access to Montgomery's private affairs? Anyone who might know more than they're letting on? Gregory, still looking uneasy, nodded. The housekeeper, Mrs. Trent. She's been with the family for years, and she had a close relationship with Mr. Montgomery. There's also a butler, Mr. Finch, who handled all the guests, and his daughter, Daisy. She's been working here for a while, too, but I'm not sure how much she knows. Holmes wasted no time. We'll start with them. I have no doubt they have information they've yet to share. As the household staff was gathered in the sitting room, Holmes's keen eyes scanned their faces. Mrs. Trent, the housekeeper, appeared anxious, her hands folded neatly in her lap as she sat across from him. Mr. Finch, the butler, stood tall but rigid, his hands clasped behind his back. Daisy, the young maid, was perched at the edge of her seat, her eyes darting nervously between Holmes and the others. Holmes's gaze moved from one servant to the next, reading each of them with a skill few possessed. It was clear they were all hiding something, and Holmes's instincts told him that the answers they sought were buried deep beneath layers of fear and uncertainty. Tell me, Holmes began, his voice calm but piercing, what did you all know about Mr. Montgomery's recent activities? Had you noticed anything unusual in his behavior, or anyone strange entering the house in the days before his death? The room fell silent as each of the staff members exchanged uneasy glances. Then slowly, Mrs. Trent spoke, her voice trembling. We saw men, strange men, coming and going from the study at night, but they always left by the back door, and Mr. Montgomery was very particular about not having visitors in the house during certain hours. Men? Watson asked, raising an eyebrow. Do you have any idea who they were? Mrs. Trent shook her head. No, sir, I never saw their faces, but I can tell you that something in this house has been wrong. There was a darkness in the air lately. I felt it. Holmes nodded slowly, his mind already working through the clues they had gathered. This was only the beginning, and already it was clear that Silas Montgomery's death was far from a simple suicide. There were layers to uncover, and the deeper they dug, the darker the secrets seemed to become. The first suspects. The early afternoon sunlight filtered through the rain-soaked windows of 221 B. Baker Street, casting long shadows across the room where Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson were deep in thought. The previous hours had revealed a myriad of intriguing possibilities regarding the death of Silas Montgomery, and Holmes's mind, ever sharp, was working through the tangled threads of their investigation. But a few key players had yet to reveal themselves fully. Lord Hensley, Holmes muttered to Watson, his fingers drumming on the arm of his chair, is not the man he appears to be. There is more to him than mere business strain, I am certain of it. We must speak with him directly. Watson raised an eyebrow. The aristocrat? Indeed, he is Montgomery's business partner, and his presence in the equation is far from coincidental. We have yet to understand the full extent of their relationship. The opulence and power that surrounds Lord Hensley may be hiding more than mere business troubles. Holmes had been pondering this since they'd learned of Hensley's strained partnership with Montgomery. There was an edge to Hensley's denials that Holmes found troubling, a subtle defensiveness beneath the surface. And so, after arranging a meeting with the imposing figure, the two detectives made their way to the magnificent estate of Lord Hensley, located in the heart of London's aristocratic district. As they approached the entrance, Watson couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. Lord Hensley was a name that carried influence, a man whose wealth and power stretched far beyond the typical London businessman. Yet there was an air of something darker, something hidden beneath the veneer of politeness and high society. Holmes had a way of exposing the truth in people's words and actions, and Watson knew that today would be no different. Lord Hensley's estate was a grand mansion, its imposing stone facade standing as a testament to centuries of wealth and privilege. The butler, a tall and silent man, ushered them into a lavish drawing room where the Lord himself awaited them. Lord Hensley stood by the window, his back to them, overlooking the estate's sprawling gardens. He was a tall man, well dressed in an impeccable suit, his hair neatly combed. He exuded confidence, but there was something in his stance, a tension in his broad shoulders that caught Holmes's attention immediately. "Ah, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lord Hensley said, turning to face them with a forced smile. "Thank you for coming. I trust you found your way here without incident?" Holmes offered a polite nod, but his eyes never left the man's face. "Indeed, Lord Hensley, your hospitality is much appreciated. I trust we are not disturbing your afternoon?" "Not at all," Hensley replied, his voice smooth, but there was a hint of something in it, something Holmes couldn't quite place. "It's my understanding that you are here regarding my late business partner, Silas Montgomery." "That is correct," Holmes said, his tone measured. "We are seeking to understand the circumstances surrounding his death. I understand you and Mr. Montgomery had a complicated business relationship." "Complicated?" Hensley scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. "I suppose you could say that. Our dealings had been under strain for some time now. Montgomery had become secretive, erratic even. I had little patience for his growing paranoia and his increasingly unpredictable decisions. But you must understand, I had no part in his death." Holmes studied Hensley closely. The aristocrat's carefully composed exterior seemed to crack ever so slightly at the mention of Montgomery's recent behavior. Holmes had seen this before when someone denied involvement but couldn't hide their emotions. There was more to this than simple business grievances. "Tell me, Lord Hensley," Holmes said, his voice probing, "when was the last time you saw Montgomery?" Hensley hesitated just for a moment before answering. "It was a week ago. We had a meeting at his estate. We discussed some of the failed investments he'd made, and, well, it became clear that our partnership was no longer viable. He was a broken man, and I had no intention of continuing the relationship. I don't know what happened after that, but I assure you, I had no part in whatever tragic event took place." Holmes nodded, carefully noting the slip in Hensley's story. "And this meeting, was there any mention of threats or concerns? Anything that might suggest he was in danger?" Hensley's eyes flickered, but only for the briefest of moments. "Montgomery had been receiving blackmail letters, I know that much. He'd mentioned them in passing, though I don't think he took them seriously. He was always a man of pride, far too proud to admit when he was vulnerable, but I had no idea they were serious, or that they might lead to this." Holmes's eyes sharpened. "Blackmail, you say? Did you know who was behind the letters?" "I couldn't say," Hensley replied, his voice now colder, more distant. I was not involved in his personal affairs beyond the business. If anyone had reason to blackmail him, it was someone from his personal life, not me. Holmes's gaze remained unwavering as he processed the information. You mentioned Montgomery's erratic behavior. Was there anything specific that stood out? Something that might explain why he was so secretive in the days leading up to his death? Hensley's expression grew more guarded. It's difficult to say. He started making strange decisions, investing in dubious ventures, getting involved with people I didn't trust. His behavior became increasingly paranoid. I have no idea who he was trying to protect himself from, but it was clear that something was troubling him. He was no longer the man I had once partnered with. Holmes's mind was already at work, piecing together the various elements of the puzzle. There was something more to Hensley's story, something he wasn't saying outright, but what was it? The Lord had been Montgomery's business partner for years, and yet he seemed almost too eager to distance himself from the situation. "Thank you for your time, Lord Hensley," Holmes said, his voice measured. "You have been most forthcoming." As the two detectives made their way out of the grand estate, Watson turned to Holmes. "Do you think he's hiding something, Holmes?" Holmes didn't answer immediately, his mind still sifting through the nuances of their conversation. "There is more to Lord Hensley than he is letting on, Watson. His denial is too quick. His defense is too polished. I believe he is hiding something important, but whether it's a motive for murder or simply a tangled web of deceit remains to be seen." As they departed from Hensley's estate, Holmes's mind shifted to the other lead that had emerged, Dr. Sarah Griffith, Montgomery's personal physician. A woman of much renown in her field, Griffith had been closely tied to Montgomery's health in recent months. But what else might she know? Holmes was already anticipating their meeting with her, sensing that there were pieces of the puzzle hidden in plain sight. The next day, Holmes and Watson arrived at Dr. Griffith's office, a modest but well-appointed space in one of London's quieter neighborhoods. Dr. Griffith, a woman in her early 40s, greeted them with a polite smile, but there was an edge to her manner that suggested she had been expecting them. "I presume you are here about Mr. Montgomery?" she asked, her voice calm, but with a hint of something more, perhaps anxiety, or something darker. "Indeed," Holmes replied, his eyes scanning her demeanor. "You were his personal physician. How did he appear in the days leading up to his death? Was he in good health?" Dr. Griffith hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Montgomery had been under stress, yes, but his health was steady. He had some minor complaints, insomnia, headaches, but nothing that would have indicated a serious issue. His recent behavior, however, had been peculiar. He seemed more agitated, more guarded. He spoke little of his private affairs, but I could tell something was weighing on him. "And did you have any knowledge of his personal life, of any potential threats or dangers he might have been facing?" Watson asked, watching her closely. Dr. Griffith's eyes flickered with something, but it was gone before either man could pinpoint it. "I was aware of the blackmail letters," she said quietly, "but I never saw them myself. I assumed they were merely the result of some bad business dealings. I never thought they would lead to anything more serious." Holmes's eyes narrowed. "But you never thought to tell anyone?" "I didn't feel it was my place," Dr. Griffith said softly. "I was his physician, not his confidant." Holmes exchanged a quick glance with Watson. There was something elusive in her answers, something she was holding back, but for now they had no evidence to push further. They would need more time to unravel the full extent of Montgomery's secrets and the role Dr. Griffith might have played in them. As they left the physician's office, Holmes turned to Watson. "There is more to Dr. Griffith than meets the eye. We will return to her, but for now we have a greater mystery to solve." The case was far from over, and with each new lead, the truth seemed to slip further from their grasp. But Holmes, as always, would stop at nothing to uncover it. The first suspects had been revealed, and the puzzle was beginning to take shape, but the greatest challenges lay ahead. Clues from the past, the rain had been relentless all day, as if nature itself had taken on the somber mood of the investigation. Sherlock Holmes sat at his desk in the cluttered office at 221 B. Baker Street, the faint ticking of the clock the only sound that seemed to permeate the otherwise silent room. Dr. Watson, sitting across from him, was nursing a cup of tea, occasionally glancing up from the newspaper. Yet despite the distractions of the outside world, Holmes remained fixated on the puzzle before him. Montgomery's death had set in motion a cascade of questions, and although some answers were beginning to emerge, Holmes knew that there were still too many pieces missing. The mystery was far from solved, but one thing had become abundantly clear. This was not a simple case of suicide gone awry. No, Silas Montgomery had been murdered, and there were powerful forces working behind the scenes to ensure that the truth remained buried. Holmes's sharp eyes scanned over the various notes, ledgers, and papers that had been delivered from Montgomery's estate. But it was a series of old letters and diaries tucked away in a hidden compartment of Montgomery's private office that drew his attention. He had already perused the more recent records and found little of significance, but these ancient documents seemed different. It was as if they were fragments of another life, a life that Montgomery had desperately tried to leave behind, or at least hide from prying eyes. He gently picked up the first letter, its yellowed paper crackling slightly as he unfolded it. The handwriting was elegant, almost painstakingly so, and the words were written in ink that had faded with time. Holmes's brow furrowed as he read the contents. The letter was dated nearly 15 years ago, when Montgomery was at the height of his business dealings. It was addressed to him from a man named Thomas Burke. The letter spoke of a deep rift between the two men, one that had simmered for years, but had never fully come to the surface. Thomas Burke was a name Holmes recognized from his own research into Montgomery's business dealings, though the details of their connection had remained murky until now. Burke, it seemed, had been a former partner of Montgomery's in one of his earliest ventures, a project that had gone awry, leaving both men with tarnished reputations and heavy financial losses. But it was not the business failures that had fueled their animosity. It was something far more personal. The letter hinted at a betrayal, an incident that had ruined Burke both professionally and personally. While the specifics were vague, Holmes could sense the bitterness behind every carefully chosen word. Burke had been wronged in a way that Montgomery had never fully acknowledged, and from the tone of the letter, it was clear that the grudge was far from forgotten. Holmes set the letter aside and reached for another document, this one appearing even older. It was a diary entry, dated just a year after the first letter. Montgomery's handwriting was now more hurried, more frantic, as if he were trying to confide in someone who might understand his growing paranoia. I can feel Burke's presence, watching me even from afar. The walls are closing in, and I am afraid that he will stop at nothing to destroy everything I have worked for, Montgomery had written, the words spilling onto the page with a raw intensity. I have made many enemies, but none more dangerous than Burke. He knows things about me, things no one else could possibly understand. I will do whatever it takes to keep him from destroying me. Holmes set the diary down, deep in thought. There it was, the key to the mystery that had been hiding in plain sight. The long-standing grudge between Montgomery and Burke was not just a matter of business. It was personal, and it ran deeper than anyone had imagined. Holmes had always suspected that the motive for the murder was more complicated than simple greed or business rivalry. But now, with this new revelation, the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place. "Watson," Holmes said suddenly, his voice sharp, "you've been rather quiet. What do you make of this?" Watson, who had been quietly observing Holmes, finally set his teacup down and glanced over at his friend. He could see that Holmes was deep in thought, his mind working at lightning speed as he absorbed the new information. "Burke," Watson said slowly, "it seems he was someone Montgomery feared deeply. But the question remains, why now? Why would Burke or someone connected to him kill Montgomery after all these years? And why poison?" Holmes leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he considered Watson's question. "That is the crux of the matter, Watson. We know Montgomery had enemies, but the question is not simply who, but why. What had happened in the last few months to escalate this grudge to the point of murder? Burke's letter and Montgomery's diary point to something more, something deeper. The business dealings were only the surface. There is a personal vendetta at play here, a vendetta that may go far beyond simple revenge." Holmes stood abruptly, his mind already racing toward new conclusions. "I believe we must pay a visit to Mr. Burke. His whereabouts should be easily traceable, and I imagine he will not be far from the center of this web of deceit." Watson nodded, but there was a note of hesitation in his voice as he spoke. "Holmes, you've been at this for days without rest. I cannot help but notice how deeply this case seems to be affecting you. You're more obsessed than usual. It worries me." Holmes paused, his eyes briefly meeting Watson's before returning to the stack of papers on his desk. "I assure you, Watson, I am perfectly fine, but I cannot afford to let this case slip through my fingers. There is too much at stake, too many lives involved, and too many unanswered questions." Watson sighed, his concern evident. "Just promise me you'll take care of yourself, Holmes. I know the allure of a good mystery, but sometimes you need to take a step back." Holmes gave a rare, almost imperceptible nod. "I will, Watson, but the truth is close now. I can feel it, and I will not rest until it is revealed." With that, Holmes carefully replaced the diary and letters in their safe hiding place, making a mental note to return to them when needed. He turned to Watson and added, "We will visit Thomas Burke tomorrow. His role in this affair is far more significant than he realizes. The clues from the past have given us the answers we need. Now it is time to confront the man himself." As Watson gathered his coat, he cast one last look at Holmes. The detective's mind was already consumed with the next step of the investigation, the next clue to unravel. For Holmes, this was not just a case. It was a battle of wits, a race against time to outmaneuver an adversary who had already proven to be elusive and dangerous. But Watson could not shake the feeling that this case was different. Holmes's obsession with the details, the way his sharp focus seemed to be drawing him deeper into a web of deception. It was as if something personal was at stake for his friend. And while Watson knew that Holmes's brilliance would ultimately see the case through, he couldn't help but wonder if the detective was slowly losing himself in the pursuit of justice. The mystery of Silas Montgomery's death was far from over, and as the storm outside raged on, Watson knew that they were only just beginning to peel back the layers of a conspiracy that would change everything. Chapter 2. The Secrets of the Dead. Uncovering the Blackmail Letters. The air in Baker Street was thick with tension as Sherlock Holmes sat hunched over his desk, his sharp eyes scanning the blackmail letters that had been retrieved from Silas Montgomery's study. The letters were a puzzle unto themselves, each one carefully crafted, their meaning obscured by layers of coded language, half-hidden threats, and veiled references. It was the kind of mystery Holmes thrived on. But as he sifted through the correspondence, there was something about these letters that gnawed at him, a sensation he could not shake. Dr. Watson, sitting across from him, observed the detective with growing unease. It had been days since they had taken up the case, and the storm of questions surrounding Montgomery's death showed no signs of abating. Despite Holmes's outward calm, Watson could tell that his friend was immersed in a mental storm of his own. There was something deeply unsettling about the case that seemed to pull at Holmes, and the deeper they delved, the more enigmatic the answers became. Holmes reached for the first letter, its edges curled with age, the ink faint but still legible. He read it aloud, his voice steady and deliberate. "Dear Sir, I trust you have enjoyed the comfort of your hard-earned success, but I must remind you that success is a fleeting thing, much like the wind that blows through the trees, here one moment, gone the next. It seems the trees you have planted have deep roots, but alas, I know where the roots lie, and they belong to the past. A decision was made, one that you believe to be buried in the depths of time, but nothing is ever truly forgotten. You are not beyond my reach. Do not make the mistake of thinking otherwise. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Yours in secrecy, a friend of the past." Holmes paused, his brow furrowing as he studied the letter with a mixture of concentration and curiosity. "You see, Watson," he said, his voice soft but intense, "this letter is more than just a simple threat. It's a map of Montgomery's past. Whoever wrote this knows something about Montgomery that is not immediately apparent. They are drawing from a deep well of knowledge, a well that is yet to be fully uncovered." Watson nodded, his thoughts following the thread of Holmes's reasoning. "But why, Holmes? What could this person possibly want with Montgomery, and why the cryptic language? It seems almost personal, don't you think?" Holmes leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowed as he processed the implications of the letter. "Yes, I believe it is personal. The tone, the reference to a buried past, it all points to someone who has intimate knowledge of Montgomery's life. But the question remains, what part of his past could be so damaging that it would prompt such a series of letters? And who is this friend of the past who believes they can control Montgomery from the shadows? Holmes set the first letter aside and reached for the second. This one was even more cryptic, filled with peculiar symbols and references that only a few could understand. As he studied the letter closely, he muttered to himself, piecing together the strange messages. "Your silence speaks volumes, Montgomery, but there is more I wish to say. Your debt has grown, and now you owe far more than you can repay. The deal we made was not just a business agreement, it was a pact, and pacts are not so easily broken. I have kept my part of the bargain. Now you must fulfill yours. But remember this, dear Montgomery, promises made in the dark can be forgotten in the light of day. If you do not do as I ask, the consequences will be severe." Holmes's fingers drummed lightly on the table as he processed the second letter. "A pact," he murmured. "This is far more than a financial arrangement. Montgomery was involved in something far darker than I had initially imagined. This blackmail is no random act. It's the result of a long-standing agreement, one that is connected to Montgomery's business dealings. But the question is, what was the deal?" Watson, still reeling from the implications of the letter, leaned forward. "Do you think these letters are truly the work of someone from Montgomery's past? Perhaps someone he wronged?" Holmes nodded slowly, his mind racing with possibilities. "Yes, Watson, I believe so. But I suspect that the blackmail is nothing more than a smoke-screen, an elaborate distraction meant to obscure the true motives behind Montgomery's death. Whoever is behind this knows how to manipulate Montgomery, playing on his fear and guilt. But the blackmail is just the surface. It's the deeper, hidden forces at work that I find most intriguing. He paused, considering the various threads of the mystery that had begun to unravel before him. I believe that Montgomery's past holds the key to this case. Whatever pact he made, whatever deal he entered into, it has implications far beyond mere financial transactions. We must look into his business dealings, the people he associated with, and the events leading up to his death. Only then will we uncover the full scope of this conspiracy. Watson glanced over at the pile of letters, each one now seeming far more sinister than before. The blackmail letters were an enigma, but Holmes's instinct told him they were merely the beginning of a much larger and more complex mystery. "What do you suggest we do next?" Watson asked, his voice heavy with concern. Holmes stood abruptly, a look of determination settling over his face. "Next, we must investigate the deal mentioned in these letters. It's clear that Montgomery's business dealings were entangled with powerful figures who are not easily intimidated, but it is the nature of those dealings that concerns me most. Whoever is behind this blackmail, I believe they are hiding something much more dangerous, something that could have cost Montgomery his life." Watson frowned, uneasy. "Do you think this is connected to those powerful men in London you mentioned earlier? Lord Hensley, perhaps?" Holmes's eyes flashed with a hint of recognition. "Hensley is certainly a figure of interest, but I suspect that there is more to this than meets the eye. The blackmail is likely just one piece of a much larger puzzle. Whoever is behind it has orchestrated a series of events that have brought Montgomery to his end." He turned his attention back to the blackmail letters, each one now marked with a deeper meaning, the coded language, the references to a deal. Holmes knew that this was no ordinary case of extortion. The stakes were far higher, and the forces at play were far more dangerous. "We will need to dig deeper into Montgomery's past," Holmes continued, his voice filled with conviction. "Only then will we understand the full extent of this conspiracy. We will speak to those who knew him best, his colleagues, his associates, and his family, but we must proceed carefully. Whoever is behind this is a master manipulator, and I have no doubt that they will stop at nothing to protect their secrets." Watson nodded, the weight of the case settling heavily on his shoulders. He had seen Holmes face many challenges in his time, but there was something about this case that felt different. The deeper they dug, the more dangerous it seemed to become. The blackmail letters were the first step in uncovering the truth, but Holmes knew that the road ahead would be treacherous, and yet, despite the risks, he was determined to see this case through. For in the world of secrets and lies, the truth had a way of coming to light, even if it meant exposing the darkest corners of society. As Holmes and Watson prepared to delve further into the web of Montgomery's past, they both knew one thing for certain. The secrets of the dead were not easily uncovered, but once revealed, they would change everything. The widow's hidden motive. The room at Baker Street was heavy with the scent of fresh tobacco smoke and the weight of unanswered questions. Sherlock Holmes stood by the window, his back straight, his mind clearly churning with the complex pieces of the puzzle that was Silas Montgomery's death. Dr. Watson, seated across from him, was quietly reflecting on the widow, Eleanor Montgomery, whose sudden visit had shifted the direction of their investigation. Holmes was still reeling from the implications of the blackmail letters. They were sophisticated, designed to target Montgomery's deepest fears and vulnerabilities. But now the question had taken a more personal turn. The widow, Eleanor, had proven to be an interesting and enigmatic figure. Despite her outward grief, Holmes had detected something unsettling beneath her facade. Was she truly the devastated widow she portrayed herself to be, or was there something darker at play? A sharp knock on the door interrupted Watson's musings. "Enter!" Holmes called, his voice cutting through the silence. Eleanor Montgomery stepped into the room, her delicate frame silhouetted against the dim light from the hallway. She wore black, the fabric soft but heavy, clinging to her slender figure. Her face, framed by the dark curls of her hair, was pale and drawn, as if the sorrow she carried was a weight too great to bear. Yet there was something in her eyes, a glint of something other than grief. It was subtle, but it was there. Holmes studied her as she entered, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. She paused, almost as though waiting for permission to speak, before taking a seat opposite Watson, her movements graceful but stiff with tension. The air seemed to grow colder as she began to speak, her voice soft but filled with an intensity that suggested she had rehearsed this moment. "I'm so glad you could see me again, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, her eyes flickering between the two men. "I know that I must seem like a burden to you, but my husband's death has left me in such a state of confusion. I simply need to understand why someone would do such a thing to him." Holmes gave her a polite but detached nod. "The circumstances surrounding your husband's death, Mrs. Montgomery, are indeed perplexing. The official cause of death appears to be suicide, but the inconsistencies I've uncovered suggest otherwise. I trust you are aware that this case is far from straightforward." Eleanor's eyes seemed to brighten at his words, as if she had been waiting for someone to confirm her suspicions. "Yes, of course. That's why I've come to you. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't prove it. No one would listen to me, but I knew Silas, and I know that he would never have taken his own life. Not without a fight, not without a reason. There was something behind his death, something far more sinister." Holmes didn't take his eyes off her. He was listening carefully, but something about her tone made him cautious. It was the way she spoke of her late husband, almost too intimately, as though she had rehearsed every word. There was an underlying precision in her grief, as if it was scripted for the benefit of those around her. "Why do you think your husband's death was not a suicide, Mrs. Montgomery?" Holmes asked, his voice soft but probing. Eleanor hesitated for a brief moment before answering, as though weighing her words carefully. "Silas had been under a great deal of stress lately. I don't know all the details, but I knew he had been receiving threats. He was secretive, often locking himself away for hours at a time, talking to people I didn't recognize. He said nothing about it to me, but I could tell something was wrong. And then, the day of his death," her voice wavered, and she paused, a shiver seeming to run through her. Holmes leaned forward slightly, watching her every movement. "You were with him the morning of his death, I presume? Can you tell me what happened that day?" Eleanor's hands twisted in her lap, and for a moment she seemed lost in thought. Her eyes flitted to the window, as if searching for a memory. "Yes, I was with him. We had breakfast together, as usual. I was concerned about him, but he assured me everything was fine. He even asked me to go out for a walk, to get some fresh air so that he could work in peace." She shook her head, the edges of her mouth trembling. "I didn't think anything of it at the time, but when I returned I found him in his study. It was too late." Holmes's eyes flickered with a sharp glint. "You say you were out for a walk. For how long?" Eleanor faltered, her gaze dropping to her hands. "About an hour, I suppose. Perhaps a little longer. I didn't check the time." "An hour is a long time," Holmes remarked, his voice cool. "Long enough for someone to gain access to the study. Long enough for someone to make sure Montgomery wouldn't wake up again." Eleanor stiffened, her eyes flashing with something, fear or perhaps anger. "Are you suggesting that I—" Holmes raised a hand, cutting her off. "I am suggesting nothing, Mrs. Montgomery. I merely find it curious that you were absent for such a long stretch of time on the very day your husband died." One could argue that the timing of your absence is convenient. Watson shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He had been watching Eleanor closely, and something about her behavior struck him as odd. Her grief was palpable, but there was an edge to it, a hardness, an undertone of calculation. Watson had seen grief many times before, but this felt different. Eleanor seemed to recoil slightly at Holmes's suggestion. She swallowed, her hands now twisting tightly in her lap. "I loved Silas," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I would never harm him, and I have nothing to hide." Holmes's gaze softened, but his mind was racing. The inconsistencies were beginning to pile up. Eleanor's grief appeared to be measured, as though she were playing a part in a script that she had written herself. But there was more. Her knowledge of Montgomery's dealings, her awareness of the threats he'd received, and her insistence that his death was no accident. Holmes began to suspect that Eleanor knew far more about her husband's life than she was willing to admit. He let the silence hang in the air for a moment before speaking again. "You mentioned that your husband had been under stress, that he had been receiving threats. Can you tell me more about these threats? Who did he receive them from? And why was he so secretive about them?" Eleanor hesitated, her fingers tightening into fists. I don't know exactly. I don't know the names of the people he was dealing with, but I know he was involved in something dangerous. He told me that there were people from his past who had come back into his life. People he had done business with, people who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. He was afraid of them. I think that's why he kept so many things hidden from me. Holmes sat back, his eyes narrowing as he processed her words. Eleanor's account was suspiciously vague, yet there was an undercurrent of truth in what she was saying. Montgomery had indeed been involved in something darker than most realized, and it seemed that Eleanor had known more about it than she had let on. "Tell me, Mrs. Montgomery," Holmes said quietly, his voice tinged with authority, "did you know anything about your husband's financial troubles? About the deals he was involved in?" Eleanor's eyes flickered with something akin to fear, but she quickly masked it with a forced calm. I knew he was under pressure, but Silas never shared those details with me. He said it was nothing I needed to worry about." Holmes wasn't convinced. He leaned forward again, his gaze unrelenting. "I suspect there's more to this than you're telling me, Mrs. Montgomery. You knew about the threats, the pressure your husband was under. You knew about the blackmail, and yet you were unaware of his financial dealings. That seems highly improbable." Eleanor's lips trembled as she met his gaze, and for the first time, Holmes saw a flicker of something deeper in her eyes. Was it guilt, or was it fear of something far greater? Watson, watching the exchange, felt the unease settle like a stone in his chest. He had begun to suspect that Eleanor Montgomery's role in this case was far more complicated than he had initially imagined. Was she a grieving widow, or was she something more? The answer, Holmes seemed certain, lay buried beneath the carefully constructed walls of her sorrow.
As the conversation came to an end, Holmes's mind was already racing ahead, his thoughts darting from one possibility to the next. There was more to Eleanor's story than she had let on. And as they left Baker Street, Holmes's resolve hardened. He would get to the bottom of this mystery, no matter how many secrets had been buried in the shadows. Hensley's past. The shadows were long in the room as Holmes paced back and forth, his mind a whirlwind of calculations and deductions. Dr. Watson sat nearby, his ever-watchful eye tracking the movement of his friend, the detective who never seemed to stop unraveling mysteries, even when he appeared to be at rest. Holmes had spent the past few days delving into Lord Hensley's past, and the more he uncovered, the clearer it became that the powerful aristocrat had more than one skeleton in his closet. Though Hensley had presented himself as a man of stature and dignity with strong ties to London's elite, Holmes had always known that appearances could be deceiving. As much as he respected the facade that Hensley put forward, Holmes had learned to see beyond it. There was something unsettling beneath that polished exterior, something tied to the secret dealings between the late Silas Montgomery and the powerful industrialists who controlled the underbelly of London's business world. The discovery of Hensley's connection to a factory producing substandard materials for construction projects, had taken Holmes by surprise. The factory, located on the outskirts of London, was a seemingly innocuous site, but upon closer inspection it was clear that Hensley and Montgomery had been involved in a deal that could bring both men to ruin. There was evidence suggesting that Montgomery had discovered the low quality of materials being produced in the factory, materials that had been sold to high-profile clients, and he was planning to expose the scam. Such a revelation would not only ruin Hensley's fortune, but would also severely damage Montgomery's reputation. Could it be that Montgomery had been killed to keep this secret buried? Holmes was certain that the tension between the two men had been rising for months. But to find the truth, he would have to confront Hensley directly. Holmes and Watson arrived at Hensley's mansion on the outskirts of London just as the early afternoon sun cast a golden hue over the estate. It was a grand house, standing proudly amidst perfectly manicured gardens, a symbol of old-world wealth and power. But Holmes had long ago learned not to be fooled by appearances, especially when the facade was hiding so much. Inside, Lord Hensley greeted them in a manner that suggested a mixture of aloofness and surprise, as though he had not expected Holmes to pursue the case so relentlessly. Yet, as the detective shook his hand, he could sense the underlying tension in the aristocrat's posture. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Hensley said with a tight smile, "I'm not sure what to make of your continued interest in this unfortunate business with Silas Montgomery. You must realize by now that it was merely a tragic accident." Holmes, with his ever-present air of calm confidence, smiled back. "Indeed, Lord Hensley, but as you are well aware, things are rarely as simple as they seem. Your business partner had many enemies, and there are aspects of his life that suggest he was involved in dealings which, if revealed, would have cost him greatly. It is of my belief that his death may be tied to something far darker than suicide." Hensley's expression tightened. For a split second, Holmes noticed his right hand flexing in a subtle but involuntary gesture, as if trying to steady himself. Holmes had already anticipated a defensive response, but this small physical cue was the first crack in the carefully constructed persona Hensley had cultivated. "I assure you, Mr. Holmes," Hensley said stiffly, "I had no animosity with Montgomery. We were merely business partners. He was a man of great ambition, and I had no reason to harm him." Holmes allowed the silence to linger for a moment before speaking again. "You don't find it curious, Lord Hensley, that Montgomery was considering exposing certain activities within your factory? It seems he was ready to bring to light the substandard materials your company had been producing, materials that had been sold to clients under false pretenses." Hensley's eyes darkened and his jaw clenched slightly. He was trying to maintain his composure, but it was clear that Holmes had struck a nerve. "That's a baseless accusation," Hensley replied, his voice rising just enough to betray his unease. "You have no evidence to support such claims. I am a man of integrity, and I do not engage in such shady business practices."
Holmes's eyes never left Hensley's face as he leaned forward ever so slightly. "And yet there is evidence. A ledger was discovered, hidden within Montgomery's study. It contained cryptic notes about the factory and the deals you two had been negotiating. You see, Lord Hensley, it is not merely the materials that are of concern here. It is the larger web of connections that bind you both to powerful men in the city. I believe your financial troubles were becoming impossible to ignore, and Montgomery's potential exposure of your dealings could have left you with nothing." Hensley's lips curled into a bitter smile, but his eyes betrayed the rising tide of fear. "You think I would kill him to protect my own fortune?" Hensley asked, his voice cool but laced with a barely contained anxiety. "Do you honestly believe that I would go to such extremes?" Holmes continued, his voice calm but sharp, like the edge of a blade. "I believe that when a man's back is against the wall, he will do anything to protect his future. The factory was losing money, Lord Hensley. You had made risky investments, and it was only a matter of time before the scheme unraveled. I also believe you were aware of Montgomery's growing intentions to expose your business dealings. You had too much to lose, and killing him may have seemed the only way to stop him from doing so." Hensley stiffened, his body language now tense and defensive. His hands, once resting casually by his sides, had clenched into fists. It was a physical tell that Holmes had seen countless times before, a sign of a man who was trying to control his anger, but who was slowly losing that battle. "You know nothing of my situation, Mr. Holmes," Hensley snarled, his voice low and strained. "You've no idea what it takes to maintain an empire like mine. You've no idea what it's like to have every move scrutinized by those above and below you. I didn't need to kill Montgomery to protect myself. There were other ways." Holmes studied him with a quiet intensity. "Other ways, Lord Hensley? If you're so confident in your innocence, why do you look like a man on the brink of losing everything? It seems your financial troubles were not limited to the factory. You were involved in other ventures that were hemorrhaging money. Perhaps your involvement with Montgomery had already begun to unravel your fortune." Hensley took a step back, his face flushing with frustration. He struggled to compose himself, but Holmes could see the cracks in his composure widening. Hensley had indeed been in financial trouble. His wealth was built on shaky foundations, and the secrets Montgomery held could destroy everything. His refusal to confront these facts head-on only made him seem more guilty. Holmes, sensing the moment was right, leaned in closer. "Lord Hensley, your nervousness is a clear sign that you're hiding something. You've made it clear that you had a strained relationship with Montgomery, and I suspect you knew exactly what he was planning to do. If he was about to expose you, then you had everything to lose." Hensley's breath hitched, his composure slipping further. You have no idea how hard I worked to maintain control, how hard I worked to keep everything in place, and you want me to confess to something I didn't do?" His voice cracked with a mixture of anger and desperation. Holmes raised an eyebrow, his voice soft and calculated. "I believe you, Lord Hensley. You didn't do it, at least not in the way you're trying to convince me. But you were part of a larger scheme. You had a motive, one that Montgomery was about to expose." The aristocrat's silence was deafening, and Holmes's eyes remained locked on him. The truth was clear to Holmes now. Lord Hensley was guilty. Guilty of a conspiracy, guilty of dirty dealings, guilty of being caught in a web of lies. And while he may not have been the direct killer, Holmes was certain that Hensley's desperation and fear had led him to someone who would do the deed. As Holmes and Watson left Hensley's mansion, the pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. The factory, the financial ruin, the hidden dealings. Lord Hensley was involved in something much bigger than his outward persona suggested, and the motive for Montgomery's death was now clearer than ever. A man with everything to lose, pushed to the edge, willing to protect his empire at any cost. But the trail did not end with Hensley. There were others involved, others who would stop at nothing to see Montgomery's secrets buried forever. Holmes's instincts told him the case was far from over. The more he uncovered, the deeper he realized the conspiracy ran. Dr. Griffith's dark secret. The small office was a world apart from the opulent mansions and sprawling estates Holmes had recently visited. Instead of gilded furniture and imposing portraits, the walls of Dr. Sarah Griffith's practice were lined with medical certificates, 9 anatomical diagrams, and shelves of books dedicated to rare diseases. The quiet hum of the clock on the wall marked the passage of time as Holmes and Dr. Watson sat across from the physician, awaiting her answers. Dr. Griffith, a woman in her mid-30s with sharp eyes and a calm demeanor, looked at them with an air of practiced professionalism. She was dressed neatly, her white coat buttoned and pressed, and her hair pinned up tightly. At first glance, she seemed like any other reputable physician in London, someone who had dedicated her life to the healing arts. But Holmes was never one to be deceived by appearances. There was something more to this woman, something hidden beneath her composed exterior. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Doctor." "Griffith," Holmes began, his voice calm yet pointed, "I understand you were Silas Montgomery's personal physician. I must admit I'm curious about your professional relationship with him, particularly in the days leading up to his death." Dr. Griffith nodded, her expression neutral. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. Montgomery was a patient of mine for several months. His health had been deteriorating, but I assure you I did everything in my power to treat him." Holmes leaned forward slightly, studying her every word. "I understand that he had been suffering from a rare illness, something that he kept quite private. Is that correct?" For the briefest moment, Holmes noticed a subtle tightening around her eyes. It was as if Dr. Griffith had been expecting this question, yet still the mention of Montgomery's condition caused her to pause. "Yes," she replied, maintaining a calm tone. "He had a rare and progressive condition, a type of blood poisoning, though it's difficult to pinpoint. Montgomery was a private man, and he asked me to keep his diagnosis confidential. I respected that wish, as any good doctor would." Holmes was not convinced by her answer. The way she had phrased it, the way her hands tightened around the edges of her chair. These were the small signs of someone trying to cover something up. He could feel that she was withholding more than she was willing to admit. The question remained, was it out of professional respect, or was there something darker at play? "You mentioned that his health was deteriorating," Watson interjected, his tone more compassionate than Holmes's. "Can you tell us exactly what you were treating him for? Was it this blood poisoning that led to his death?" Dr. Griffith's eyes flickered nervously for a moment. "His condition had worsened over the last few weeks. I had been trying various treatments, though they were not very effective. But no, it wasn't the disease that killed him. His death was something else." Holmes, ever the observer, noticed her sudden shift in posture. Her shoulders had stiffened ever so slightly, and her fingers twitched at the edge of the desk. It was a small, almost imperceptible movement, but it was enough to signal that the good doctor was hiding something. "Something else?" Holmes asked, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "What do you mean by that, Dr. Griffith? Were you aware of any other factors that could have led to his demise?" Her gaze wavered for a moment, and for the first time Holmes saw a crack in her polished demeanor. I don't know," she said slowly, as if trying to choose her words carefully. "I treated him for the illness, but I did not expect him to die so suddenly. We had discussed various treatments, and I thought we were making some progress, but the symptoms escalated quickly toward the end, and then, just a day before his death, he seemed unusually calm. Too calm. I don't know what happened." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing. "Too calm, you say? That's interesting, Dr. Griffith. Given the severity of his condition, would you say that his sudden tranquility could have been the result of something other than his illness? Perhaps some external influence?" Watson, who had been listening intently, glanced at Holmes and then back at Dr. Griffith. He, too, was starting to sense that something wasn't quite right. The physician's nervous demeanor seemed at odds with her earlier assertion that she had been doing everything she could to treat Montgomery. "I don't know what you mean," Dr. Griffith said, a slight edge creeping into her voice. "He had been under a great deal of stress, that much I can tell you. His business dealings were clearly weighing on him, but I never suspected he was in any immediate danger. As for his calmness, perhaps it was just a sign that he was finally coming to terms with his condition. I honestly don't know." Holmes could see the confusion in her eyes, but he also saw something more, a flicker of guilt. She was hiding something. The question was, what? "Dr. Griffith," Holmes said slowly, his voice cutting through the growing tension, "I understand that Montgomery trusted you with his health, and you were loyal to him in return. But I must ask, did Montgomery confide in you about anything other than his illness? Did he mention any threats or unusual occurrences in his life? He had enemies, you know, and some of those enemies may have been closer to him than you think." For a moment, Dr. Griffith's face remained impassive, but her fingers started to fidget again, betraying her inner turmoil. "Enemies?" she repeated, her voice tinged with disbelief. I don't know about that. He never spoke to me about any threats or dangers. He only ever spoke about his health. He was private, Mr. Holmes, too private." Holmes pressed further. "Did Montgomery ever speak to you about his dealings with Lord Hensley, or perhaps about his involvement in certain business practices that might have put him at odds with powerful individuals?" At the mention of Hensley's name, Dr. Griffith's eyes darted away, a subtle sign of discomfort. Holmes caught the movement, his mind racing with the implications. She knew more than she was letting on, and it was clear that her connection to Montgomery went far beyond just a doctor-patient relationship. "Lord Hensley?" she repeated, her voice a little too high. I don't know anything about that." Holmes could sense that she was lying, but instead of pressing her too hard, he leaned back slightly, giving her a moment to collect herself. "Perhaps it's time to be more forthcoming, Doctor. Griffith, I think we both know that there's more to your relationship with Silas Montgomery than you've let on, and perhaps you can help us understand how a man in his condition could have ended up dead so suddenly and so suspiciously." Dr. Griffith's fingers twitched again, but this time she didn't look away. Instead, she took a deep breath, and for the first time in their conversation, her gaze softened. "You're right," she said quietly. "There is more to it. Montgomery had been keeping a secret from me, a big one, but I didn't know the full extent of it. He had been involved in something dangerous, and I think it was that danger that ultimately killed him." Holmes leaned in, his interest piqued. "What kind of danger, Doctor? Griffith?" Dr. Griffith hesitated for a moment, her eyes searching for something in the room as if trying to summon the courage to speak. Finally, she lowered her voice to a whisper. "I didn't know the specifics, but I overheard him talking once, late at night when he thought I was asleep. He was talking about blackmail. Someone was threatening him, someone from his past, and I think that's what killed him. The stress, the fear, but I don't know who it was." "I never got the chance to ask him." Holmes absorbed the information with a quiet intensity. The pieces were beginning to fall into place. The illness, the blackmail, the secrecy, it was all part of a larger web, and Dr. Griffith, whether she realized it or not, was entangled in the threads. "Thank you, Doctor." "Griffith," Holmes said, his voice softening just a touch, "I believe you've just given us a crucial piece of the puzzle. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you soon." As he and Watson left her office, Holmes's mind raced. The mystery of Silas Montgomery's death had grown even murkier, and Dr. Griffith's confession was just the beginning. He had a new suspect, a new lead, and a sense that the shadows of Montgomery's past were going to be harder to untangle than he had first imagined. But one thing was certain. The game was afoot, and the secrets of the dead were only just beginning to surface. A shocking discovery. The investigation had already taken Holmes and Watson into some of the murkiest corners of London's elite society, yet the more they uncovered, the deeper the darkness seemed to stretch. As they returned to Silas Montgomery's study one crisp evening, Holmes's eyes were burning with an intensity that made Watson uneasy. The faint glow of the study's oil lamps cast long shadows across the room, but Holmes had long since ceased relying on artificial light. He was already several steps ahead, his mind piecing together fragments of clues others might have missed. This study, Holmes mused aloud as he surveyed the room, this is where it all began, Watson, and yet I am certain there's more here than we've seen. Watson, who had been tracing the edges of Montgomery's desk, muttered his agreement, though his discomfort was palpable. He had learned over the years to follow Holmes's lead without question, yet the unease that lingered in the air felt different now. He couldn't quite put his finger on why. Holmes strode toward the large bookshelf lining one wall, his hand brushing over the leather-bound volumes with practiced ease. His eyes, however, were not focused on the books. They scanned the space between the shelves with the precision of a hawk hunting for prey. "I don't believe it would be quite this simple," Holmes murmured to himself. "It must be hidden elsewhere." Watson had been standing near the desk, rifling through some of the papers scattered across the surface, but he now looked up at Holmes's murmurs. "What are you thinking, Holmes?" The detective did not respond immediately. His hand moved over a section of books, gently pressing one of the larger volumes to the side. Watson's eyes widened as the shelf suddenly clicked and shifted open, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. "Well, well," Holmes said with a wry smile. "It seems Montgomery was a man of more secrets than we initially thought." Behind the hidden door was a vault, small but concealed, neatly tucked away from the prying eyes of the world. Holmes's sharp fingers worked the lock with minimal effort, and the door creaked open, revealing an array of documents and files carefully organized in neat stacks. The vault was filled with records, ledgers, contracts, letters, and one particularly thick folder sealed in wax. "This," Watson began, as he stepped closer. "What is all this?" Holmes didn't answer right away. Instead, he sifted through the papers with deliberate care. There were business contracts, letters, and even some correspondence that looked out of place, legal documents written in a cryptic style, letters addressed to Montgomery that had been clearly written in haste. It was immediately clear that these documents didn't just concern simple business ventures. They were dealings of a far more dangerous nature. After several minutes of scanning through the files, Holmes pulled out a set of documents from the thick folder and spread them out on the desk. His eyes sharpened as he read. "These," he said, tapping the top letter with a finger, "are most illuminating. It seems Montgomery was not merely the victim of blackmail, but rather the perpetrator." Watson furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Holmes took a deep breath, the weight of the discovery sinking in. "These letters are not from a victim of extortion, Watson. These are the actions of a man who has been blackmailing others." His voice grew more intense. "Look at the dates on these papers. Montgomery was involved in a series of clandestine deals. He was extorting individuals who were deeply entrenched in the world of politics and industry. It appears he was blackmailing key figures, some of whom were tied to major political decisions, while others were responsible for controlling monopolies and exploiting the labor force." Watson's face paled as he absorbed the implications. "You mean Montgomery wasn't the one being threatened?" "No," Holmes replied, his gaze focused on a particular letter. "The letters he received were not from an anonymous enemy. They were written by someone Montgomery had wronged. a former associate perhaps, or a business partner who had finally had enough of his manipulations. The contents of these letters suggest that Montgomery was the aggressor, not the victim. Watson stepped closer to examine the documents. His hand trembled slightly as he held one of the letters up, scanning the tight, controlled handwriting. This is incredible. If Montgomery was blackmailing politicians, businessmen, and others of great influence, no wonder someone wanted him dead. Holmes's eyes glinted with a mix of satisfaction and frustration. Exactly. It is as I suspected. The web Montgomery wove was far-reaching and dangerous. He had more enemies than even he could have realized. What is truly astonishing, however, is the number of powerful figures involved. The names in these papers are not simply individuals to be dismissed. These are people who shape the very fabric of London's elite. Watson looked at Holmes, clearly shaken. But the murder, do you think it was someone from this circle? Someone who Montgomery had wronged in these deals? Holmes's expression grew pensive. It's likely, Watson. It seems as though Montgomery's life was built on betrayal and manipulation, and now one of those individuals, one he perhaps underestimated, has turned on him. The question remains, though, who? Holmes straightened up, pacing the room as his mind raced through the possibilities. These documents indicate that Montgomery had information that could ruin entire careers, ruin lives. But it is not just the political or financial realm that concerns me. There is something more personal at play here. It's a long-standing grudge, one that might have started before he ever got involved with these people. Watson, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned forward. Who could possibly hold such a grudge against him? And why now? Holmes paused, his hand hovering over the final stack of papers in the vault. He could feel the pieces coming together, though they were still clouded in darkness. There is one name, Watson, that keeps appearing throughout these files. Thomas Burke, Montgomery's former business associate, the man he betrayed to rise to power. Burke was left out in the cold, while Montgomery took all the credit and rewards. This man, I believe, is the one who may have orchestrated the campaign of blackmail. Watson's face hardened. So Burke is the mastermind behind the letters? I suspect so, Holmes replied, his eyes narrowing as he placed the stack of papers back into the vault. But I am more convinced than ever that this murder is not an isolated incident. It is part of a much larger conspiracy, one involving the highest echelons of power. The blackmail letters, which we initially thought were from someone trying to expose Montgomery, may in fact have been his own actions coming back to haunt him. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier as Holmes's words hung in the space between them. Watson, though deeply disturbed by the implications of the case, couldn't help but feel the familiar thrill that came with being swept up in Holmes's deductions. But this time, the stakes felt higher, more dangerous. They weren't just dealing with petty criminals or minor misdeeds. They were in the midst of a conspiracy that could shake the very foundations of London's power structure. As Holmes closed the vault and straightened his jacket, he cast a final glance around the room. His mind was alight with new connections, new theories, but the truth was still out of reach. The conspiracy Montgomery had been tangled in was vast, and they had only just begun to scratch the surface. I must pay a visit to Thomas Burke, Holmes said, determination in his voice. He will have answers, and I believe he holds the key to this mystery. Watson nodded, still reeling from the revelations. This will not be easy, Holmes. We're dealing with men who have a great deal to lose. Holmes's eyes gleamed with a mixture of resolve and excitement. Indeed, Watson, but then it is precisely men like these who provide the greatest challenge, and as you well know, challenges are what I thrive on. As they left Montgomery's study, the weight of the case settled on their shoulders, but Holmes's mind was already racing toward the next step. The conspiracy was vast, the stakes were high, and the truth was waiting to be uncovered, one layer at a time. Chapter 3. The Rival's Game. Burke's History. The air outside was damp with the fog that had become characteristic of London's dreary mornings. Holmes, ever undeterred by the weather, kept a brisk pace toward the address of Thomas Burke, a former associate of Silas Montgomery. Burke's name had surfaced time and again in the investigation, like a shadow lurking just beyond reach, and Holmes knew it was time to confront the man whose involvement in the case seemed both obvious and elusive. Watson, as usual, followed close behind, his mind racing through the events of the last few days. The more they unearthed about Montgomery's dealings, the more complex and dangerous the case became. Yet it was Burke who intrigued Watson most. The former partner of the deceased was rumored to have had a great deal to lose when Montgomery turned against him. Could Burke's bitterness have led to murder? Holmes had hinted at this, but Watson wasn't convinced. Not yet. Arriving at Burke's residence, a modest yet well-kept townhouse tucked away in a quieter part of the city, Holmes paused, taking in the details. There was no sign of grand wealth here, no ostentation, just a quiet home that suggested Burke's fall from the heights of business success. He had been a powerful man once, but now, it seemed, he was a shadow of his former self. As they entered the house, the atmosphere was cool and slightly stale, as though it had not been properly aired in some time. The decor was elegant but sparse, tasteful but lacking the vibrancy of wealth. A man of substance, Holmes thought, but not anymore. Burke himself emerged from a darkened room at the end of the hallway. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man, his once commanding presence now diminished by years of disappointment and defeat. His face was lined with the marks of stress and failure. His eyes, however, betrayed a sharp intelligence. The moment Burke laid eyes on Holmes and Watson, his demeanor shifted. Guarded, wary, and yet strangely calm. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Burke greeted them stiffly, his voice low and measured. "I suppose you've come for answers." Holmes inclined his head slightly, his gaze piercing. "Indeed, Mr. Burke, we are here to ask you about Silas Montgomery." Burke's face tightened at the mention of his former partner's name, and for a brief moment Holmes thought he saw a flicker of something, anger and resentment, pass across his features. It was fleeting, but it did not escape Holmes's attention. "I have nothing to say about Montgomery," Burke said, his tone dismissive. "He's dead, and whatever history we had is gone with him." Holmes's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps you believe so, but we know that your history with Montgomery is more complicated than you care to admit." Burke stiffened, and for the first time a touch of unease crept into his posture. "What exactly are you implying, Holmes?" he asked, though his voice lacked conviction. "Only that there are some debts, financial, personal, that do not simply vanish with a man's death," Holmes replied smoothly. "I understand, Mr. Burke, that your business partnership with Montgomery was more than just a professional arrangement. It was a personal one, too, was it not?" Burke's lips pressed into a thin line, and he remained silent for a moment before answering. "We were friends once, but that's in the past. Montgomery betrayed me, and now he's gone. That's all there is to it." Holmes took a step forward, his voice taking on a more probing edge. "Betrayed you, you say? In what way, exactly?" Burke's eyes flashed, and for a brief moment his guard seemed to slip. "You think he didn't?" he snapped. "He took everything I worked for, my company, my reputation, everything. He left me with nothing. All because he made a decision without consulting me, a decision that ruined everything." Holmes's mind was already working, piecing together the details. "I see," he said, his tone casual, though his mind was anything but. You were left in financial ruin while Montgomery continued to thrive. That must have been quite a blow. Burke clenched his fists at his sides, his jaw tight with restrained anger. A blow! It was more than that, Holmes. Montgomery left me to rot. My investors pulled out, my business partners abandoned me, and the creditors came knocking. It's been years, but the damage he did still lingers. He ruined my life. Holmes observed him carefully, letting the silence stretch between them. It was clear that Burke still carried the weight of that betrayal, and it seemed to be something far deeper than mere business mismanagement. This was personal. And now you find yourself living in a house like this. Holmes continued, his voice soft but purposeful, as if he were threading a needle through a tight space. A far cry from the heights you once knew, I imagine. Burke's face flushed, but he quickly masked the emotion, his voice growing tight again. You don't understand, Holmes. You don't know what it's like to lose everything, to have it all stripped away by someone you trusted. Watson watched closely, his hand instinctively resting on the grip of his cane. The tension in the room was palpable, and he could see that Holmes was drawing closer to something critical. He could feel it. Perhaps I do understand more than you think, Mr. Burke, Holmes replied, his voice low but carrying an undercurrent of something more. But what I do know is this: the truth is seldom as simple as we would like it to be. You were betrayed, yes, but you are not the only one to have suffered at Montgomery's hands. Burke's eyes flickered with something, guilt, fear, but it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. You're wasting your time, he muttered. I had nothing to do with Montgomery's death. Holmes smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. Then perhaps you can explain why you were seen leaving Montgomery's estate just days before his death. Perhaps you can also explain why you've been living in such dire circumstances, despite once being a man of means. Burke's face drained of color, and his hand twitched slightly. For a moment, he looked like a man cornered, caught in a web of his own making. But then, as if steeling himself, he straightened and met Holmes's gaze. I had nothing to do with his death, Burke repeated, his voice now a harsh whisper. But you're right. He did destroy me. He took everything I cared about, and I'll never forgive him for that. Holmes took a step back, his eyes never leaving Burke's. I don't doubt that you are angry, Mr. Burke. In fact, I would be surprised if you weren't. But I still have questions that only you can answer. Perhaps it's time you told me the truth. Burke's lips tightened again, but he remained silent. His posture was rigid, as though he were holding something back, a secret, a confession. And yet, for all his words, Holmes knew the man was hiding something. It was more than just financial ruin. It was a deep, seething resentment that had built up over years of betrayal. Holmes stood still for a moment, contemplating the man before him. You say you're done with Montgomery, but I suspect that the scars he left on you run deeper than you're willing to admit. Burke's eyes flashed with anger, but he remained silent. The silence in the room was thick with unspoken truths, and Holmes knew that they were only just beginning to peel back the layers of this complicated case. The more Burke denied, the more Holmes was convinced that this was not just a matter of business betrayal. It was personal. I'll leave you with one thought, Mr. Burke, Holmes said as he turned to leave. The truth has a way of coming out, no matter how hard one tries to bury it. As they exited the townhouse, Watson looked at Holmes, his mind racing. Do you believe him, Holmes? Holmes didn't answer immediately. His eyes were already fixed on the path ahead, his mind whirring with the pieces of the puzzle that were slowly beginning to fall into place. I believe he's hiding something, Holmes said finally, his voice low but filled with certainty, and I intend to find out what. As the fog rolled in around them, Holmes's mind remained sharp and clear. He knew one thing for certain. The game was far from over. Eleanor's final confession. The heavy curtains of Eleanor Montgomery's sitting room were drawn, keeping the daylight at bay and cloaking the room in a near perpetual gloom. The air inside was thick with the faint scent of lavender and something else, something faintly bitter, like a memory of despair. Eleanor sat across from Holmes and Watson, her posture erect, but her eyes betraying an undercurrent of tension. It had been days since her husband's death, yet the pallor of grief seemed to have never left her. Her calm demeanor, however, belied a mind undoubtedly filled with turmoil. Holmes had always prided himself on his ability to read people, and Eleanor was proving no exception. There was something just beneath her carefully maintained composure, a thread of something darker, more secretive, that Holmes knew would eventually reveal itself. "Mrs. Montgomery," Holmes began, his voice even and direct, "we have been over this matter several times. But I must ask you once more. You told me your husband's death was a suicide, a tragic end to a life of complicated decisions. But I now believe we are dealing with something far more complicated. Perhaps you will help me understand it better." Eleanor's fingers twisted nervously in her lap, the very picture of a grieving widow caught between loyalty and truth. She had been consistent in her denials, her face locked in a mask of sorrow that seemed genuine, almost too genuine. Holmes watched her closely, every flicker of emotion and every shift in her body language examined with meticulous care. For weeks she had maintained that her marriage to Silas had been troubled, but that she was none the less a victim of circumstance. Yet Holmes could sense that the truth was more layered than that. "I have nothing more to add," Eleanor replied, her voice faltering ever so slightly. "My husband's death was the result of his own poor choices. I am not responsible for what happened to him." Holmes leaned forward, studying her with quiet intensity. "Mrs. Montgomery, you are a woman of intelligence, I believe. But there is something in your story that does not quite add up. Your husband was involved in numerous secretive and questionable ventures. You knew of them, didn't you?" Her lips pressed together tightly, her eyes briefly avoiding his gaze. It was the briefest of movements, but Holmes saw it clearly. A flicker of discomfort, of guilt perhaps. She wasn't telling him everything. "Yes," Eleanor finally admitted, her voice small, as though the words themselves caused her physical pain. "I knew about his business dealings. I knew that he had ties to men I would rather not know. But it was always his world, not mine. I never asked questions, and I never interfered. I simply didn't want to know." Holmes's expression remained stoic, but Watson, who had been sitting silently by his side, noted the slight narrowing of Holmes's eyes. This admission, so simple yet profound, left Watson uneasy. It seemed too convenient. She had turned a blind eye, she said, but was that the whole truth? "You didn't ask questions, Mrs. Montgomery," Holmes said softly, his voice cutting through the tension in the room like a scalpel. "But surely you must have suspected that your husband was involved in things that were less than reputable. The rumors, the whispers, did they never reach your ears?" Eleanor's face flushed at the insinuation, and for the briefest of moments she looked almost defiant. She wasn't used to being probed like this. "You don't understand," she said, her voice rising ever so slightly. "Silas was always in control. He made decisions. He did things that I couldn't even begin to understand. I was simply his wife. I stayed in the background. That was my place." Holmes allowed the silence to linger, letting the weight of her words settle in the room. He could feel her resistance, an instinct to hold on to her narrative of innocence, but Holmes knew better. The story she told was incomplete. No one, not even a wife, could be completely unaware of the murky dealings of a husband like Silas Montgomery. She had known. But how much had she truly known? And more importantly, what role had she played in it all? "You mentioned your place, Mrs. Montgomery," Holmes said, almost as if to himself. "But there is something about this place, your place, that raises questions. You were not an outsider in your husband's affairs, were you?" "No, you were very much a part of it, whether you chose to be or not." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat, and her eyes darted toward the door as if she were seeking an escape. But there was no getting away from Holmes's incisive gaze. She shifted in her seat uncomfortably, the reality of the situation sinking in. Holmes had cornered her. She began, but her words faltered. Then, with a deep sigh, Eleanor seemed to crumble, her shoulders slumping, as if the weight of her confession had finally reached a breaking point. "I knew more than I should have, and yes, I was complicit in his actions, but it was never meant to go this far." Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance, both men caught off guard by the sudden admission. Eleanor's voice trembled as she continued, each word strained with emotion. "I loved Silas once, and I wanted to believe that he would turn things around. But his greed, his desire for more, it consumed him. He became a man I didn't recognize. I tried to stay away from his dealings, but I couldn't. He needed me to help him cover up things. Sometimes it was small things, papers here, signatures there, and other times it was more significant things. I never wanted to be involved, but I couldn't stop it." Holmes's mind whirred as he processed this new information. Eleanor had been more than just a passive bystander. She had been an accomplice, albeit one who had been manipulated by her husband's control. But this didn't explain her complete detachment from the crime at hand. There was still something that didn't fit. Had her involvement only extended to secrecy, or had she taken more direct action in her husband's death? And the blackmail letters. Holmes probed, his voice steady. "We have discovered that Montgomery had been receiving blackmail threats. Did you know anything about those?" Eleanor's face turned pale, and she shifted uncomfortably in her chair. "Yes, I knew about them," she admitted. "He never told me directly, but I found the letters. He was worried, but he never wanted to discuss it with me. He always insisted he could handle it on his own." Her eyes became distant, and for a moment Holmes almost thought she was remembering something from another time. "He didn't want me involved, but I tried to warn him. I even tried to find out who was behind it, but he pushed me away. He was a man who never wanted help from anyone, not even me." Holmes leaned forward, his gaze hardening. "And you, Mrs. Montgomery, never thought that the letters might have something to do with his death, that maybe someone he wronged could have had a motive to take his life?" For a moment, Eleanor's composure faltered. "I never thought it would come to this," she whispered, her eyes downcast. "I never wanted him dead, but I wanted to be free. He controlled everything, our lives, our wealth, our future. I wanted out, Holmes. I wanted to be rid of him." Holmes's heart quickened. This was the missing piece. Eleanor's desire for freedom, her desperation to escape Silas's grip, had been powerful. Could that be her true motive? The inheritance, yes, but also the power to finally live life on her own terms. Holmes stood and paced, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Eleanor's actions, her admissions, suggested a woman caught between control and a desire to escape. Had she played a more active role in her husband's death, or was she simply a victim of her own choices, trapped by her loyalty and the years spent in her husband's shadow? "What exactly are you suggesting?" Eleanor asked, her voice barely a whisper. Holmes paused and turned to face her. "What I'm suggesting, Mrs. Montgomery, is that the truth is far murkier than you let on. You were not just a victim of Silas's control. You may have had far more to gain from his death than you are willing to admit." Her face paled, and her hand trembled as she reached for the glass of water on the table. Holmes's eyes never left her, sensing that the final confession was yet to come, the one that would unravel the last threads of this intricate mystery. Hensley's desperate measures. The air was thick with anticipation as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson made their way toward Lord Hensley's grand estate in the countryside, a sprawling manor that matched the grandeur of the aristocrat's wealth and standing in society. Holmes had already made several calculations in his mind, each one centering on the man they were about to face. Lord Hensley, a towering figure in London's aristocracy, had tried to remain composed during their previous interactions. But Holmes knew from the way Hensley's eyes flickered when his finances were mentioned that there was far more at play here than a mere business partnership gone sour. The sound of their carriage wheels crunching against the gravel drive seemed almost deliberate in its slowness, a methodical build-up to what Holmes suspected would be a crucial conversation. Lord Hensley was not a man accustomed to being cornered, but Holmes knew better than most that even the most powerful men had secrets they would go to great lengths to protect. And now, with the discovery of Hensley's financial ruin, Holmes believed he had the leverage to make the powerful lord crack under pressure. The tall oak doors swung open as they approached the manor, revealing Hensley's butler, who ushered them inside with the formality one would expect of the household of an esteemed lord. As they were shown into the drawing-room, Hensley himself rose from behind a grandiose mahogany desk, his sharp features betraying no emotion at first glance. The lord's height and commanding presence were almost overwhelming, but Holmes met his gaze without hesitation. "Ah, Holmes," Hensley said, his voice smooth, his aristocratic accent as polished as ever. "I trust you are making progress in the case?" "Progress indeed, my lord," Holmes replied evenly. "But I must confess, I find myself with more questions than answers." Hensley's lips curled slightly, and for a moment Holmes thought he could detect the faintest hint of nervousness beneath the facade. It was subtle, but it was there. "I hope your questions are not troubling ones," Hensley said with a smirk. "I have nothing to hide." Holmes studied him for a long moment before speaking again. "It has come to my attention that your financial situation is not as secure as you would like the public to believe, my lord." The shift in Hensley's expression was immediate. The subtle tension in his jawline, the slight deepening of his frown. Holmes could see the man's facade beginning to crack. "I have no idea what you are insinuating, Holmes," Hensley said, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "My financial affairs are quite in order." Holmes leaned forward slightly, allowing the words to settle between them. "Quite in order, indeed, because the records I have seen tell a different story, my lord. It appears that for some time now you've been living beyond your means, with creditors breathing down your neck, and I also have it on good authority that your business dealings with Montgomery had placed you at a severe disadvantage. It seems your financial troubles were not the result of mere bad investments, but rather something more deliberate." Hensley's eyes narrowed, and Holmes could practically hear the wheels turning in his mind, processing the new information. The man's composure was slipping, but Holmes could tell that Hensley was not yet ready to admit to anything. The silence stretched for a moment before Hensley broke it, his voice much colder now. "Montgomery was a fool, Holmes. We all know that. His greed and his poor decisions made him a liability to those of us who had far more at stake. Yes, I had business dealings with him, and yes, he may have made some decisions that harmed my finances, but I have no interest in your accusations." Holmes studied the lord's face, weighing his words carefully. "And yet you are quick to dismiss any connection to Montgomery's death, despite your apparent motive." Perhaps you were not merely a victim of his mistakes, my lord. Perhaps you were a participant in his unfortunate end. The room seemed to grow colder at the mention of murder. Hensley's posture stiffened, but his eyes betrayed his unease. He was being cornered, and the mask of confidence he wore was slipping away. "I don't know what you think you know, Holmes," Hensley said, his voice low and venomous, "but I am no murderer. Whatever you may think, I had nothing to do with Montgomery's death. I am a man of honor." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "Honor? Is that what you would call it, my lord, when you were willing to risk everything, your reputation, your wealth, by sinking further into illicit business dealings, knowing full well that it could bring ruin to everyone involved?" Hensley's face flushed, and for a brief moment Holmes could see the true depth of the anger bubbling beneath the aristocrat's calm exterior. "You are out of your depth, Holmes," he spat, his voice low. "You don't know the first thing about the pressures I faced, the deals I had to make to keep my name in good standing. I didn't want to get involved with Montgomery's schemes, but I was left with little choice." Holmes's sharp gaze never wavered. "It seems you had more than just little choice, my lord. The pressure was mounting. You were cornered. And when a man is desperate, when he has nothing left to lose, that is when he becomes capable of almost anything." Hensley's expression faltered for a fraction of a second, and in that brief moment Holmes saw it, the hint of desperation. The admission was subtle but telling. Holmes was sure of it now. Hensley had far more to do with Montgomery's death than he was willing to admit. "Perhaps you're right," Hensley muttered, more to himself than to Holmes. "Perhaps I was desperate, but I did not kill him." Holmes's mind raced as he pieced together the puzzle. The blackmail, the financial ruin, the fragile relationship between Montgomery and Hensley, it all pointed to something more. Hensley had been a man on the brink, and when the pressure had become too much, it was possible he had resorted to extreme measures. "You say you didn't kill him," Holmes said, his voice cutting through the tension, "but your involvement runs much deeper than that, doesn't it? You were complicit in the blackmail, weren't you?" Hensley's eyes flickered, and Holmes could see the hesitation before the lie formed on his lips. "I had no involvement in any blackmail." Holmes stood up, his demeanor calm but firm. "I disagree, my lord. The truth has a way of coming to light, no matter how well it's hidden, and I will ensure that your involvement is fully exposed." For a moment there was silence, heavy and pregnant with meaning. Hensley looked as though he might lash out, but instead his shoulders slumped in resignation. He seemed to deflate in front of them, the once imposing figure of the aristocrat, now a man cornered by his own lies. "You don't know what you're dealing with, Holmes," Hensley finally whispered, his voice laced with bitterness. "There are forces at play here far beyond your understanding." Holmes's sharp eyes never left him. "I understand enough, my lord, and I intend to uncover everything." As Holmes and Watson turned to leave, the trap had been set. Hensley had revealed enough, his desperation, his guilt, but not the full extent of his involvement. Holmes was certain that there was more to be uncovered, and he would not rest until every detail came to light. The game was far from over, and now with Lord Hensley's desperation fully exposed, Holmes knew that the next move was his. The final clue. The weight of the case had been bearing down on Sherlock Holmes for days. Each lead seemed to circle back on itself, as if it were a labyrinth with no clear exit. The death of Silas Montgomery had drawn Holmes into a web of intrigue, deceit, and betrayal, and while he had uncovered much, the final truth, the one that would untangle the knots and expose the mastermind, remained maddeningly elusive. But as Holmes sat in the dimly lit study of Montgomery's estate, a single detail caught his eye. like the final piece of a puzzle slipping into place. It had been several days since Holmes had last visited Montgomery's home, and the investigation had moved at a pace only he could truly follow. Watson had kept up, albeit with some skepticism, as Holmes' deductions seemed to fly in the face of logic at times, yet more often than not they had proven right. The clues were there, but they had been hidden, strategically placed by someone who knew what they were doing. Now, it seemed, Holmes had come across something the others had missed. It was just past midnight when Holmes uncovered it, a letter. An ordinary-looking letter tucked inside the lining of a leather-bound journal in Montgomery's private study. At first glance, it seemed nothing more than a correspondence from a distant business associate. But Holmes's eyes immediately sharpened. There was something off about the letter, something that didn't belong. "Watson," Holmes called softly, not taking his eyes off the letter. Watson, who had been leafing through a set of financial ledgers nearby, raised an eyebrow in curiosity and moved to join Holmes at his side. "What is it?" Watson asked, his voice low. Holmes held the letter up, his long fingers tracing the delicate paper. "It's not the letter itself, Watson," he said. "It's what's hidden within it." Watson frowned. "What do you mean?" Holmes' gaze never wavered as he slowly began to unfold the letter, revealing the tightly encrypted message within. The characters were arranged in a pattern that Holmes instantly recognized, a cipher, a complex code that only a few would be capable of deciphering. "This," Holmes murmured, "is no ordinary correspondence. It's a message." "What sort of message?" Watson asked, the skepticism clear in his tone. "And why would Montgomery have it hidden here?" Holmes set the letter aside and immediately began working through the cipher, his fingers moving quickly as he transferred the cryptic symbols onto a piece of parchment. He could see the pieces falling into place as the words began to form. "It's clear now," Holmes said, his voice a mix of satisfaction and unease. "This is a final clue, Watson, a clue that leads us straight to the heart of this conspiracy." As Holmes worked, Watson could only watch in silence. He knew that Holmes had a unique ability to see patterns others couldn't, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as the detective pieced together the encoded message. The blackmail letters, the secretive dealings, the powerful figures that had swarmed around Montgomery, they were all part of something much larger. And now Holmes was on the verge of uncovering the identity of the person who had masterminded it all. "Here it is," Holmes said finally, holding up the decoded letter for Watson to read. "It's a name, Watson, a name that has been hidden in plain sight." The words on the page were damning. They identified someone in Montgomery's inner circle, someone whom no one had suspected, someone who had been operating in the shadows. The message pointed to a single person, Dr. Sarah Griffith, Montgomery's personal physician. Watson's eyes widened. "Doctor? Griffith?" he repeated. "But she seemed—" "I know," Holmes interrupted, his tone sharp. "She seemed completely innocent, but now the picture is clear. Dr. Griffith had a much greater role in this than we first realized." "But why would she be involved in something like this?" Watson asked, his voice a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Holmes paced the study, his mind racing. "That's the question, isn't it? Why would a trusted physician, someone so close to Montgomery, become embroiled in such a scheme? And more importantly, why would she go to such lengths to protect herself?" Watson's mind was struggling to keep up with Holmes's rapid deductions. "You think Dr. Griffith was part of the blackmail, but Montgomery was blackmailing others, not the other way around." Holmes stopped pacing and turned to face Watson, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and resolve. "Exactly. And that's the key, Watson. The blackmail letters were written to throw us off, to make us think that Montgomery was the target. But in truth, he was the perpetrator of the blackmail. And the person who was most affected by Montgomery's dark dealings? Dr. Griffith. Watson was starting to piece it together. She was being blackmailed. She had a secret she was desperate to keep hidden. Holmes nodded. A secret that, if revealed, would have ruined her. Dr. Griffith was not simply a physician. She was part of Montgomery's inner circle, and she had more to lose than anyone. Watson's brow furrowed. But why murder? Why go to such extremes? Holmes's eyes narrowed. Because, Watson, the stakes were higher than just her reputation. There's something even more dangerous at play here. This isn't just about money or power. It's about survival. If Montgomery had lived, the conspiracy he was involved in would have been exposed. And if Dr. Griffith was the one person who knew everything, then she had the most to lose. Holmes set the decoded letter down on the desk, his mind already racing ahead. This isn't just a murder case, Watson. It's a war between powerful men and women, all fighting to protect their secrets. Montgomery's death was just the opening move in a much larger game, and now we're about to enter the final round. Watson's expression darkened. You're suggesting that Dr. Griffith wasn't just involved in the blackmail. She's the one behind it all? I believe so, Holmes replied, his voice low. She was the mastermind. At least she was the one who pulled the strings. And now the only question that remains is this. Will she stop at nothing to protect her secrets? The finality of Holmes's words hung in the air. Watson felt the weight of it settle over him like a heavy cloak. The case had taken a dangerous turn. Holmes's pursuit of the truth had led them to the very heart of the conspiracy, and the person at the center of it all was someone they had trusted. Holmes turned toward Watson, his face set in grim determination. Tomorrow, we confront Dr. Griffith. She has much to answer for. Watson hesitated for a moment before speaking. But Holmes, if she's the one behind it all, then we're dealing with someone who will do anything to protect herself. This won't end quietly. Holmes's expression softened for a fraction of a second, and then he nodded. I'm aware, Watson, but the truth must come to light, and I will stop at nothing to expose it. The final clue had been uncovered. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, and Holmes knew that the showdown with Dr. Griffith would be perilous. But he was ready. The game was reaching its conclusion, and Holmes had one final move left to make. With a sense of purpose that only he could truly understand, Sherlock Holmes prepared himself for the confrontation that would bring everything to an end and expose the true mastermind behind the death of Silas Montgomery. The fog had rolled in heavy that evening, blanketing the streets of London in a cold, dense mist. The lamplights flickered dimly through the haze as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson made their way toward the imposing, ornate building nestled at the edge of the city, a building that once represented wealth and power, but now stood as a silent witness to treachery and death. Holmes's eyes, sharp and calculating, gleamed with determination as he made his way through the shadowed streets. His mind was a whirlwind of deductions, each new revelation piecing together a puzzle that had once seemed insurmountable. Yet here they were, on the cusp of the final confrontation, where the truth would finally be unveiled. Dr. Sarah Griffith, the once trusted physician, had played her part in the intricate game of deception, but she was not the true architect of Montgomery's death. No, there had been someone else, someone who had eluded Holmes's scrutiny for far too long, and now Holmes knew exactly where to find them. Holmes, Watson said quietly, his voice edged with unease, I can't help but wonder. What if we're wrong? What if we've missed something? After all, there's a great deal at stake here. Holmes turned to face his companion, his expression unreadable. If there's one thing I've learned, Watson, he replied, it's that truth has a way of revealing itself in the end. The key is knowing where to look and knowing when to stop asking questions. But we've come too far to turn back now. We'll confront the one who has been pulling the strings. Watson swallowed, his mind racing. And who, Holmes? Who is the one behind all of this? Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, his eyes focused ahead, narrowing as they approached their destination, a grand, secluded mansion that belonged to none other than Lord Hensley. As they entered the mansion, the familiar sense of foreboding settled over Watson. They had crossed paths with Hensley before, a man of stature and influence whose strained financial dealings had been uncovered during their investigation. But now Holmes suspected that Hensley had been more than just an accomplice in Montgomery's death. In fact, he was the linchpin to a conspiracy that went far deeper than anyone had suspected. "Stay close, Watson," Holmes said softly, his voice low. "We're not dealing with mere business rivals anymore. This is a matter of betrayal on a much more personal level." Inside the mansion, they were met by a butler who led them through the opulent halls toward Hensley's private study. The walls were adorned with portraits of foreboding ancestors, their eyes following Holmes and Watson as they moved through the grand space. It felt as though the entire house was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. When they reached Hensley's study, the butler knocked on the door before stepping aside, allowing Holmes and Watson to enter. Hensley, the powerful lord who had once seemed so untouchable, sat at his desk, looking every bit the aristocrat. But Holmes knew better. The man's air of superiority masked a deep, festering desperation. Lord Hensley's eyes flicked toward them as they entered, his expression briefly faltering before he regained his composure. "Ah, Holmes," he said, his voice tinged with false cordiality. "I suppose you've come to ask more questions." Holmes's gaze locked onto Hensley with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the room. "We're not here to ask questions, Lord Hensley," Holmes replied, his voice cold. "We're here to deliver the final reckoning." Hensley's eyes flickered with a hint of nervousness, but he quickly masked it with a scoff. "Is that so? And what exactly do you believe you've uncovered this time, Holmes?" Holmes took a step forward, his eyes never leaving Hensley's. "I've uncovered the truth about Montgomery's death and the one who masterminded it." Hensley shifted in his seat, his hands clasped tightly together. "You really think you know who did it? Perhaps you found someone to pin the blame on, maybe Dr. Griffith or even poor Burke, whose reputation has already been tarnished beyond repair?" Holmes shook his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "No, Lord Hensley. The true mastermind is much closer than you think. In fact, you've known them all along." Hensley's jaw tightened. "I don't know what you're talking about, Holmes." Holmes's smile deepened, the thrill of the chase palpable in his voice. "You do, Lord Hensley. You see, while you were busy trying to maintain your public image, trying to distance yourself from the mess Montgomery left behind, you missed one crucial detail: your own involvement. You were not merely a business partner to Silas Montgomery. You were also his betrayer, his personal rival, and the one who orchestrated his fall." Hensley's eyes darkened, and for a moment Holmes could see the carefully constructed facade begin to crack. But Hensley remained defiant, his voice cold. "You're wrong, Holmes. I had no reason to betray Montgomery. Yes, we had our disagreements, but I would never—" Holmes interrupted him, his voice cutting through the denial. "You had everything to gain from Montgomery's death, Lord Hensley. You were deeply in debt, and Montgomery's dealings were threatening to expose your own financial troubles. But it wasn't just about money, was it? No, it was personal. The betrayal was far more intimate." Hensley's face turned pale, the truth dawning on him as Holmes's words hit their mark. "What are you talking about?" Hensley muttered, his voice cracking. Holmes's eyes were filled with a knowing intensity. You were not just partners, Lord Hensley. You were also rivals in love. Montgomery's relationship with Eleanor, your wife, was more than you could bear. The business dealings were only the surface. Beneath it all, there was a simmering rage, a rage that drove you to murder. A cold silence filled the room, broken only by the sound of Hensley's ragged breath. He rose from his chair slowly, his hands shaking. "You have no proof," he spat, his voice trembling. Holmes's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "The proof is in the details, Lord Hensley. Your financial troubles, your secret dealings with Montgomery, and most importantly, your connection to Eleanor. You wanted her, and when she chose Montgomery, you couldn't accept it. You plotted his downfall, and you used your connections to ensure his death." Hensley took a step back, his gaze darting toward the door, but Holmes was ready. "You were careful, Lord Hensley, but no one is careful enough to escape the truth. You're not just a business rival, you're a murderer." The room seemed to close in around Hensley as the weight of his actions bore down on him. The tension in the air was thick, the final moments of the game hanging by a thread. "I did what I had to do," Hensley whispered, his voice cracking with desperation. "He took everything from me, my business, my dignity, and my wife." Holmes's expression softened ever so slightly. "And in the end, you took his life. You'll face the consequences, Lord Hensley, and so will everyone who was involved in this web of lies." Watson stood silent beside Holmes, his eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and regret. This was the final truth, the devastating twist that had been hidden in plain sight all along. As the police arrived to take Hensley into custody, Holmes turned to Watson, his face set in grim resolution. "The game is over, Watson, but the cost of truth is always high." Watson nodded, his voice quiet. "Indeed, Holmes, but in the end, justice has been served." Holmes gave a final glance at the man who had orchestrated it all. "Perhaps, Watson, but at what price?" Chapter 4. The Shifting Allegiances. A new lead. The storm had passed, but the scent of rain still clung to Baker Street like the aftertaste of bad news. Holmes sat in his armchair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, as Watson sifted through the stack of documents recovered from the late Silas Montgomery's study. For hours they had combed through ledgers, personal letters, and financial records, each page another piece in a puzzle that was fast turning from a local scandal into something international in scope. Then Watson found it, tucked behind a false panel in the back of Montgomery's roll-top desk. Watson said, holding it up with a puzzled frown, "The ink's fresh. Addressed, oddly, to a man named Victor Calder." Holmes's eyes flicked open, sharp and alert. "Victor Calder? Are you absolutely certain?" "Quite. The envelope is unsealed." Look, Holmes rose from his chair in one fluid motion, crossing the room like a predator that had just caught the scent of something rare and dangerous. He took the letter from Watson's hands, his eyes scanning the contents rapidly. "Victor, the deal proceeds as expected. The others are unaware of the full extent, but they'll follow the scent of profit as always. Ensure the cargo is delivered discreetly. No more complications like in Marseille. I'll handle the politicians. Just make sure London stays quiet." S. Holmes exhaled slowly. "This changes everything." Watson leaned forward, eyebrows drawn. "Victor Calder, is he someone of interest?" "Of interest?" Holmes murmured. "He's a phantom in the criminal world. Arms dealer, smuggler, alleged conspirator in at least 3 overseas coups. Scotland Yard has tried and failed to catch him for nearly a decade. If Montgomery was corresponding with Calder, this is no longer a case of personal vengeance or political blackmail. It's a window into an international network of corruption and violence." Watson blinked. "And you're certain it's him?" "Undoubtedly. The reference to Marseille, the secrecy, the cryptic tone, it all fits Calder's known dealings. If Calder is involved, then someone in London's highest ranks might be feeding him information. Or worse, protecting him. Watson gave a slow whistle. What now? We visit Calder, Holmes said, with grim determination, already moving to gather his coat and revolver, before he has a chance to vanish. Calder's estate lay on the outskirts of London, nestled behind high iron gates and dense thickets of hawthorn and yew. The mansion itself was a brooding stone leviathan, its towers looming like silent sentries over the wild grounds. It wasn't a home, it was a fortress. The carriage ride was tense. Holmes sat rigid, lost in thought, his eyes flicking between the streets and the horizon. Watson watched his friend carefully. Something about the tone of that letter had disturbed Holmes in a way that few cases ever did. This wasn't just about justice anymore. It was about stopping something that could spiral far beyond one man's death. As they arrived at the estate, the gates creaked open reluctantly, as if the house itself disapproved of their presence. A towering man with a scar running from jaw to collarbone met them at the front door. He wore no uniform, but everything about him screamed military, recent and brutal. "We're here to see Mr. Calder," Holmes said, unfazed. "He's not receiving visitors," the man growled. Holmes tilted his head, his voice sharpening. "He will want to receive us. Or shall I pass word of this letter to Inspector Lestrade and the Home Office? I'm sure they'd be more insistent." The man's eyes narrowed. "Wait here." They stood in silence for several minutes before being ushered through a grand foyer and into a room that smelled of leather, cigar smoke, and oil, gun oil. The walls were lined with books, but Holmes noted the weight in the air. It wasn't the pressure of knowledge, but power, illicit, unchecked power. Victor Calder was younger than Holmes expected, late 40s perhaps, with silver at his temples and eyes like polished obsidian. He sat behind a desk built like a warship, his fingers idly tapping against the wood. "I don't typically entertain guests unannounced," Calder said, his voice as smooth as aged scotch. "But you're Sherlock Holmes. That makes things curious." Holmes did not sit. "You received correspondence from Silas Montgomery. You were partners." Calder smirked. So this is about poor Silas." "Poor?" Holmes raised an eyebrow. "You mean the man who blackmailed half the aristocracy and ended up murdered in his own home?" Calder gave a lazy shrug. "He played a dangerous game, one he was no longer equipped to win." Watson stepped forward. "And what about you, Mr. Calder? What exactly did Montgomery help you deliver discreetly?" Calder's gaze hardened. "Careful, Doctor. Allegations can be dangerous, even for men in your profession." Holmes smiled without warmth. "So can the truth. You knew about Montgomery's blackmail operation? More than that, I believe you supplied the means for it. Information, leverage, perhaps even protection. In return, you used him to keep London's elite distracted while you trafficked weapons under their noses." Calder's smirk didn't falter, but the tension in the room shifted. "You're clever, Holmes," Calder said, voice low, "but you're stepping into a world far larger than petty British politics. I don't answer to your laws. The people I deal with would rather burn a city to ash than be exposed. And yet," Holmes said softly, "you're frightened because Montgomery kept records?" Calder's hand paused mid-tap. "Yes," Holmes continued. "He was arrogant enough to think he could control everyone, including you, but he wasn't a fool. Somewhere in that estate, there's a ledger, names, dates, amounts, and it's not just London, it's France, Germany, possibly the Americas." "If such a ledger existed," Calder said carefully, "it would be worth killing for." Watson tensed. "So you admit it? You had a reason to want Montgomery dead?" "No," Calder said, his smile returning. I had reason to keep him alive. He was useful, reckless, but effective. His death complicates everything. Holmes studied him in silence, then gave a slight nod. You didn't kill him, but you know who did. Calder exhaled through his nose. Let's just say I suspect someone closer to home, someone who was supposed to keep him in check, but got nervous when he became unpredictable. Your aristocrats don't handle chaos well. Names, Calder, Holmes demanded. Who? Calder stood, crossing to the window. If I give you a name, Holmes, you'll be hunted. Not just by criminals, but by men with titles and power who make murder look like paperwork. Are you ready for that? I already am, Holmes said. Calder looked over his shoulder. Then remember the name, Lord Brighton, head of the Commerce Commission, the man pulling strings behind both Parliament and crime lords. He fed Montgomery his leverage, then panicked when Montgomery had started using it against him. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. You'll need proof, Calder said. Brighton never signs anything, but if you're right about that ledger, we'll find it, Holmes replied. As they turned to leave, Calder added one last comment. Oh, and Holmes, don't expect protection. If Brighton knows you're coming, he'll make sure you don't arrive. Back in the carriage, Watson turned to Holmes. You believe him? Partially, Holmes replied. He's protecting his own interests, but Brighton, that name has surfaced before. Minor mentions. Subtle tremors in big decisions. It fits. And the ledger? Holmes' eyes glinted. That's our next destination. Back to Montgomery's estate. We've only begun to uncover what he left behind. Watson exhaled. This is no longer just about murder. Holmes nodded grimly. It's about a war being fought in whispers and shadows, and we're already on the battlefield. Calder's denial. The air inside Calder's mansion felt thick, too warm, too still, as if the house itself had paused to listen. Holmes remained standing, hands folded behind his back, surveying the room with a predator's calm. Beside him, Watson shifted uncomfortably in the deep leather chair, sensing the tension rising like storm clouds above a battlefield. Victor Calder leaned back in his seat, a brandy glass cradled in his long fingers. The flicker of the fire illuminated the hard lines of his face, revealing nothing but careful control. I've already told you, Mr. Holmes, Calder said, voice cool and patient. Silas Montgomery was many things. A business associate, an opportunist, a fool at times, but I had no reason to kill him. Our dealings may have grown strained, but murder? That's not how I resolve business. Holmes tilted his head slightly. No, I imagine your solutions are more subtle. Collapsing foreign governments, perhaps, or redirecting weapons shipments to those willing to pay more. You don't get your hands dirty, not directly. Calder's lips twitched. You flatter me. Holmes took a step forward. The letter we found in Montgomery's study speaks of a deal. Cargo delivered discreetly, and complications in Marseille. That's not the language of commerce, Calder. It's the lexicon of covert operations, of arms trafficking. Calder swirled the liquid in his glass, watching it like it might whisper a better answer. Montgomery brokered connections. He had influence. Inside Parliament, inside the press. I used that. He used me. But that doesn't mean I wanted him dead. Holmes's eyes, sharp and unblinking, didn't leave Calder's face. It means someone did. Perhaps a partner who feared exposure, perhaps a rival seeking leverage, or perhaps someone within your organization who thought Montgomery had become disposable. At this, Calder's eyes flicked, not toward Holmes, but toward the large man standing silently in the corner of the room. Holmes turned slowly to face him. The bodyguard, broad, scar-faced, and built like a battering ram, had barely moved since their arrival. Yet now, beneath Holmes's gaze, his jaw tightened, and a bead of sweat trickled from his temple despite the still air. "Your man," Holmes said, gesturing, "is nervous." Calder chuckled. "He doesn't like uninvited guests." "I suspect he doesn't like what I'm implying," Holmes countered, "because he knows there's more here than you're telling me." Watson's gaze shifted to the man as well. "What exactly is his role in all this, Calder? Security? Enforcement? Or something less public?" The bodyguard's hand drifted toward his belt, subtly, but not subtly enough. Holmes noticed. "Watson," Holmes said casually, "do note the weapon under his coat. Right side, a .45 by the weight. American make, if I'm not mistaken. Illegal to carry in London?" The man froze. Calder raised a hand, the motion calm but firm. "No need for theatrics," Calder said smoothly. "James is here to protect my interests, that's all." "Is that what Montgomery became?" Holmes asked. "An interest that no longer needed protection?" The room went silent again, save for the distant tick of the grand clock on the mantel. Calder leaned forward, eyes hard now. Silas was unstable. He overplayed his hand, started threatening the wrong people, including me. I warned him, told him to slow down, but he thought he was untouchable. "And you?" Holmes asked. "Were you worried he might drag you down with him?" Calder didn't answer immediately. Instead, he set down his glass and stood, walking toward the window that looked out over his moonlit gardens. He clasped his hands behind his back. "I've done things, Holmes, things the Crown turns a blind eye to when it suits them. But I don't kill my associates. If I wanted Silas out of the way, I'd simply make sure he was tied up in enough scandal to disappear quietly. Unless," Holmes said, stepping closer, "he threatened to expose more than just your dealings. Perhaps he found leverage on you. Perhaps he learned something dangerous, something you couldn't allow to go public." Calder turned, his eyes shadowed. "What I do isn't for the faint of heart. But Montgomery knew the risks. He was a man playing with fire. I didn't need to strike the match. He did that himself." Holmes studied him a moment longer, then began to walk the room. Slowly, thoughtfully, he noted the strategic placement of items. Cigars arranged with military precision, a decanter tray that hadn't been touched except for Calder's own glass, a map of Europe on the wall, with pins marking certain volatile regions. One pin, freshly added, marked a port in Odessa. "Watson," Holmes said, "observe this map. Trade routes, military conflict zones. And here, these are not places a legitimate businessman would concern himself with. These are hotbeds of insurgency." Watson nodded grimly. "Looks like Calder's business goes far beyond London." Holmes turned again. "Let's speak plainly, Calder. If you're innocent of Montgomery's murder, then prove it. Give us the names. Who else was involved in your dealings with him? Who had something to lose if Montgomery talked?" Calder gave a humorless smile. "Even if I had names, I wouldn't hand them over to you." "Then you're protecting someone," Holmes said. Calder said nothing. "You're afraid," Holmes continued, "not of us, but of someone higher up, someone who doesn't make threats, only promises. A man like Lord Brighton, perhaps." Calder's silence deepened. A flicker in his eye confirmed more than words ever could. "Interesting," Holmes murmured. "Brighton funded several foreign aid missions last year, each of which coincided with a spike in arms movement across the continent. And now Montgomery ends up dead, holding letters tying him to you and to Brighton." Watson spoke softly. "You're a middleman in a much larger game?" Calder finally spoke again, his voice lower than before. "You're not wrong, but this game has rules, Holmes. Rules written in blood and signed in silence. If I say more, I won't live long enough to regret it. Then let us protect you, Watson offered. Calder laughed. You can't protect yourselves, let alone me. Brighton has eyes everywhere. You'll find that out soon enough. Holmes stepped forward again, eyes gleaming. If you won't talk, then I'll find someone who will. But know this. Montgomery's killer left behind more than just a corpse. They left a trail, and I will follow it. Calder looked at Holmes with something like respect. Or was it pity? Just be careful, Holmes, he said. You may not like what you find at the end. Back in the carriage, Watson pulled his coat tighter. He's hiding something. That much is clear. Indeed, Holmes replied, staring out the window. But not the murder, not directly. Calder knows who did it, but he won't say. He fears exposure, retribution. You believe Brighton is behind it all? I believe Brighton was the puppet master behind Montgomery's blackmail empire, and when Silas started to act on his own, Brighton cut the strings. Watson nodded slowly. So, what now? Holmes's voice was calm but cold. Now we return to Montgomery's estate. We find that ledger, and we expose the men who believe themselves untouchable. Watson exhaled. It's starting to feel less like an investigation and more like a revolution. Holmes allowed himself the ghost of a smile. Then let's be the spark, an unexpected ally. The fog had rolled in thick over Baker Street, muffling the night in a damp hush. Holmes was at his desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin, when the knock came. Not hurried, not timid, deliberate. Watson looked up from his notes. At this hour, Holmes said nothing. He already knew. Moments later, Mrs. Hudson opened the sitting-room door and whispered, "A Miss Griffith, sir. She says it's urgent." Holmes was already on his feet. "Show her in." Dr. Sarah Griffith entered quickly, pulling her coat tighter around her as though to shield herself from more than the weather. Her face, usually composed and clinical, was drawn tight with something approaching dread. Her eyes flicked around the room, taking stock, measuring the shadows. Holmes gestured for her to sit. "Dr. Griffith, we meet again, albeit under strained circumstances." She sat, fingers trembling slightly as she unclasped her gloves. "I didn't know where else to go." Watson poured her a cup of tea while Holmes remained standing, studying her. "You were Montgomery's personal physician," Holmes said. "Yet you left his service rather abruptly after his death." Sarah nodded slowly. "I had my reasons. I suspect they're why you're here now." She hesitated, then reached into her bag and withdrew a small photograph, yellowed slightly at the edges. She handed it to Holmes. He took it without a word. The image was of a woman, early 30s, strikingly elegant, dark eyes framed by high cheekbones and a cascade of raven hair. The background revealed little, perhaps a hotel room, perhaps a study, but her posture, head tilted, just so, gaze direct, hinted at intelligence, calculation. She called herself Isadora, Sarah said quietly. That wasn't her real name. I never learned it. But she visited Silas often, always in secret, always at night. He confided in her more than anyone else. Holmes didn't take his eyes off the photograph. "More than you?" Sarah let out a soft, bitter laugh. "He didn't confide in me. He tolerated me. I was there to patch him up when things got difficult, and toward the end they got difficult more often." Watson leaned forward. "You think this woman was part of the blackmail ring?" Sarah's voice was taut. "I don't know, but she knew things she shouldn't. She once confronted Silas over documents he hadn't even told me existed, files locked in a safe behind his study wall. She knew the combination." Holmes finally looked up. "You knew of the safe." "Eventually. I found it after his death, but it was empty." "Of course it was," Holmes murmured. "Someone beat you to it." Sarah's hands gripped her teacup tightly. "I think I was being followed. Twice this week someone has been outside my building. The same figure, always watching. That's why I came here. Holmes narrowed his eyes. You're frightened. She looked away. Yes. Why come to me now? He asked. You could have come days ago. You were there at the estate when the constables arrived. You vanished before they started asking questions. I didn't trust them, she said. I wasn't sure I trusted you. And now? She met his gaze, defiant. Now I don't have a choice. Watson leaned toward Holmes. She's telling the truth. Holmes raised a brow. You're certain? Watson shrugged. As certain as I can be. Look at her. She's exhausted, frightened, but not evasive. And if she were lying, she wouldn't come bearing this. He gestured to the photo. Holmes returned his eyes to the image. Isadora, he repeated. A name from a play, a mask behind a mask, and she had access to Montgomery's safe. That puts her not just in his trust, but inside the very conspiracy that killed him. Sarah tensed. You think she killed him? I think she knew who would. Sarah stood. Then find her, Mr. Holmes. Before they find me. She turned to leave, but Holmes's voice stopped her. One more thing, Doctor, he said. You said your involvement was more complicated than you let on? She froze. You weren't just his physician, Holmes continued. You were involved emotionally, romantically, or at least you once were. Her breath caught. That's not relevant. On the contrary, he said softly. It explains much. Why you stayed despite his cruelty, why you tried to protect him, and why you now wish to protect yourself. Sarah turned slowly, her eyes glistening. I loved him once, before I saw what he truly was, before he became a monster in a silk waistcoat. Holmes stepped toward her. You were part of his world. That makes you a key. The only question is whether you're willing to unlock the next door. She met his gaze and nodded. I'll help, but you must promise me, if I'm in danger, we'll protect you, Watson said before Holmes could respond. Holmes gave a tight nod. As best we can. But know this, Doctor. Griffith, the deeper we go, the more dangerous this becomes. When she had gone, Watson turned to Holmes. Do you believe her? She's telling the truth, Holmes said, or at least a version of it. Then who is this Isadora? Holmes studied the photo again, then rose and crossed to his files. He flipped open a thick dossier labeled Known Associates, Silas Montgomery, and began comparing photographs, reports, sketches. After several minutes, he stopped. Watson, he said, do you recall the diplomat's ball last winter? The scandal involving a viscount's wife and a missing satchel of state documents? Vaguely, Watson said. It was buried quickly, if I recall. Holmes held up a second photograph. This woman was seen there, under a different name, Elena Voss. She was reported to have fled to Vienna shortly after. Same woman? Watson asked. Without question. She's changed her hair, slightly altered her appearance, but it's her, Watson whistled. A chameleon. Holmes nodded grimly. And worse, connected to both political espionage and Montgomery's empire, which means she wasn't his lover. She was his handler. Precisely. They both stared at the photo on the desk, the two images now side by side. The same woman, two identities, and possibly dozens of secrets buried behind those inscrutable eyes. Holmes broke the silence. We need to find her. Immediately. Watson frowned. And what of Sarah? Holmes hesitated. She's in more danger than she knows, but she's useful for now. We must keep her close. Gain her trust fully. Then we'll know just how deep this rot goes. Watson sighed. This whole thing feels less like a murder and more like a war. Holmes looked up, face shadowed. That's because it is a war. One fought in whispers, blackmail notes, and poisoned teacups. And we've only just chosen a side. A dangerous proposition. The fog in London that night clung to the streets like a secret too heavy to lift. Gas lamps hissed through the damp, throwing distorted halos of light across cobblestone alleys. Holmes and Watson moved with purpose, their carriage slicing through the thick mist toward Scotland Yard, summoned by a note that arrived wrapped in oilskin and pressed with a thumbprint in red wax. Inside the yard, they were ushered past the usual line of desk clerks and stone-faced inspectors. At the far end of the corridor, behind a door marked Private, Authorized Personnel Only, waited Inspector James McGrath. McGrath was no ordinary officer. Sharp-eyed, granite-jawed, and perpetually disgruntled, he operated in the liminal space between law and politics, where secrets weighed more than statutes, and discretion was worth more than gold. He rose from behind his desk, motioning for them to sit. "You're poking a hornet's nest, Holmes," he said without pleasantries. "And this time the nest is made of iron and filled with gunpowder." Holmes gave the faintest of smiles. "Good morning to you too, Inspector." Watson, ever more diplomatic, added, "We came as soon as we received your message." McGrath dropped a folder onto the desk with a dull thud. "Here's what you wanted. Information on Calder's dealings. But I'll warn you now, it's worse than we feared." Holmes opened the folder and scanned its contents. Shipments routed through Denmark, coded communications via the Ottoman trade lines, rendezvous in Alexandria. "This isn't arms dealing. It's orchestration." McGrath nodded grimly. "And Calder's just a part of it. He was monitored for 6 months by the Crown's own intelligence unit. The trail links him to 5 foreign agents, 3 members of Parliament, and at least 2 noble families with significant influence in both domestic affairs and colonial interests." Watson blinked. "Montgomery was blackmailing them?" "Exactly," McGrath said. "He wasn't just using dirty secrets to gain leverage over business rivals. He had his hands in diplomatic matters, embassies, military contracts, treaties. He turned secrets into currency." "And someone didn't like that," Holmes muttered, his fingers drumming against the desk. "Someone with the resources to eliminate Montgomery and to clean up afterward." McGrath leaned forward. "And someone who is now watching you." Holmes glanced up sharply. "You've received word?" "Unofficially," McGrath said. "There are whispers in Parliament that you're meddling in things that were supposed to stay buried. That if you don't cease your investigation, steps will be taken." Holmes gave a short, mirthless laugh. "If I stopped every time a whisper threatened me, I'd never have solved a case in my life." "This isn't a case, Holmes," McGrath snapped. "It's a minefield. One wrong step, and it's not your reputation that'll be destroyed. It's your life." Watson sat forward. "Then why tell us any of this?" McGrath sighed and poured himself a drink from the crystal decanter on his sideboard. "Because I hate seeing good people used as pawns. Calder is a snake, yes, but he's also been strung up by powers far above his pay grade. The people who blackmailed him, who killed Montgomery, are untouchable. For now." Holmes's eyes gleamed, but not invisible. McGrath studied him. "You won't back down." "No," Holmes said plainly. The inspector swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "Then at least allow me to propose something that may keep you breathing long enough to finish what you've started." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "There's a man," McGrath said, "high up in the Foreign Office. Code name, Harridan. No real name in writing. He's been acting as a middleman between Calder and several foreign buyers. If anyone has knowledge of the entire operation, from the arms trades to the blackmail ring, it's him." "Where do we find this Harridan?" Holmes asked. "You don't," McGrath replied, but he'll find you if you make enough noise, which, given your recent visit to Calder's estate, you already have." Watson frowned. "Sounds more like bait than strategy." "Exactly," McGrath said. "You're already being watched. Use that. Keep pressing. But be careful. The moment you get too close, they won't hesitate to silence you." Holmes nodded slowly. "Understood." McGrath stood. "Then get out of my office before I'm seen with you. I've already stuck my neck out too far." Back in the carriage, the air was colder, heavier. Watson broke the silence first. "Do you trust McGrath?" Holmes's eyes were fixed out the window. "I trust that McGrath hates corruption more than he fears authority. That makes him useful, for now." "And this Harridan? A ghost, but a ghost with fingerprints. We'll find them." Watson exhaled, his breath fogging the glass. "This has gone far beyond a single murder." Holmes turned to him. "It always was. Montgomery's death wasn't an act of passion or revenge. It was a clean-up job, a removal of a liability." Watson shook his head. "And yet every thread we follow leads to more danger, more powerful enemies." Holmes smiled faintly. "Then we're on the right track." That evening, Holmes returned to the encrypted letters recovered from Montgomery's estate. There, hidden within the margins of one particularly battered envelope, was a set of coordinates, nothing more than numbers at first glance, but with the aid of a cipher wheel and a keen eye, Holmes translated them into a date, a time, and a location. "Warehouse 9, he murmured. "Dockside, tonight." Watson's eyes narrowed. "That's one of the private docks, isn't it? Used by foreign cargo vessels." "Precisely," Holmes said. "And if Harridan is watching, he'll be there, or someone who answers to him." Watson stood. "Then we go?" Holmes slid a revolver into his coat. "We go." At Dockside, the warehouse loomed like a sleeping beast. Crates were stacked high along the perimeter. The air reeked of salt, coal, and something vaguely metallic. Holmes and Watson crouched in the shadows, watching. Minutes passed. Then a carriage rolled in, unmarked. Two figures emerged, one tall and lean, the other broader, face hidden under a flat cap. They approached the warehouse and knocked a rhythm against the steel door. The door opened. Holmes moved. In a flash, he and Watson had crossed the distance, slipping inside before the door clanged shut. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets. A low murmur echoed from deeper within, voices, negotiating. Holmes crept forward, using the crates for cover. Then he saw him. Not Calder, not a thug or smuggler, but a man in a navy greatcoat, standing straight-backed with the confidence of a bureaucrat and the cunning of a spymaster. Holmes recognized him instantly from a dossier years ago, attached to an opium network in Constantinople, then scrubbed clean. Harridan. Holmes motioned for Watson to stay back. He edged closer, straining to hear. "Delay the next shipment," Harridan was saying. "Calder's being watched. We need to route through Marseille instead." "And Montgomery?" the other voice asked. "Taken care of, but others are asking questions. We may need to tie off more ends." Holmes froze. That tone, flat, emotionless, murder as logistics. He stepped back, but a board creaked beneath his foot. Harridan's head snapped up. "Who's there?" Holmes bolted. Shouts erupted. A gun fired. Watson ducked. Returning fire, crates shattered as bullets tore through the wood. Holmes and Watson dashed through a side exit, slipping into the alley as chaos erupted behind them. They didn't stop running until they reached the fog-covered main road and flagged a carriage. Inside, Holmes's chest heaved with exertion, but his eyes burned with certainty. "We've seen him," Watson said. "We've seen the spider in the web." Holmes nodded. "Now we know who spins it, and tomorrow we begin pulling the threads." A plot twist revealed. The early morning silence of 221B Baker Street was broken only by the rustle of papers and the occasional sharp click of Holmes's magnifying glass against the wood of his desk. The fire crackled low in the grate, casting flickering shadows on the walls, shadows that seemed to pulse with the weight of revelation. Holmes sat hunched over an envelope, its wax seal long broken but its contents untouched until now. It had been hidden in the false bottom of a drawer retrieved from Montgomery's private study, an unassuming letter, overlooked during their initial search, and yet it contained the key that would crack the entire case open. "Watson," Holmes said, not looking up. "Come look at this." Watson, freshly returned from his rounds, leaned over his friend's shoulder. Holmes unfolded the parchment with delicate precision. The handwriting was familiar, elegant, controlled, but with a slant that gave away its author before even reaching the signature. Eleanor Montgomery, the widow, the grieving wife, the woman who had cried beneath a black veil and sworn she knew nothing. But now her name was written atop a memorandum addressed to none other than Victor Calder. Watson's brows knitted. "Good God! It's her." "Yes," Holmes said coolly, "and not merely involved, Watson, or complicit. This letter outlines strategy, leverage, and targets. It refers to financial arrangements, secrets extracted, names on a list, all high-ranking members of Parliament, foreign diplomats, industrial titans." Watson took the letter, eyes scanning faster. "She was orchestrating it?" Holmes nodded. Montgomery's blackmail empire wasn't his alone. It was a joint enterprise, and the language in this document suggests Eleanor was the silent partner, or perhaps not so silent after all. There was a sudden clarity in Holmes's expression, that razor-edged focus that appeared only when the final piece slid into place. "Think about it, Watson. Montgomery was a loud man, too loud. He flaunted his power. But someone had to collect the secrets, clean the books, ensure the pawn stayed in place. That person was Eleanor." Watson was still absorbing the shock. "But why? What would she gain?" Holmes stood and began pacing. Montgomery was a brute, a political shark with more arrogance than caution. She, however, is calculating, smart, strategic. She married into power, then built a fortress of influence within it. And when he became a liability, Watson said slowly, "She removed him," Holmes finished. There was a pause as the full weight of the twist settled between them. The image of Eleanor Montgomery, dressed in mourning, eyes wet with practiced grief, was now twisted into something far more dangerous, the mastermind behind a conspiracy that extended beyond borders and bank accounts. "But there's more," Holmes said, retrieving a second slip of paper tucked inside the envelope. This one was much shorter. It bore only a line of typed text, blocky and impersonal. "Stop digging, Mr. Holmes, or you'll be buried with the rest." Watson's blood ran cold. "They know." Holmes folded the note with practiced calm. "Of course they do. Calder, Harridan, and now Eleanor. The moment I found this letter, the clock started ticking." "Then what do we do?" Holmes moved to the window and stared out into the fog. "We do what we always do, Watson. We finish the game." Later that day, Holmes and Watson returned to the archives, this time to trace the financial connections Eleanor had alluded to in her letter. What they found was a series of shadow transactions, laundered through dummy corporations registered in the names of long-dead aristocrats. The money trails led through Vienna, Cairo, and even Shanghai. "She wasn't just blackmailing," Watson murmured. "She was funding something." Holmes's eyes narrowed. "Arms movement, political interference, assassinations masked as accidents. This wasn't about money. It was about control. Global Reach purchased one secret at a time. They tracked a payment to a known associate of Calder's, an intermediary who had disappeared 2 weeks before Montgomery's death. The implication was clear. Anyone who outlived their usefulness was eliminated. And now Holmes was growing far too useful to remain alive. By evening, 221B Baker Street had been transformed into a war room. Maps were pinned across walls, strings tied events to players, newspaper clippings, coded messages, and surveillance reports filled every surface. Watson stood silently as Holmes connected the final dots. Montgomery was only half the architect. Eleanor provided the intelligence. Calder supplied the power. Harridan facilitated the logistics. And what now? Watson asked. We can't take them all down. No, Holmes agreed, but we don't need to. We just need to crack the center, remove the heart, and the body collapses. A knock at the door interrupted them. Mrs. Hudson entered, face pale. Mr. Holmes, you've got a visitor. She's very insistent. Who? Holmes asked. Mrs. Hudson hesitated. Lady Eleanor Montgomery. Eleanor stepped inside like she owned the room. Dressed in black still, though now her veil was lifted and her eyes burned with icy confidence. I see you've been busy, she said, glancing around at the organized chaos, plotting, stringing threads together. You always were dramatic, Mr. Holmes. Watson stiffened. Holmes said nothing. I assume you found the letter, she continued. You weren't meant to, but I had a feeling your curiosity would override your caution. Holmes tilted his head. You wanted me to find it. She stepped forward, the heels of her boots clicking softly. I wanted to see how far you'd go, and now I have. You're too clever for your own good. Then why come here? Watson asked sharply. Eleanor gave a cool smile. To offer you a choice. Holmes raised an eyebrow. You can walk away, disappear for a time. I have the resources to ensure your reputation remains intact. No questions asked. And if I don't? Holmes asked. Her smile vanished. Then you'll end up like Montgomery, or worse. Forgotten. Watson moved between them, protective. You killed him. She met his gaze without blinking. He got sloppy. He started using the secrets for ego, not leverage. He endangered everything I built. And now you're doing the same, Holmes said quietly. Eleanor turned to him. No, Mr. Holmes, I'm offering you something rare. Survival. Take it. There was a pause. Holmes's voice was like steel. No. Eleanor's expression didn't change. Then I hope you've made peace with your ghosts. She turned and left, the door clicking shut behind her, like a guillotine blade. That night, Holmes sat alone in his study long after Watson retired. Rain lashed the windows. The fire was nearly out. He stared at the map on the wall, at the connections he'd uncovered, and the risk he now faced. This wasn't a case anymore. It was a war. But in his hand, he held a final clue, a copy of Eleanor's signature on a sealed document retrieved from an old business transaction with Calder. It wasn't just her involvement it confirmed. It linked her to a future meeting, one scheduled 2 days from now, in a country estate outside London, a gathering, possibly the final meeting of the minds behind the conspiracy. Holmes knew what he had to do. He would go and bring it all crashing down. Chapter 5. The web tightens. The mysterious woman. She lived in a townhouse tucked behind Kensington Gardens, discreet, regal, and tastefully unassuming, just like the woman herself. The curtains were always drawn just enough to let the light in, but never the gaze of passers-by. Isabella Carter, once a celebrated socialite, now lived a life wrapped in silk shadows. Holmes and Watson stood at her door, cloaked in anonymity. No carriage, no police escort. Just two men in plain clothes, faces turned downward as if they were calling on a sick relative rather than knocking on the gate of one of London's most guarded secrets. Do you suppose she'll talk? Watson asked as Holmes pressed the doorbell. She'll have to, Holmes said. Too many players are vanishing from the board. It's time we meet the Queen. The door opened, not with a creak, but with a whisper. A maid, young, silent, and clearly instructed, led them down a corridor lined with paintings of dead-eyed ancestors and golden-framed landscapes. Every inch of the home spoke of old money and older secrets. Then they saw her. Isabella Carter stood at the end of the hall like a question mark draped in velvet. Her eyes were not merely watchful, they were weapons, calm, calculated. Not the kind of eyes that had wept recently or ever. Mr. Holmes, she said. Dr. Watson, I wondered how long it would take. Holmes gave a small bow. Then you're aware of our inquiry? I'm aware of many things. Come in. They entered a drawing room that smelled faintly of lavender and something else. Cigar smoke, perhaps, remnants of a man who no longer visited. Holmes clocked the details in seconds. The unlit pipe by the hearth, the photograph face down on the mantel, a locked desk drawer with fresh scratches around the keyhole. Tea? Isabella offered, sitting down without waiting for their answer. Watson declined politely. Holmes remained standing. You knew Montgomery, he said, wasting no time. She arched an eyebrow. Everyone knew Montgomery. Biblically? Hardly. She gave a half smile. That man loved power far more than he ever loved a woman. Holmes stepped closer, his gaze locked on hers. Then why did he write to you? Why keep your photograph hidden in a locked drawer? In his study. That got her attention. A flicker, just a flicker of unease. Because I knew something he didn't want the world to know, she said softly, and he thought he could use it. Which was, Isabella leaned back. He had discovered a cover-up, Mr. Holmes, one that implicated very powerful people, men who were never meant to have their secrets exposed. He believed I had a key piece of the puzzle. Holmes nodded. Go on. A year ago, she said, Montgomery approached me after a charity gala. He claimed to have evidence that a group of political figures, some domestic, some foreign, were involved in an arms trafficking network. They were using state contracts to funnel weapons to off-the-record factions across Europe, black ops essentially. It wasn't just about money. It was about influence. And you were connected how? Watson asked, puzzled. I had once been engaged, she said carefully, to a man who died under suspicious circumstances while working at the Foreign Office. He told me before his death that there were files hidden in a location only I knew about. Montgomery found out he wanted those files. Holmes's voice dropped. Did you give them to him? I gave him what I had, but it wasn't enough. It only led to more questions and more danger. Did he threaten you? Not directly. He didn't need to. She looked down. I knew what kind of man he was. Charm was just a tool for him. He was already making enemies long before I ever got involved. Holmes stepped toward the fireplace. He picked up the pipe, turned it in his hand, and you believe his death was connected to this cover-up? I don't believe it, she said. I know it. He told me days before his death that someone from within the group had made contact. He was scared, Mr. Holmes, and Montgomery was never scared. He said he was about to release the information, but he needed to ensure someone else could carry on if he didn't survive. Watson leaned in. Do you have a name? She hesitated. He only ever called him the shadow broker, a liaison between the arms network and their political puppets. No real name, no face, just a voice on the end of a line. Holmes was silent for a long moment. And did you ever meet this broker? She shook her head. But I know someone who did, a man named Everett Langston. He used to handle overseas shipments for the Ministry of Trade. He vanished 2 weeks after Montgomery died. Holmes's expression sharpened. Another ghost. No, Isabella said. I think he's still alive, but he's hiding. I can try to find him quietly. But if I do, you'll need to protect him. Holmes looked at her closely. You've kept your hands clean so far, Miss Carter. Why the sudden turn? She didn't answer at first. Then she said quietly, because if they killed Montgomery, they can kill anyone, including me. There it was. Truth stripped bare of pretense. Her alliance wasn't based on justice or guilt. It was servile. Holmes respected that. We'll find Langston, he said, and if what you're saying is true, we'll bring the whole rotten edifice crashing down. But even as he said it, his mind was already spinning in other directions, because Montgomery's death was no longer a case of revenge, nor a simple power play among rivals. It was a silencing, a surgical removal of a threat. And now Holmes and Watson were next on the list. As they stepped back into the fog-drenched streets of London, Watson glanced at Holmes. "Do you trust her?" Holmes's voice was quiet. "I trust that she wants to live, and that, Watson, makes her very useful." "Montgomery was trying to expose a conspiracy," Watson muttered, "and now we've inherited it." Holmes stopped walking. "Not inherited, hijacked." He looked up, eyes gleaming with something between madness and genius. "The question is no longer who killed Montgomery. The question is, what were they afraid he'd reveal?" And with that, he turned and vanished into the mist, already 2 steps ahead, unraveling Eleanor's connection. In a city built on secrets, Eleanor Montgomery had mastered the art of concealment. Her grief had always been polished, subtle enough to seem sincere, but distant enough to raise questions. As Holmes and Watson dug deeper into the labyrinth of lies surrounding Lord Montgomery's death, it became clear that Eleanor was no mere grieving widow. She was hiding something, and Sherlock Holmes was closing in. The clue came from a seemingly unrelated financial document. A donation ledger buried inside a stack of redacted files provided by Inspector McGrath listed a series of large untraceable donations made by an offshore entity tied to Eleanor. The recipient, a political action committee fronted by one Senator Richard Knightley, an American politician known for his ruthless lobbying, shady international dealings, and more than a passing interest in Britain's domestic affairs. Knightley had no business accepting Eleanor's money, unless that money wasn't truly hers to give. Holmes paced before the fireplace in 221B Baker Street, the flickering fire throwing angular shadows across his features. Watson, beaten, with arms crossed, finally broke the silence. So Eleanor was funneling money to a foreign politician. For what purpose? "To buy silence," Holmes replied. "Or loyalty. Either way, it stinks of coercion." He tossed a dossier onto the table. "Knightley's been under quiet surveillance for years. Weapons contracts, energy kickbacks, covert ties to arms dealers, most notably Victor Calder." Watson's eyes narrowed. "You think Eleanor was in business with Calder?" "No," Holmes said slowly. "I think she was in damage control, trying to keep the men her husband angered from turning on her family. Or perhaps ensuring their cooperation if Montgomery ever decided to burn bridges. And Knightley?" Holmes lifted a photograph, grainy, taken from a surveillance camera. It showed Eleanor at a private reception in Washington, standing far too close to Knightley, speaking with an intimacy that transcended diplomacy. "She knew him well," Holmes said. "Too well," Watson whistled low. "Then it's not just about shielding Montgomery. She had her own connections?" "Precisely." That afternoon, Holmes and Watson arrived at the Montgomery estate under the pretense of returning a personal item recovered from the late Lord's office. The real purpose? A confrontation long overdue. Eleanor met them in the drawing room, dressed in deep navy, her posture perfect as always. She offered tea, which Holmes declined with a polite but pointed silence. "I presume you haven't come for pleasantries?" Eleanor said, folding her hands delicately. "No," Holmes replied. "We've come for truth." She arched a brow, unfazed. "I've already told the police everything I know." Holmes stepped forward, eyes locked on hers like a predator circling prey. "Did you also tell them about Senator Knightley? About the payments made from a Cayman account under your name? Or the photograph taken in D.C., a charity gala, wasn't it? You and the senator seemed cozy." A flicker of something, irritation, or perhaps regret passed over her face, but she quickly buried it beneath her usual composure. "I won't insult your intelligence, Mr. Holmes. Yes, I knew Richard. We met years ago, before my husband became entangled in these affairs. I never hid that. You hid the donations, sir, Holmes said sharply. You lied about your husband's financial interests. And you conveniently forgot to mention that Knightley was one of the men Montgomery planned to expose. She inhaled slowly, then exhaled. I lied to protect my family. Watson leaned forward. From what, precisely? From the world my husband created, she said bitterly. Arthur, he wasn't the man the public adored. He was brilliant, yes, but arrogant, reckless. He dabbled in secrets far darker than I ever anticipated. Holmes said nothing, simply watching her. Waiting, Eleanor continued. When I found out what he was planning, I begged him to stop. I told him that exposing people like Knightley, Calder, and the rest, it wouldn't just ruin them, it would destroy us, our name, our children. So, you paid Knightley to stay quiet? Holmes asked. No, she said. I paid him to warn me. Holmes blinked. That was new. She stood and walked to the window, staring out over the grounds. Knightley is a terrible man, but he doesn't betray loyalty unless you give him reason. I thought if I could stay ahead of the storm, I could protect what was left of our lives. And did you? Holmes asked. Her voice cracked slightly. No, I was too late. Watson glanced at Holmes. Do you believe her? Holmes didn't answer immediately. He was studying Eleanor, her body language, her tone, the way she avoided eye contact only when discussing Montgomery's final days. He wasn't sure if it was guilt or grief. Finally, he said, You knew your husband was being blackmailed. You knew who was behind it, and yet you said nothing. You let us chase shadows. I couldn't be sure, she replied. Everyone around him had a motive. Everyone was lying, including Arthur. She turned back toward them, her eyes suddenly sharp. But I didn't kill him. Perhaps not with your own hands, Holmes said, but your silence, your deals with the devils may have paved the way. Tension thickened in the room. Then Eleanor said something that caught Holmes off guard. There's a letter, she said. He wrote it the night before he died. I found it, but I couldn't bring myself to read it. Perhaps it's time someone else did. She crossed the room, unlocked a drawer in her desk, and handed Holmes a sealed envelope with Arthur Montgomery's insignia. Holmes took it with gloved hands and opened it carefully. The handwriting was erratic, rushed, but unmistakably Arthur's. The contents were short, just a few lines. Eleanor, if anything happens to me, it wasn't Calder. It wasn't Knightley. It was someone I trusted, someone close, someone who knew exactly where I kept the files. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. I love you. Holmes read it twice, then passed it to Watson. Eleanor sat down, visibly shaken. He never showed me this. Perhaps he didn't trust you either, Holmes said coldly. And now we must ask ourselves, who else was close enough to know where the files were hidden? Watson looked up. Sarah Griffith? Holmes nodded grimly. Or Isabella Carter, or even McGrath. But someone knew, and they used that knowledge to end Montgomery's life. Eleanor looked at them, her facade finally cracking. Then find them, finish what he started. Holmes folded the letter and slipped it into his coat pocket. That is precisely what I intend to do. Back in the cab, Watson turned to Holmes. Do you believe her? I believe she's more afraid than guilty, Holmes said, but fear makes people dangerous. And the letter? It changes everything. Montgomery wasn't betrayed by a stranger. He was betrayed by someone in the inner circle, someone we've already met. Watson frowned. Then where do we go next? Holmes stared out the window, watching the fog roll in like a curtain before a final act. We revisit everyone, every ally, every suspect. One of them isn't who they claim to be. He leaned back in his seat, tapping the letter against his knee. The web is tightening, Watson, and the spider is still out there. Calder's last stand. The air outside Victor Calder's estate was unusually still. No rumble of cars in the circular driveway, no voices barking orders, no bodyguards stationed by the wrought iron gate. Just silence, like a once feared kingdom now abandoned. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances as they stepped from their cab. Something had shifted. Holmes pressed the buzzer beside the gate. A moment later, it creaked open, not electronically, but by hand. A man in plain clothes waved them through, his jacket conspicuously bulging at the hip. "He's expecting you," the man said, not making eye contact. Watson whispered under his breath, "Friendly welcome?" Holmes didn't respond. He was already reading the scene like a chessboard. 2 guards stationed inside, both near the exits, one with a slight limp that would delay pursuit. Calder was nervous, yes, but not reckless. Not yet. Inside, the opulence of Calder's mansion had lost its luster. Paintings were askew. Papers were scattered. Several boxes were half-packed, as if he were preparing for a sudden flight or had just called one off. Calder stood in the center of the drawing room, his usual arrogance worn thin. The man looked smaller somehow. His finely tailored suit, unable to hide the tremor in his left hand as he reached for his whiskey. "Gentlemen," he said hoarsely, "come to put the final nail in my coffin?" "That depends," Holmes replied. "Are you ready to stop hammering your own?" Calder chuckled without humor, took a drink, and dropped into the leather armchair like a man too tired to pretend anymore. "I know what this looks like," he muttered, "but I didn't kill Arthur Montgomery." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "You're repeating yourself. That typically means you're out of new lies." "I'm not lying," Calder snapped, a flash of his old temper showing through. "Arthur was a pain in the ass. But he wasn't my enemy. Not really. We had an arrangement." "Blackmail?" Watson asked. Calder smirked, as if amused by the simplicity of the word. "Let's call it mutual leverage. He had dirt on everyone. Politicians, industrialists, military contractors. But I had insurance of my own." Holmes stepped closer. "Insurance you're now willing to trade." Calder's smile vanished. "Because I have nothing left to protect. My accounts are frozen. My buyers have disappeared. Someone is cutting me out of the picture, and not subtly. I'm being erased, Mr. Holmes. I may be a criminal, but I'm not a fool. This isn't business anymore, it's survival." He reached into a drawer and pulled out a black folder sealed with a wax emblem. He hesitated, then handed it to Holmes. "That," Calder said, "was intercepted 6 weeks ago. An encrypted message sent through a private channel used by the late Lord Montgomery. I couldn't crack it, but my source said it originated from a government server. Not British." Holmes opened the folder. Inside was a single sheet of paper with an alphanumeric cipher and a strange watermark, an eagle clutching arrows, overlaid with Latin script. He instantly recognized the seal. "American intelligence," Holmes murmured. Calder nodded. "The message wasn't meant for Arthur. It was about him. Someone wanted him silenced, but not by me. I was told to stay out of it, and when I didn't, everything I'd built started falling apart." Watson leaned over Holmes's shoulder. "So you're not the puppet master? Just another pawn?" Calder looked away. "I thought I was at the top of the food chain. Turns out I was just a well-fed parasite." Holmes tucked the document into his coat. "Why give this to me now?" Calder looked him dead in the eye. "Because I've run out of other options. If you don't take down whoever's behind this, I'll be dead in a week. Maybe less." Holmes narrowed his eyes. "You've manipulated governments, started wars for profit, and buried more than your fair share of inconvenient bodies. Why would anyone trust you now?" "I don't expect trust," Calder replied flatly. "I expect self-interest. You want to solve this case. I want to stay alive. That cipher is your next breadcrumb." There was a pause. Then Calder added, almost as an afterthought, "But if you do crack it, Be careful who you share it with. This isn't just about Montgomery anymore. It's about control of information, of history, of truth. Back in the cab, Watson looked at the sealed folder again, his brow furrowed. You think it's real? He asked. Holmes didn't answer immediately. He was staring out the window, his mind already dissecting the structure of the cipher, pairing it with known U.S. intelligence markers and Montgomery's digital communication patterns. Finally, he said, It's real, and it's dangerous. But Calder, why give it up now? Because he's desperate, Holmes said. And desperation for men like him is more honest than fear. Watson snorted. Honest? You think we can trust anything that snake says? Holmes turned toward him. Number, but we can use him. And right now he's more useful talking than he is bleeding in a ditch. Watson grimaced. You think someone's about to clean him up? I think someone already started, Holmes replied. He's lost money, protection, power. Next comes silence. Permanent silence. That night, Holmes locked himself in his study and spread the cipher across the desk. It wasn't a simple substitution. It wasn't a Caesar shift or a Wegener code either. No, this was modern encryption, masked as old-school spycraft. The pattern was irregular, as if built from multiple keys layered atop each other. But in the right corner of the page, just faint enough to be missed, was a notation. Isabel, 23. Holmes's eyes narrowed. Isabella Carter, the socialite, the alleged confidant, the woman who swore she had no romantic involvement with Montgomery, but had clearly known much more than she let on. Isabel, 23, Holmes repeated under his breath. A password, a decryption key, or a file reference. He pulled the photograph she had given him, the one of the unknown woman in Montgomery's life. But now, as he looked closer, he noticed a detail he'd previously dismissed. The necklace. A fine silver chain with a pendant shaped like a number. 2 interlocking digits. 2 and 3. 23. Holmes's heart quickened. Coincidence? Or confirmation? He returned to the cipher and began cross-referencing the digits with Montgomery's known encryption sequences. 30 minutes passed, then an hour, and then lines of text began to emerge. Not a message, a log of conversations between Eleanor Montgomery and Senator Knightley, between Calder and U.S. Embassy staff, between Sarah Griffith and an unnamed agent listed only as Aurelius. It wasn't just a conspiracy. It was a transcript of betrayal. And near the end of the decrypted file, one line stood out like a flare in the dark. Target compromised, execution scheduled. Ensure Carter is silenced after drop. She knows too much. Holmes's blood ran cold. Watson! He shouted, already grabbing his coat. Get your revolver. We're going back to Isabella Carter now. By the time they arrived, her flat was dark. Too dark. The door was ajar. Holmes signaled Watson to follow silently. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, scanning every shadow, every overturned item. The living room was wrecked. Papers scattered, furniture broken, a struggle, and blood, but no body. A single envelope lay on the kitchen table, addressed simply to S.H. Holmes, tore it open. Inside was a photograph. Isabella, bruised but alive, her mouth gagged, eyes wide. On the back, a message scrawled in thick black ink. You should have listened. Stop digging. Next time, we send the body. Watson exhaled slowly. They've taken her. Holmes stared at the message for a long moment, then folded it carefully and placed it back in the envelope. They've made a mistake, he said quietly. They think threats will work? Holmes shook his head. Number. They think she's the last loose end. He turned toward the door, eyes burning with the fire of revelation. They forgot one thing, Watson. What's that? I was never afraid of the dark. The unlikely informant. The fog rolled in heavy that morning, muffling the usual clatter of London as Holmes sat at 221B Baker Street, turning the encrypted message over in his mind. His study, usually a monument to organized chaos, now looked like a war room. Maps, photographs, red thread connections, Eleanor Montgomery, Victor Calder, Senator Knightley, and now Isabella Carter, missing, possibly worse. Each name was pinned like a butterfly under glass, but the net hadn't caught the mastermind yet. Watson entered, placing 2 cups of strong coffee on the desk. "Still nothing new?" he asked. "Only a growing sense that I've missed something obvious," Holmes muttered. "Every trail leads somewhere, but they all loop back to Montgomery's death, like a spider wrapping its prey. Except one." Just then, the door downstairs rattled open. Footsteps, urgent and unannounced, pounded up the stairs. Mrs. Hudson's voice floated up nervously. "He said it was quite important, Mr. Holmes." A figure burst into the doorway. Inspector Alistair McGrath, face flushed, trench coat dripping from the mist outside. "Holmes," he said, catching his breath, "we need to talk. Now." Holmes leaned back. "Well, this is rare. Scotland Yard doesn't usually knock unless they've got a warrant or a body." McGrath didn't smile. He closed the door behind him, lowering his voice. "This isn't official. It's off the record. Understand?" Watson raised an eyebrow. "You're here as what? An informant?" "Call me what you like," McGrath said. "But I've been investigating Calder on a parallel track. Financials, shell companies, offshore holdings, none of which made sense. Until now." Holmes motioned to a chair. "Tell me everything." McGrath sat, pulling out a slim leather-bound notebook. He opened it and showed Holmes a list of names and dates, handwritten in tight script. 3 weeks ago, Calder attended a closed-door meeting in Kensington. Very hush-hush, no press, no records, but I had a contact in hotel security. The guest list included Calder, Eleanor Montgomery, Knightley, and 2 others we haven't identified yet. They booked the entire top floor under aliases, but my contact managed to pull CCTV before the system was wiped. Holmes scanned the list. "Eleanor was there?" McGrath nodded. "And not as a bystander. According to my source, she was the first to arrive and the last to leave." Watson frowned. "What were they meeting about?" McGrath leaned forward, voice tightening. "That's the thing. One of the hotel waiters overheard part of the conversation. They weren't discussing business. They were discussing contingency." "Contingency," Holmes repeated. McGrath nodded grimly. "Montgomery was planning to release something, a dossier apparently, tied to corruption, political cover-ups, international bribes, names from both sides of the Atlantic. If he'd gone public, it would have scorched the earth." Holmes's eyes darkened. "So they moved first?" "Possibly. I don't have proof they arranged his death," McGrath said, "but everything after that night suggests panic. Calder began liquidating assets. Eleanor went completely dark. And Knightley," he paused, visibly debating his next words. Holmes leaned forward. "Go on." "Knightley made a call the day after that meeting. A secured line traced to a facility in Langley, Virginia. I only know because one of my old contacts flagged the encryption tag. It was classified under something called Athena Protocol." Holmes's entire posture shifted. "Athena Protocol?" McGrath looked surprised. "You've heard of it?" "Rumors," Holmes said. "An old Cold War holdover, meant to neutralize political threats before they destabilized global order. It was supposedly shut down years ago." "Maybe on paper," McGrath said, "but that line's still active, and Knightley used it. Whatever Arthur had planned to expose, it was big enough to trigger ghosts." Watson let out a low whistle. "So Knightley's not just involved. He might be running the show." McGrath didn't answer directly. Instead, he slid a small USB drive across the desk. "That's everything I've compiled. Financial trails, call logs, surveillance clips. I want this out there, but not through the yard. Too many ears in the wrong places. You want to take down Knightley and his cabal? This is your start. Holmes took the drive and turned it slowly between his fingers. Why now, McGrath? The inspector stood, adjusting his collar. Because I made the mistake of thinking this was just another dirty politician. But Knightley, he's something else. And if he's behind Montgomery's death, he won't stop until every loose end is tied. And you think I'm a loose end? I think you're the only one mad enough to bite the hand that feeds Westminster. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. Be careful, Holmes. You're circling the flame. Holmes gave him a faint smile. Then let's hope I'm fireproof. Once McGrath had gone, Holmes inserted the USB into his laptop. Files popped open, dozens of them. Transfers to offshore accounts under aliases linked to Knightley's staff, an untraceable slush fund labeled AP-17, and photos. Knightley speaking with Calder at the edge of a racetrack in Monaco. Knightley boarding a plane registered to a shell corporation run by Eleanor's cousin. And then one image that froze Holmes in place, a grainy snapshot of Isabella Carter outside the same hotel McGrath had mentioned 2 hours after the secret meeting had ended. She was never just a witness, Holmes murmured. She was listening, Watson said, coming up beside him, or being used. Holmes zoomed in. Behind her in the photograph, just barely visible, stood another man. Partially obscured, but familiar, too familiar. Watson saw it too. That's Knightley's chief of staff, isn't it? Holmes nodded. And he's looking directly at her, which means they knew she was there, maybe even brought her in. Holmes stood, the weight of the revelation settling on his shoulders like a shroud. It's all falling into place. Calder was the middleman. Eleanor was the shield. Montgomery was the whistleblower, and Knightley is the executioner. Watson looked troubled. But why? He had power, influence, immunity. What did he gain from silencing Montgomery? Holmes turned to the map, pointing to a marked region in the Middle East. Montgomery's dossier included evidence of Knightley's involvement in illegal arms deals, ones that violated international treaties. If exposed, it would have destroyed Knightley's career and implicated half a dozen allies. He paused. Number Knightley didn't just want to preserve his power. He wanted to erase every trace of opposition. Permanently. Watson exhaled. So what now? Holmes's gaze sharpened. Now we find the last thread, the one that unravels the entire web. He returned to the decrypted message from Calder, scanning it again. One line stood out now, clearer in context. Aurelius will oversee the final delivery. Ensure the stage is cleared. Aurelius, Holmes repeated. It's not just a code name. It's a handler. Possibly Knightley himself, or someone close enough to act on his behalf. Watson crossed his arms. So we expose Aurelius, we expose Knightley. Exactly. Just then, Holmes's phone buzzed. A restricted number. He answered. A voice, distorted and low, spoke. You've stirred the nest, Mr. Holmes. You've seen too much. Holmes was silent. Walk away, or the next body we pull from the Thames will be someone you put there. Click. The line went dead. Watson's jaw clenched. They're watching us. Holmes slowly put the phone down. Let them. He picked up the photo of Knightley again. Then Isabella, and finally the map of contacts pinned with red threads. One thing I have learned, he said quietly, is that the moment your enemy threatens you out loud, they've already begun to panic. He turned to Watson, a rare intensity flashing behind his calm demeanor. We're not circling the flame anymore. We're in it. The final puzzle. The rain drummed steadily against the windows of 221B Baker Street, as if London itself were trying to wash away the filth Holmes had unearthed. The walls of his study, once covered in clues, were now bare. Every document, every photograph, every piece of evidence packed and ready. Holmes had connected the dots. He'd seen the shape of the monster hiding behind the mask, and it was time to face it. "Watson," he said, folding the last file and slipping it into his coat, "the game ends tonight." Watson, who had spent the last hour organizing a detailed timeline of Montgomery's dealings, stood and tightened his gloves. "Do we have enough?" "We have more than enough," Holmes replied. "We have motive, method, and connections. Now we test the truth against their faces." The rendezvous point was a private estate in Richmond, neutral ground secured by McGrath, who had since vanished into the shadows of his own investigation. Holmes had requested the meeting under the pretense of resolving loose ends regarding Montgomery's estate. Eleanor Montgomery arrived first, dressed in somber gray, her eyes as cold as the slate sky above them. Victor Calder followed, looking like a man running on fumes and paranoia. And then, precisely 5 minutes late, Richard Knightley, immaculate as ever, with a smile polished enough to cut glass. The room they met in was stark. No servants, no distractions, just a round table in the center and a single envelope placed carefully in the middle. Holmes stood behind it. "Thank you all for coming," he said, voice steady. "Let's not pretend this is a friendly gathering. Each of you played a part in the death of Silas Montgomery, and before you deny it, don't." Eleanor's jaw twitched. Calder folded his arms. Knightley leaned back, amused. "I see we've abandoned subtlety," Knightley said. "Go on, Mr. Holmes. Dazzle us with deductions." Holmes opened the envelope and withdrew 3 photographs. He placed them on the table. The first was of the secret meeting at the Kensington Hotel. The second, Isabella Carter leaving the scene, watched by Knightley's chief of staff. And the third, a digital ledger showing payments from Calder's shell companies to a covert intelligence contractor, codenamed Aurelius. "You met to discuss Silas," Holmes said, "not to mourn him, not to help him, but to silence him. He had gathered enough evidence to destroy every name in this room. The blackmail was never just about money. It was leverage, insurance. And when he threatened to release what he knew, you didn't panic, you plotted." Eleanor finally spoke. "I didn't kill my husband." "No," Holmes agreed. "You didn't, but you lied. You said you were trying to protect him from the darker elements of his life. In truth, you were negotiating with them. You knew the stakes, Eleanor. You just couldn't admit you'd already lost control." Calder looked up sharply. "What about me, then? You think I ordered the hit?" "I think you facilitated it," Holmes said, eyes narrowing. "You paid Aurelius. You secured the logistics. But you didn't pull the trigger. You're a coward, Calder, not a killer." "And me?" Knightley asked, voice silky. "What do I get to be in this drama?" Holmes stepped forward. "You," he said, "are the reason this entire conspiracy exists. You used Montgomery's research firm as a filter, scrubbing classified information, repackaging it for public consumption. When he threatened to go off script, you activated a protocol meant for war zones. You turned it on a British citizen, and you covered it with enough political fog to ensure no one would notice the stench." Knightley chuckled, slow and low. "You have no idea how deep this goes, do you?" "Oh, I do," Holmes said. "Far deeper than you want it to, and that's the part that frightens you." He turned to Eleanor. "Your husband was no saint, but he wasn't the villain either. He was a man trapped between secrets and conscience, and when he finally chose truth, you made sure he'd never speak it." Eleanor looked away. Calder swallowed hard, sweat beating at his temple, and Knightley, he smiled. "You think You've won something, Holmes, Knightley said, rising. A puzzle solved? A name uncovered? All you've done is chip away at a wall designed to be unbreakable. Do you know how many people disappear every year without a trace? Politicians, journalists, investigators, and do you know how few of them are ever found? Holmes didn't flinch. Then why are you here, Knightley? That made the senator pause. Because you are afraid, Holmes said. You want to see how much I know. You want to gauge how dangerous I am. You want to know whether I have the final piece. He reached into his coat and withdrew a second envelope. This, he said, is a copy of the dossier your people thought they destroyed. Names, dates, transfers, testimonies. One of my sources made a duplicate and sent it off before the original was erased. And a copy is already with a solicitor, prepared to go public if anything happens to me, or Dr. Watson Knightley's smile finally cracked. That's not a threat, Holmes said. It's insurance. Eleanor stood. What happens now? You cooperate, Holmes said. You testify, or you face the consequences alone. Calder was already nodding. I'll talk. I don't care anymore. I'm done. Eleanor said nothing. And Knightley? He walked to the door. You think you've scored a victory, he said, voice low. But the real players in this game, you haven't even seen their faces yet. Then he was gone. Back at Baker Street, Holmes stared into the fire, its flickering glow casting strange shadows on the walls. Why let him go? Watson asked. Knightley should be arrested. Not yet, Holmes said. If we strike now, we catch a few limbs. But if we let him run, he'll lead us to the head. And the mastermind? Holmes poured himself a drink. Still out there, watching, calculating. Watson frowned. Do you really think Knightley isn't the top of the food chain? I think he's a king on a chessboard, Holmes said, but someone else is playing the game. There was a silence, long and heavy. The kind of silence that only follows truth. Finally, Holmes stood. The game has changed, he said. It's not about a single crime anymore. It's about control, about who gets to tell the story and who gets erased. He picked up a blank notebook and scribbled a name on the cover. Athena Protocol. From now on, we don't just chase criminals, he said. We hunt architects. Watson nodded. And as the city buzzed outside, unaware of the rot crawling beneath its polished skin, Holmes stared out the window into the fog. The web hadn't been broken. It had only widened. Chapter 6. The Deadly Game of Deceit. A Shadow from the Past. It was just past midnight when the knock came at the door. Not the hesitant knock of a lost soul, nor the heavy-handed pounding of the law. This one was deliberate. Rhythmic, like a code. Holmes looked up from his desk, where maps, ledgers, and a half-sipped cup of coffee formed his latest battlefield. Watson was dozing by the fire, a newspaper draped over his lap. The rain had slackened into a light mist, and London, for a rare moment, seemed still. The knock came again. 3 quick raps, a pause, then 2 more. Interesting, Holmes muttered, rising. When he opened the door, the fog outside seemed to lean in as though it too was curious. Standing at the threshold was a man cloaked in a long black coat, his face weathered but sharp-eyed beneath a brimmed hat. The features were unmistakable, even after all these years. Victor Frost, Holmes said flatly. I should have known the devil himself might rise before I saw you again. Frost smiled, a thin-lipped expression that revealed little. Always the poet, Sherlock. May I come in? Holmes stepped aside. If you've come bearing riddles, leave them at the door. I've enough serpents twisting through my corridors already. Frost removed his hat, rain glistening on the brim, and walked into the room like a man revisiting the scene of a crime. Watson stirred. Who's this? He asked groggily. Victor Frost, Holmes replied. Investigative journalist, occasional anarchist, and the only man I knew at university who could drink his own weight in Irish whiskey while simultaneously translating Latin verse. Pleasure, Frost said, nodding to Watson. I've come with news. Grim, I'm afraid. He sat across from Holmes, his coat dripping onto the rug. Holmes offered no tea. There was no need. Frost wasn't here for comfort. I've been tracing a pattern, Frost began. Disappearances, quiet ones, no headlines, no missing person posters, just vanished journalists, civil servants, whistleblowers. Over the past 6 months, at least 13 that I know of. And you believe this is connected to the case I'm working? Holmes asked. Frost leaned forward. I know it is. A name keeps surfacing in whispers. Montgomery. And another. Knightley. Holmes's face remained unreadable, but his fingers twitched slightly, a tell only Watson might have noticed. One of the vanished, Frost continued, was a woman named Ellen Marks. She worked in internal auditing for the Ministry of Defense. Honest, quiet, meticulous. She reached out to me 3 weeks before her disappearance, said she'd uncovered an unauthorized data corridor being accessed from a private network, something tied to a defunct research firm that once belonged to Montgomery. Holmes crossed his legs, eyes narrowing. Frost pulled out a crumpled photo and placed it on the table. A grainy image showed a woman in a gray coat stepping into a car. This was the last known sighting of Marks, he said. The driver? Tied to Senator Knightley's security team? Convenient, Holmes muttered. Too convenient, Frost agreed. And she's not the only one. A professor from Cambridge, a freelance reporter who published a piece on black market military contracts, a data analyst from MI5. All connected by threads that lead back to your dead businessman and the good senator. Watson cleared his throat. Why come to us? Why now? Frost hesitated. Because I believe they're moving fast. Montgomery's death wasn't the climax. It was the curtain rising. And if I'm right, someone's preparing to cleanse the stage. Permanently. Holmes stood pacing the room. You never did anything without an angle, Victor. So what is it? Redemption? Revenge? Frost's jaw clenched. You remember Lydia Gray? Holmes blinked. Of course. Lydia had been a rising star in the legal world. Brilliant. Unshakable. She and Frost had been inseparable once. Both driven by truth, both burned by it. She's one of the 13, Frost said. Vanished without a whisper. No body, no trace. A silence settled over the room like ash. Holmes stopped pacing. I'm sorry. Frost looked up, eyes hard. Don't be. Help me. Holmes turned toward the window, watching droplets trace downward like melting time. If we dig deeper, we may uncover something darker than either of us is prepared to face. These aren't petty criminals. They control narratives. They erase lives with keystrokes. We aren't chasing shadows. We're chasing the hands behind the light. Frost rose and stood beside him. Then we shine brighter. Holmes didn't speak, but Watson saw the resolve settle in his shoulders like armor. There's one more thing, Frost said. I believe there's a second dossier. Montgomery didn't trust digital vaults. He kept a physical copy, real paper, real ink. Rumor has it he hid it somewhere before he died. A kind of dead man's trigger. Holmes's eyes lit up. Any idea where? No, Frost admitted. But I know someone who might. Holmes turned. Who? Frost hesitated. Her name is Lorna Vale. She was Montgomery's personal archivist. Off the books, paid through a side company run by Eleanor. Watson perked up. And where is she now? Frost exhaled. Missing, but not vanished. Not yet. I've traced her to a cottage in Northumberland. She went underground after the news broke of Montgomery's death. I think she's hiding something. Holmes nodded. Then we leave at dawn. Agreed, Frost said. As the three men stood there, the rain began to fall harder again, like the city was mourning secrets long buried. Somewhere in the fog, the gears of a machine still turned, slow, silent, merciless. Holmes lit a cigarette and exhaled, smoke curling like ghosts between them. The game, he said quietly, has turned deadly. And they all knew. This wasn't just a case anymore. This was war. The political tie. The morning after Victor Frost's visit, Baker Street buzzed with unspoken tension. Holmes was uncharacteristically quiet as he prepared for their next move, his mind no doubt racing through the permutations of power, corruption, and carefully masked identities. Watson watched him, knowing the signs all too well. The twitch in Holmes's left eyebrow, the absently chewed corner of his glove, the silent calculation in his eyes. They were headed into the heart of the political machine, and even for Sherlock Holmes, that was treacherous ground. "Shall we?" Holmes finally said, donning his coat with the elegance of a man marching into battle. Watson followed him out the door, his revolver tucked discreetly in his coat. Not because he expected violence, but because he expected lies. And in this game, deception was often more fatal than bullets. Senator Richard Knightley's office was located in a grand, heavily patrolled government building on Whitehall, a fortress draped in the Union Jack and guarded by bureaucracy. The kind of place where power wore a three-piece suit and smiled with the confidence of immunity. Holmes had arranged an appointment under the guise of a routine follow-up related to the Montgomery estate, carefully phrased to pique interest, but not suspicion. They were greeted at the door by a woman in a severe navy dress and heels sharp enough to cut glass. "Gentlemen," she said crisply, "Senator Knightley will see you shortly. Please, have a seat." Holmes nodded. "Thank you, Miss Turner," she said, "Chief of Staff." Holmes's eyes flicked to the stack of correspondence she carried, monogrammed parchment, heavy with seal marks and notations in the margin. He noted the faint imprint of a circular stamp through the top envelope. The Ministry of Energy. Interesting. They were shown into a lavishly appointed waiting room, all dark leather and mahogany, with not a speck of dust in sight. Holmes scanned the room, absorbing every detail. The subtle rearrangement of books to hide politically risky titles, the framed photographs of Knightley with world leaders, always at the center, always smiling. 15 minutes passed, long enough to make a point. Then the senator appeared, tall, composed, and immaculately dressed. Richard Knightley entered with the gravity of a man who expected the world to stand still when he walked into a room. His handshake was firm but brief, and his eyes, sharp, calculating, never quite stopped moving. "Mr. Holmes," he said, settling behind his desk like a king mounting his throne, "and Dr. Watson, a pleasure. How can I assist?" Holmes smiled thinly. "We're tying up loose ends related to the Montgomery investigation. As you know, Mr. Montgomery's death has raised certain questions. We thought you might be able to provide some context regarding his government contracts and political affiliations." Knightley's expression didn't flicker. Silas was a man with many connections, not all of them wise. "I did know him, yes, but I had no direct involvement in his business affairs." "No?" Holmes said, tilting his head. "Curious. We found documents suggesting a payment routed from one of Montgomery's subsidiaries to an offshore account linked to a lobbying firm you've publicly distanced yourself from. Are you familiar with Paragon Strategies?" Knightley didn't blink. "I'm familiar with a great many firms. Lobbying is a murky business, Mr. Holmes. Everyone gets their hands dirty eventually. Even senators?" Knightley offered a smile as smooth as marble. "Especially senators." Watson coughed lightly, trying to conceal his reaction. Holmes leaned forward. "Were you aware that Montgomery was preparing to go public with information that would have implicated half a dozen high-ranking officials in a blackmail and bribery ring?" Knightley's smile faded, just slightly. "Rumors, Mr. Holmes. There are always whispers in this city. That doesn't make them true." "Of course," Holmes said. "But when people close to the rumor mill start disappearing, the whispers begin to sound more like screams." Knightley stood, walking toward a glass decanter in the corner. He poured himself a measure of scotch. "I'd be careful, Mr. Holmes. You're treading into waters that drown better men." Watson straightened in his chair. "Is that a threat, Senator?" Knightley turned, scotch in hand, and raised a brow. "Not at all, Doctor. Just a reminder. Sometimes pursuing truth comes at the cost of your sanity, or worse, your credibility." Holmes didn't respond immediately. He watched Knightley sip his drink, the man's hand steady as steel. There was something unsettling beneath the surface, too calm, too polished, like a mask carved onto marble. "Last question," Holmes said quietly. "Do you know a woman named Ellen Marks?" There was a flicker, barely perceptible, in Knightley's eyes, a pause too slight for most men to catch. "I don't believe so," he said. "Pity," Holmes replied. "She believed she was being followed. Shortly before her disappearance, she was seen entering a vehicle registered to your office." Knightley's silence stretched long enough to become uncomfortable. Then he said, "I don't track the movements of every vehicle associated with my office. Perhaps you should speak to the driver." "We did?" Holmes said. "He's missing too." Knightley set his glass down with deliberate care. "I think we're done here," he said smoothly. "Unless you have something concrete, Mr. Holmes, I'd suggest you spend your time chasing facts, not ghosts." Holmes stood. "Ghosts have a funny way of resurfacing, especially when the tide turns." Knightley smiled again, but his eyes had gone cold. "Have a good day, gentlemen." Outside, as they walked down the steps into the bustling street, Watson exhaled sharply. "Well, that was enlightening." The man practically reeked of guilt. "He reeks of something," Holmes muttered. "He's hiding more than involvement. He's hiding control." "What do you mean?" "I mean," Holmes said, "that Knightley isn't just complicit. He's orchestrating parts of this. Not all of it, mind you. He's too intelligent to handle the dirty work himself, but he knows where the bodies are buried. Perhaps he put them there." Watson glanced back at the building. "So what now?" Holmes turned his collar up against the wind. "Now we trace the money, and we find Lorna Vale before Knightley, or whoever he's working with, decides to erase her too." "Do you think she's in danger?" Holmes paused, then said, "If she's holding the second dossier, she may be the last living witness to the true scale of this operation. That makes her the most dangerous piece on the board, and the most vulnerable." They walked on, shadows stretching long behind them as the city moved around them, oblivious to the storm brewing beneath its polished surface. Knightley had played his part well, but Holmes wasn't finished. Not yet. The twist in the investigation. The rain had not let up for 3 days. It blanketed London like a heavy shroud, washing the cobblestones slick and whispering secrets against every pane of glass. It was under this cloak of gloom that Holmes and Watson returned to the Montgomery estate, this time with purpose, not pretense. The house was still sealed off, but Holmes had arranged access through a favor owed by a contact in Scotland Yard. He never explained the specifics. He rarely needed to. Watson followed Holmes into the study, the room where Silas Montgomery had spent countless hours planning schemes so tangled even the law couldn't trace them. Papers were still scattered, drawers still pulled, but Holmes wasn't interested in the obvious. "Help me with the desk," he muttered. Watson did as told, and together they shifted the massive mahogany monstrosity from the wall. Behind it, the wallpaper peeled slightly at the baseboard. "There," Holmes said. He pressed a seemingly insignificant knot in the paneling. A soft click broke the silence, and a square portion of the wall creaked open. Inside was a hidden compartment, dark, musty, but unmistakably purposeful. Watson's eyes widened. "Good Lord!" Holmes reached in and pulled out a single leather-bound ledger. It was thick, its edges worn with handling. No title, no markings, just weight and secrets. They sat at the desk, the rain drumming harder now as if nature itself sensed something had shifted. Holmes flipped it open. What they found was staggering. Rows upon rows of handwritten entries, dates, amounts, account numbers, and initials. Transactions that linked corporate funds to offshore banks. Names that did not belong on the same page. Minor officials, journalists, aristocrats, and known criminals. A spider web of corruption with Silas Montgomery at its center, or perhaps as its archivist. Then Holmes found it, about 3/4 through, nestled between two sizable transfers to shell corporations in the Caribbean. March 3rd, to be delivered before departure. Final payment, £72,000 to the contact. Encrypted clearance attached. No name, no location, just those 5 chilling words. To be delivered before departure. Watson leaned over Holmes's shoulder. He was planning to leave. Yes, Holmes said quietly. He was preparing to vanish. My guess is he intended to blow the whistle and disappear before the fallout. And this contact, someone he trusted? Holmes shook his head. Someone he feared. The language here, final payment. This wasn't a partner. This was someone holding a lever over him. Someone who could either protect or destroy. Watson ran a hand over his jaw. So this payment, was it a bribe? A blackmail payoff? A final deal? Possibly all 3. Holmes took out his notebook and copied the encrypted reference string beside the entry. 12 characters, a mix of numbers and symbols. It looked like gibberish, but Holmes knew better. It was a cipher. Watson gestured to the ledger. If this gets out, it won't, Holmes interrupted. Not yet. If the right people see this, it'll be silenced. Or worse, will be. He tucked the ledger carefully into his coat. We're not giving this to anyone until I break the encryption. As they exited the house, the fog hung thick over the street like a stage curtain about to fall. Holmes paused for a moment, glancing down the road. Something didn't feel right. Watson followed his gaze. What is it? We're being watched. Watson stiffened. Where? Holmes nodded subtly toward a shadow that lingered too long near a lamppost. When the figure noticed them noticing, it moved, slowly at first, then vanished into the mist. Get in the carriage, Holmes said sharply. They rode in silence for several blocks, Holmes pulling down the blind on the window. We can't go back to Baker Street. Then where? Holmes thought for a moment. The East End, an old safe house I used during the Harrington forgery case. No one knows about it. We'll be off the grid. Watson nodded grimly. You think they're trying to intercept the ledger? I think someone knows we've found something that could topple more than reputations. This isn't just about blackmail anymore. It's about survival for them and now for us. They reached the safe house, a crumbling building tucked behind an abandoned tannery. Inside, the air smelled of dust and time. The rooms were empty but functional. Holmes lit a lantern and pulled a chair to the table. Watson locked the door, then sat across from him. Do you think the encrypted payment led directly to Montgomery's death? Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he opened his notebook and stared at the ciphered string. It's likely. My guess, Montgomery sent the payment. The contact realized he was about to expose everything. Eliminating him was insurance. Watson frowned. So this contact, whoever they are, is the key. Holmes nodded. They may be the only one left with the full picture, or the ability to destroy it. He stood and began pacing. The pattern of payments suggests this person has been active for years, but always in the background. Never directly named and never seen, which means they're a ghost, or worse, someone hiding in plain sight. Watson leaned back, his brow furrowed. Knightley? Holmes stopped pacing. He's certainly involved, deeply, but Knightley's arrogance makes him reckless. This contact, they're calculated, invisible. They don't pull strings, they weave them. Holmes pulled out a worn cipher wheel from his coat. "Help me with this." They spent hours decoding the 12-character string. Holmes tried variant after variant, Caesar shifts, book cipher techniques, even visionaire, until finally something clicked. The string resolved into a single phrase: Vault 13 / Dominion Club / Private Watson sat upright. "A location?" Holmes grinned. "Not just a location, a destination." The Dominion Club was one of London's most exclusive private societies. Hidden behind a nondescript door near the Thames, it was a haven for the wealthy, the dangerous, and the untouchable. Vault 13 sounded like a code word, possibly a meeting room, or something far more secretive. "We need access," Holmes said. "But not tonight. Whoever followed us may still be looking." Watson nodded. "Then we wait?" "No," Holmes said, gathering papers. "We prepare." Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the door. Both men froze. Watson reached for his revolver. Holmes gestured for silence. A second knock. Slower. Heavier. Holmes crept to the door, pressed his ear to the wood. A voice came from the other side. Low, unmistakable. "Holmes, I know you're in there." "Victor Frost." Holmes opened the door just enough to peer out. Frost stood alone, soaked from the rain. "I wasn't followed," he said, "but we need to talk. Now." Holmes let him in, watching every movement. "What is it?" he asked. Frost removed a small envelope from inside his coat and tossed it on the table. "Someone left this for me. No return, no fingerprints, just my name." Holmes opened the envelope. Inside was a single photograph, grainy but clear enough. It showed Montgomery alive, standing in front of a marked building. The Dominion Club, scrawled beneath in rough handwriting. "He never left. He was taken. Vault 13 holds more than secrets." Holmes's eyes met Frost's, then Watson's. Everything had just changed. And the game? It was no longer just about deceit. It was about survival. An assassin's close call. The night pressed in tight, the rain a faint whisper on the broken windows of the safe house. Inside, Holmes sat hunched over a spread of documents, the remnants of Silas Montgomery's ledger and the decoded string pointing to Vault 13. Watson paced restlessly. The tension in the room had thickened, as if the air itself was listening. Victor Frost had left not long ago, slipping back into the shadows from whence he came, taking with him a warning. Vault 13 holds more than secrets. Those words hung heavy in the room, like smoke after gunfire. Watson broke the silence. "Do you think Frost is telling the truth?" Holmes didn't look up. "I think Frost tells just enough truth to keep us on the hook. The real question is, what isn't he telling us?" Watson crossed to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to scan the alley. Nothing. And then everything changed. The sound came first, not a knock, not a footstep, just the soft shift of air, as if something or someone had moved inside the room. Holmes looked up. The candle flickered unnaturally. He turned. A shadow broke from the corner with terrifying speed. "Down!" Holmes shouted, lunging sideways as a figure in black descended from the rafters like a phantom. Steel glinted in the flicker of flame, a curved dagger aimed directly for Holmes's throat. Watson drew his revolver, but had no shot. Holmes was already moving, twisting beneath the strike and flipping the table in a single motion. Papers and glass flew. The dagger missed by inches, burying itself in the wood. The masked figure pivoted with inhuman grace, aiming a second blade for Watson. Holmes surged forward, grabbing the assassin's wrist mid-swing and driving his knee into the man's ribs. The assassin didn't grunt, didn't stumble. He simply moved, shifting weight, slamming an elbow into Holmes's temple. Watson fired. The shot went wide, shattering the window. The assassin rolled, grabbed a lamp from the shelf, and hurled it at Watson. It smashed near his feet, sending sparks and oil flying. Holmes recovered fast, too fast for a man just struck in the head. He grabbed the edge of the rug and yanked hard. The assassin slipped, losing balance for just a moment, but it was all Holmes needed. With a roar, Holmes slammed the man against the wall, disarming him with a swift jab to the wrist. The blade clattered to the floor. The assassin lashed out again, but Holmes ducked, wrapped an arm around his throat, and squeezed. "Watson!" Watson moved in, revolver trained on the writhing figure. Holmes pressed his knee into the attacker's spine, and finally, the man stopped moving. 10 seconds passed. Then a muffled voice came through the mask. "You were warned." Holmes tightened his grip. "Who sent you?" No answer. He tore the mask off. Beneath it was a face without distinction, angular, scarred, eyes cold and unreadable. Watson stepped closer. "Tell us who paid you." The assassin spat blood to the side. "You've stirred the nest, detective. Now they send hawks." Holmes studied him. "Who are they?" A smile. Crooked, defiant. "You already know. You've always known. But you still think you can win." Watson crouched beside them. "What's Vault 13? The assassin didn't blink. "You think it's a place." Holmes's eyes narrowed. "Isn't it?" Another pause. Then the man whispered something strange. "It's where the Empire keeps its sins." Watson and Holmes exchanged glances. "Give us a name," Holmes pressed. "Anything. Who's behind this?" The assassin opened his mouth, then froze. A sudden tremor passed through him. His pupils dilated. He let out a soft cough, and blood poured from his lips. Watson moved instantly. "Poison." Holmes rolled him onto his back. Foam began to spill from the man's mouth, the whites of his eyes flashing as his body convulsed. "He's been dosed," Watson said grimly. "Something ingested. Delayed action. Triggered by adrenaline, maybe." Holmes leaned in close, desperate. "Who did this to you?" The assassin's lips twitched. He rasped a single word before the light in his eyes vanished. "Dominion," and then he was gone. The room went still. Watson slowly stood. "He was sent to kill us. But by who? Knightley?" Holmes shook his head. "Knightley is a pawn, dangerous, but watched. This assassin, he was sent by someone unwatched, someone with the power to erase identities and silence tongues." He stared down at the corpse. "And someone who doesn't care how messy it gets now." Watson retrieved the knife from the floor. "That blade's military grade, foreign steel. This wasn't some street thug." "No," Holmes agreed, rising. "This was a professional, trained to kill and trained to not talk. And even if he wanted to, they ensured he wouldn't." He turned toward the papers strewn across the floor, scanning them rapidly. "They know we've found the ledger. They know we're close to Vault 13. The fact that they sent someone to finish us means we've become more than a nuisance." "We've become a threat," Watson said quietly. Holmes nodded. "And now the game changes." He bent down and tore open the assassin's coat, finding a small pouch sewn into the lining. Inside was a scrap of parchment, a symbol inked in crimson, a serpent coiled around a tower. Holmes froze. Watson looked over his shoulder. "What does it mean?" Holmes's voice dropped to a whisper. "It's real." "What is?" Holmes looked up at him. "The Serpent's Tower." Watson blinked. "That sounds like something out of legend." "Because it was. I heard whispers about it during the Opium Wars. A secret group buried within the Empire's upper crust. Untouchable, connected by blood money and secrets. No one believed it existed." Watson studied the symbol again. "And now one of their knives was almost in your neck." Holmes stood, thoughts racing. "This is no longer about Montgomery. It's not even about Knightley. This is about something older, something that's been hiding in plain sight for decades. Vault 13 isn't just a room. It's a vault of sins, as he said. I think it holds proof of everything. Murders, bribes, disappearances, control. Watson looked at the dead assassin. Then why risk sending someone so traceable? Holmes shook his head. Because they didn't think we'd win. They never do. They assume everyone breaks eventually. Holmes stepped to the window and looked out at the night. But we're not breaking. Not yet. He turned back, all hesitation gone from his voice. We go to the Dominion Club. Tomorrow. Vault 13. Watson raised a brow. And what do we do when we find it? Holmes allowed himself the barest flicker of a smile. We open it, and we light the whole bloody thing on fire. The final confrontation, 1,250 words. The road to the estate was swallowed in fog, thick as grief and just as silent. The carriage wheels crunched over gravel, the horses uneasy beneath the weight of the night. Watson sat across from Holmes, his revolver already drawn and checked. 3 times, just to be sure. Holmes had said little since receiving the letter, hand-delivered by a boy who vanished, before Watson could ask a single question. The parchment was old, the handwriting precise. Come alone, we have much to discuss. Bring your proof, Sherlock. Let's see how far down the rabbit hole you've truly gone. The address belonged to a property Holmes knew all too well, Ashcroft Manor, a once abandoned estate on the edge of Blackmore Wood. It had served as a political retreat in the 1840s before falling into disrepair, but apparently its walls now held darker secrets. As they approached the rusted gates, Watson finally broke the silence. Do you trust this? Holmes didn't blink. No, and yet we're going. We don't have a choice. If I'm right, tonight ends this. The estate rose before them, vast and crumbling, with ivy strangling its brickwork like hands around a throat. Light flickered in only one window, the great hall. A trap, undoubtedly. Holmes stepped down from the carriage first, a satchel slung over his shoulder, heavy with the ledger, documents, photos, and Victor Frost's sealed testimony, evidence spanning murders, disappearances, coded payments, and the Serpent Tower insignia, the tangled threads that had led him here. Watson followed, boots crunching the gravel as they moved toward the massive front doors. They opened before they knocked. A butler, ghostly pale, with mechanical precision, bowed and stepped aside. They're waiting for you, Mr. Holmes. They, not he. Holmes exchanged a look with Watson and entered. The hall was cavernous, the chandelier above swaying gently as if disturbed by something unseen. At the far end, a long mahogany table had been set, not for a meal, but for war, and seated at its head was Eleanor Blackwood. Her posture was regal, her expression unreadable. To her left, Knightley, still wearing that serpentine calm, his hands folded. Beside him, Lord Calder, flanked by 2 more men Holmes didn't recognize but instantly read. Power, wealth, ruthlessness. But Holmes's eyes didn't linger on them. They locked on the one man standing near the fireplace, swirling a glass of scotch, half turned toward the flames. Victor Frost. Victor, Holmes said flatly. Watson inhaled sharply. You. Frost turned with a small smile. Surprised? No, Holmes lied. Only disappointed. Frost shrugged. Disappointment is a luxury men like us can't afford. Holmes stepped forward, placing the satchel on the table. You orchestrated all of it, didn't you? Frost's smile didn't waver. Define all of it. Holmes opened the bag and spilled the contents, photographs, documents, the serpent emblem, the decrypted ledger, and Frost's own investigation. You fed me just enough to chase your trail. You wanted me to uncover the pieces, but only the ones you chose. Knightley scoffed. This is absurd, but Holmes ignored him, eyes locked on Frost. Montgomery tried to escape. He wired a payment to a contact. That contact was you. Frost nodded. He was going to go public. I stopped him, not because I feared the truth, but because it wasn't time for the truth. The empire would have collapsed under its own guilt. Watson stepped forward, furious. "So you killed him." Frost didn't flinch. "I let it happen. There's a difference. And you let people die," Watson snapped, "so the rest could live." Holmes felt the rage boil beneath his skin, but he held it back, as he always did. "You were behind the assassin. The safe house attack. The entire Blackmail network." Frost sighed. "Not behind. Above. There's a difference." Knightley finally stood. "Enough. This farce is over." "No," Holmes said, turning to him. "Not yet." He stepped closer to Frost. "You were never investigating the conspiracy. You were guiding it, filtering who lived and who vanished. You made yourself indispensable to every power player in this room. Blackmail wasn't the weapon, it was the leash." Eleanor spoke for the first time. "And you still came, knowing all this?" Holmes nodded. "Because I needed to see it. The whole machine. The true face of the Empire." He turned back to Frost. "But the real question is, why now? Why bring me here? Why risk exposure?" Frost stepped away from the fire, the orange glow painting him in shifting shadows. "Because I'm tired, Sherlock, and because the world is changing faster than we can control it. The old guard is falling. These men," he gestured to Knightley and Calder, "are relics, desperate. They don't understand that fear isn't enough anymore." He walked toward Holmes. "I brought you here because I want you to take over." The room froze. Watson let out a disbelieving laugh. "You must be mad." But Frost didn't look at him. Sherlock Holmes, obsessive, incorruptible, brilliant. The only man who could beat the game, and now, the only one who could control it. Holmes stared at him, unblinking. "You think I would become you?" "I think you already have," Frost said quietly. "You've manipulated, sacrificed, made deals with devils. You didn't come here to expose the truth. You came to decide what to do with it." Holmes stepped back as if struck. For the first time in this entire case, doubt flickered in his eyes. Watson's voice broke through the silence. "Don't listen to him. You're nothing like him." Frost turned to Watson. "Aren't he?" Holmes breathed deeply. Then slowly, he reached into the satchel again. He pulled out a single wax-sealed envelope. "This," he said, "is a copy of everything you've seen here, and it's already on its way to the press." Frost's expression didn't change, but Calder muttered a curse, and Knightley stood furious. "You're bluffing." Holmes looked at him. "Do I look like a man who bluffs?" Eleanor stood now too, eyes flashing. "You'll bring the whole house down." Holmes nodded. "Then I suggest you move out." The room erupted into shouts. Knightley barking threats, Calder ordering Frost to stop him, Eleanor demanding silence. But Frost raised a hand, and everyone obeyed. He looked at Holmes for a long time, then he smiled again, tired, resigned. "You've won, then?" "No," Holmes replied. "London has." The silence that followed was longer than any courtroom sentence. Holmes turned to leave. Watson followed, but paused to look back. Frost stood alone now, the others shrinking into shadows behind him. "You never wanted power, did you?" Watson asked. Frost didn't answer. He just raised his glass. "I wanted control, and I lost it the day I met him." Outside, the fog was lifting. Holmes breathed in the night. Watson joined him. "You all right?" Holmes didn't answer at first, and then quietly, "No, but I will be." They walked down the steps together as the first light of dawn cut through the mist. The deadly game was over, but the wounds would linger for a lifetime. Chapter 7. The Last Gamble. The Mastermind's Identity. The storm broke over London like a war cry, rain pelting rooftops, thunder cracking through the bones of the city. But it was quiet in the small examination room at St. Aldwyn's private clinic. Too quiet. Holmes stood in the doorway, dripping wet, his coat clinging to him like a second skin. Watson followed, tense, revolver hidden in his inner pocket. Before them stood Doctor, Sarah Griffith, calm, immaculate, her white coat buttoned neatly as if she hadn't just had her soul laid bare. She was tending to a tray of instruments, the metal catching light with an unnerving gleam. "You've come," she said, without turning. "I wondered how long it would take." Holmes took a step forward, boots squelching on the tiled floor. "You've been very clever, Sarah, hiding in plain sight. A loyal physician, a confidant to Montgomery, always present, yet always invisible." She finally turned, eyes steady, almost serene. "That's the thing about doctors, Mr. Holmes. People tell us everything. They bleed in front of us, quite literally. It builds a certain intimacy." Watson stiffened. "You betrayed him." Sarah tilted her head. "Betrayal implies loyalty. Silas Montgomery destroyed my father's life, called him a fraud, publicly humiliated him, drove him to drink, then to death. My mother spent years scrubbing floors to keep us fed. I put myself through medical school while being laughed at in every hallway because of my last name. And you ask why I betrayed him." Holmes stepped closer. "So you embedded yourself into his world, his health, his secrets. You became his shadow." "I did," she said, "and when I realized he was preparing to leak files to expose the people he'd once protected, I knew it was my moment." "Your moment to what?" Watson demanded. "Kill him?" Sarah smiled faintly. "He didn't need help dying. That man's conscience had been gnawing at him like a disease. I only helped aim the fall." Holmes glanced around the sterile room. "You played the long game, fed information to Knightley, to Calder, kept yourself useful to everyone while working toward your own revenge." "Useful is an understatement," she said with a chuckle. "I made this whole thing possible. I decoded Montgomery's files before he even knew they were worth hiding. It was me who tracked down Frost's movements. I gave Knightley leverage over half the Parliament. Without me, their house of cards wouldn't have been built, let alone collapsed." Holmes stared at her. "You're not just a saboteur, you're the architect." She moved toward the examination chair and sat legs crossed. "I suppose you could say that. I took everything from Montgomery that he once took from my family. His reputation, his leverage, his life." Watson shook his head. "You didn't just destroy him. You destroyed dozens. You helped cover up murders." "I prevented civil collapse," she snapped. "The people Montgomery was going to expose, half of them hold the economy in their fists. If he had leaked everything, this country would have burned. And yet you accuse him of being selfish," Holmes said coldly. Sarah looked at him now, eyes sharp. "Don't pretend you don't understand. You, of all people, live in shadows. You manipulate, deduce, calculate. You feel the rot and know the system can't be saved, only rewritten." Holmes said nothing. She rose slowly and walked toward him. "That's why I called you here, not to confess, to offer you a choice." "A choice?" Holmes asked, voice low. Sarah nodded. "Join me?" Watson scoffed. "Absolutely not." But Sarah ignored him, locking eyes with Holmes. "We dismantle it together, quietly, precisely. We feed the public just enough truth to bring down the worst players. We keep the structure intact, because chaos doesn't build, it only burns." Holmes remained still. "Think about it," she went on. "With your mind, my access, our reach, we could orchestrate a new order, a cleaner one, controlled from the inside." "You sound like Frost," Holmes said. She stepped back, smiling grimly. "He learned from me." Watson drew in a sharp breath. "You taught Victor Frost?" "I mentored him," she said, "until he got greedy." "And what do you want now?" Holmes asked. "A throne of bones? A monarchy of puppets?" "I want balance," she snapped. "No more martyrs, no more crusades, only controlled change." Holmes reached into his coat and pulled out a small device, an audio recorder. I've been listening, he said, and now so will Scotland Yard. Sarah's face didn't change. You think I didn't expect that? She stepped over to the corner, pressed a button under the examination bed. A soft click echoed. The lights dimmed. Then a whirring sound began, muffled static. Watson's eyes widened. Signal jammer! Holmes's lips tightened. You're prepared. I'm the final move, she said. You can't outplay me. Watson stepped forward. Then we'll drag you into the street ourselves. But Sarah was already pulling a vial from her coat, small, blue, glowing faintly. Holmes froze. Nerve agent. She twirled it. Something more refined. This building has a sealed ventilation system. 1 drop is all it would take. Everyone inside, gone in minutes. You'd kill us to protect your secrets? Watson growled. Sarah looked pained. I didn't want it to come to this. I wanted Holmes to understand. To join me? Holmes met her eyes. There's a difference between justice and vengeance, and you crossed it long ago. She stared at him for a long beat. Then slowly she lowered the vial. You won't join me, but you won't stop me either. Holmes raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Because you're not certain you should. She stepped back into the shadows. Because a part of you knows I'm right. Watson aimed his revolver. Don't move! But the lights flickered. The room dimmed again. Then silence. When they turned the lights back on, she was gone. A back door creaked open, wind slapping the walls like a dying heartbeat. She escaped, Watson muttered. Unbelievable. Holmes looked down at the empty chair. A single calling card lay on the cushion. It read, This isn't over. S.G. He picked it up, staring at it for a moment, then tucked it into his coat. Watson turned to him. What now? Holmes exhaled. Now we find her again. And when we do, we finish this. For good. They walked out of the clinic and into the storm, the rain washing away nothing. Behind them, the last piece of the game slipped deeper into the shadows. The mastermind wasn't the one behind the curtain. She had been at the operating table the entire time, and the last gamble had only just begun. A dangerous bargain. Rain drummed like war drums on the roof of 221 B. Baker Street. The lamplight flickered across Holmes's drawn face as he stared down at the table strewn with evidence. Photographs, codes, burned letters, fragments of the now fractured illusion of truth. Everything he once knew was now tangled in a thick, choking web spun by someone he had let too close. Watson sat across from him, nursing a bruised rib from their recent escape. The warmth of his tea did nothing to thaw the frost, settling into the marrow of the room. You've been quiet, Watson said, finally breaking the silence. I assume that means your mind is racing. Holmes didn't look up. His voice, when it came, was quiet. Sarah's betrayal was not the end. It was a doorway. Watson frowned. A doorway to what? An older conspiracy? Holmes replied. Older than Montgomery, Knightley, even Frost. We've been following smoke while the fire burned deeper, hidden in the foundations. He stood pacing now, mind spinning through names and patterns, medical records falsified across decades, political funding through ghost accounts. Sarah wasn't just avenging her family. She was protecting something or someone. There's an entire network tied to institutions we trust, hospitals, universities, government agencies. And the closer I look, the more the ground beneath us fractures. Watson's gaze hardened. Then we expose it, tear the rot out from the root. But Holmes didn't respond. He simply stared out the rain-slicked window, as if expecting someone or something to emerge from the darkness. Then the phone buzzed, not the landline, the burner phone Holmes had used only once, on a cold night weeks ago, when he first contacted an underground informant known as Gray Echo. He picked it up. One word lit up the screen. Meet. No time, no place, just a follow-up vibration, coordinates. Holmes looked at Watson, then tossed him a coat. "She's not finished." An hour later they arrived at a crumbling observatory on the outskirts of London, where the city's glow was a distant halo behind the trees. Fog blanketed the earth like the breath of ghosts, and the building stood like a forgotten sentry from another century. Holmes stepped through the iron gates, his hand brushing the cold grip of his revolver. Watson trailed him, every sense alert. Inside, the observatory was dimly lit by a single lantern placed on the central table, surrounded by dust and shattered glass. And there she was, Sarah Griffith, dressed in black, her coat slick with rain, her hair tied back with surgical precision. She looked less like a doctor and more like a war strategist now. Holmes didn't flinch. "I assume this isn't a trap," he said. "Or if it is, you've grown less imaginative?" Sarah offered a faint smile. "If I wanted you dead, you'd never have made it to the gate." Watson stood beside him, rigid. "Then why summon us?" Sarah gestured to the table. A file rested there, sealed. Marked with a red crest, Holmes recognized instantly the Medbourne directive. He froze. "Impossible," he murmured. "That initiative was dismantled in 2007. "No," Sarah said. "It went underground. What Montgomery stumbled onto, what he tried to leak, was a fraction of it. The directive is still alive, rebranded, buried inside a new agency. Its files are shielded by more encryption than military archives." Watson stepped forward. "You're saying it's still active? That the same directive that experimented on mental patients, manipulated public health statistics, and laundered government funds is still operational?" Sarah nodded. "Then why bring this to us now?" Holmes asked, eyes narrowing. Sarah's voice softened. "Because it's too big for me to burn alone." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "You were quite eager to run solo until recently." "I still am," she said. "But I've seen the other side now. I've been summoned into rooms where people don't have names, just titles, where decisions are made over brandy and blood. If we go after this, we'll need precision. Tact, not heroism." Watson crossed his arms. "And what exactly are you offering?" Sarah opened the file just enough to show them a sliver. Names, transactions, experimental data. There were pages marked confidential, stamped with classified medical trial numbers. Names of MPs, bank executives, surgeons. "I'm offering this," she said. The ledger's final pages, the names that Montgomery never found. The rest of the directive. Holmes stepped closer. "And what do you want in return?" She met his gaze. Silence. "You bury my involvement. You let me walk. You leak this information slowly, methodically, discredit the system without crashing it. In return, I vanish. You never see me again." Watson bristled. "You want a clean exit after orchestrating all this?" Sarah's eyes didn't waver. "If you release everything at once, you'll incite panic. Markets will crash. Patients will die from mistrust in hospitals. Police systems will collapse under the weight of investigation. But if you guide the fall, if you play the game smart, you can do what Montgomery never could. Finish it." Holmes studied her. "You're offering us a scalpel instead of a grenade." "Exactly." There was a long pause. Then Holmes turned to Watson. "What would you do?" Watson's answer came fast. "I'd expose her. Immediately. Drag her into the light. Burn it all down." Sarah didn't flinch. She merely looked back to Holmes. "But you're not Watson," she said. Holmes said nothing for a long moment. Then he took the file, flipping through its first pages. He saw details he'd only theorized, names he'd only dared to suspect, patterns that proved every nightmare he'd unearthed was real and deeper. "This," he said quietly, "could reshape the country." "Or destroy it," Sarah replied. And suddenly Holmes understood the full weight of her offer. It wasn't a choice between justice and compromise. It was a choice between a calculated exposure and a cataclysmic truth bomb. She had placed him at a crossroads, and every direction led through fire. He closed the file, then looked at her. "This bargain," he said, "is poison in a velvet cup." She didn't deny it. "Will you drink it?" Holmes turned away, letting the fog swallow his expression. "Not yet," he whispered, "but I might take a sip." Sarah gave a faint, knowing nod. Watson stepped forward, fuming. "You're considering this? After what she's done?" Holmes didn't respond. Instead, he stepped back into the night, the file clutched in his hand like a live wire. Behind him, Sarah disappeared into the shadows once more. And as the fog thickened, Holmes realized something terrifying. He wasn't in control of the game anymore. He was the game. The race against time. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked like a drumbeat of doom, a constant reminder that the noose was tightening. Holmes stood at the center of 221B. His long fingers curled around the edges of the crimson folder Sarah had handed over just hours earlier. Its contents were explosive. Documents, target lists, digital schematics, schedules. But one page in particular set Holmes' blood cold. It was marked Operation Final Silence. "She's wiping them out," Holmes said grimly. "Every witness, every loose thread. By morning, there will be no one left to testify." Watson leaned over the folder, his brow furrowed as he scanned the details. "You're sure it's Sarah?" "No one else could have orchestrated this," Holmes replied. "She's leveraging the directive's own ghost units, mercenaries without national flags, surgical imprecision, untraceable. They've already begun." He tossed another sheet onto the table, a photograph of Eleanor Montgomery, Silas Montgomery's daughter and one of the few people who had come forward after her father's death. Her testimony could have cracked the inner circle of the conspiracy wide open. Holmes jabbed a finger at the image. "Eleanor is scheduled to speak with a journalist tonight. Off the record. Location's marked here. If we don't get to her before they do, she dies." Watson grabbed his coat. "Then what the hell are we waiting for?" They reached the alley behind the art gallery off Brick Lane just as the first shot rang out. Holmes ducked instinctively, his revolver already in hand. A black-clad figure stood on the rooftop, rifle aimed down at the gallery's stained glass windows. Watson didn't hesitate. He sprinted into the building while Holmes circled wide, scaling the fire escape in silence. The sniper had already adjusted his position when Holmes crept up behind him. One hand shot out, twisting the rifle barrel skyward, the other driving into the man's kidney with practiced precision. The fight was brief, brutal, and silent. By the time Holmes descended with the would-be assassin unconscious and zip-tied, Watson had pulled Eleanor into the back stairwell. "Second shooter," she gasped. "He was inside already. He said he was security." A scream echoed from the gallery floor. Holmes raced down the steps just in time to see a shadowed figure escape through the front. He gave chase, but the man melted into the crowd. Gone. Holmes returned, breathless, just as Watson checked Eleanor's pulse. "She's all right," Watson confirmed. "Shaken, but alive." Eleanor clutched Holmes's sleeve. "She said this would happen, that they'd never let me speak." Holmes frowned. "Who said?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Dr. Griffith. She came to me. She warned me to disappear." Holmes exhaled slowly. Sarah wasn't just tying loose ends. She was managing them, giving some the illusion of choice. Mercy cloaked in manipulation, but mercy had its limits. They didn't stop. Next on the list, Calder, the former bank director, turned whistleblower who had leaked financial trails, linking the directive to shell corporations funding private medical trials and political lobbying. He was holed up in a dingy hotel in Whitechapel, surrounded by outdated surveillance gear and more paranoia than sense. Holmes knocked twice, paused, then tapped once, and agreed upon code from their first meeting weeks ago. Calder opened the door, revolver in hand, sweat beating at his temples. "Thought you'd abandoned me," he said, eyes wild. "No," Holmes said, stepping inside. "But someone else is on your trail, and they're not interested in conversation." Before Calder could respond, the building shook from a distant explosion. They looked at each other. Calder bolted to the window. "My car!" Below, a black sedan burned, its windows shattered, flames licking upward. Watson swore. "They're not waiting for silence anymore. They want carnage." Calder dropped his gun, breathing hard. "I'll testify. I'll do whatever it takes. Just get me out of here." Holmes nodded. "We'll escort you, but we need to make one last stop first." "Who?" "Inspector McGrath." The ride to Scotland Yard was tense. Holmes drove with purpose, weaving through the dark streets like a ghost. Beside him, Watson kept a pistol on Calder's lap, just in case. Holmes's mind was already racing ahead. McGrath had become entangled with the conspiracy unwillingly. At first a pawn, later perhaps a reluctant accomplice. But Sarah wouldn't care about shades of guilt. To her, compromised was enough. As they pulled into the shadow of Scotland Yard, Holmes slammed the brakes. The main lights were out, a subtle warning. "Stay here," Holmes ordered. "If I'm not back in 5 minutes, leave." He slipped out, weaving through the shadows until he reached McGrath's office window. Inside, the inspector sat slumped in his chair, alive but barely. His lip was split, his badge discarded on the floor. The room had been ransacked. Holmes slipped in through the side door. McGrath groaned, then looked up. "You're late." "I've been told that before," Holmes said, kneeling beside him. "Who did this?" "2 men. Didn't ask questions. Just said, 'Message from the doctor.'" Holmes swore under his breath. "She's burning it all." McGrath coughed. "I have the names, safe deposit box, code word, Canterbury. It's all there. Money trails, directives, even recordings." Holmes clasped his shoulder. "You've done enough. Stay low." McGrath nodded weakly. "Finish it." Back in the car, Holmes relayed the final piece to Watson. "The box. It's our last shot. If it's real, it'll bury the directive. And if it's not, then she wins." Watson grunted. "Then let's not give her the satisfaction." They drove like demons, hearts pounding, the city blurring past in streaks of cold neon and wet stone. At the vault, Holmes used the code and retrieved a small black case. Inside, USB drives, financial ledgers, signed orders with government seals, audio recordings of closed-door meetings. Proof, raw, unfiltered, undeniable. Holmes closed the case with trembling fingers. "We have her." But even as the words left his mouth, his phone buzzed. A video. No message, no warning. He played it. It was Sarah, standing in a hospital hallway wearing surgical scrubs, face half lit by the dim fluorescence. "I warned you," she said. "The truth isn't clean. It doesn't save people. It destroys them. You think exposing this will bring justice? It won't. It'll bring anarchy. You've forced my hand. One last act, one final message." She stepped aside to reveal a digital clock on the wall, a countdown, 00:29:52, then static. Holmes stared at the screen. "What does it mean?" Watson asked. "It means she's still playing." He turned to the GPS on the dashboard. "Let's finish this." The next 30 minutes were chaos. Holmes and Watson raced to a nearby hospital, St. Clement's, where Sarah once worked. They split up, searching for signs, following her digital breadcrumbs through abandoned wings and sealed staircases. Holmes found it first, a surgical theater rigged with explosives, the trigger linked to a timed release of a deadly airborne toxin. Watson appeared moments later, panting. "No guards, no fail-safes. She wanted us to find this." Holmes nodded. "She wanted a spectacle, a message, With seconds to spare, they disabled the detonator. A silent click. Nothing. They exhaled. Watson slumped against the wall. It's over. But Holmes shook his head slowly. Number its beginning. He held up the USB drive. We light the match at midnight. The final betrayal. The wind howled as the carriage skidded to a stop in the dead woods east of Hammersmith. The trees stood like silent witnesses under a pale moon, and the air crackled with tension. Holmes stepped out first, revolver drawn, his sharp eyes scanning the decaying remnants of what used to be a military asylum, Sarah's final hideout. Watson followed close behind, his hand on his own weapon, the lines around his mouth tight with focus. "She's here," Holmes muttered, more to himself than to Watson. "She wants this to end where no one will see it. No reporters, no constables, just truth and death in equal measure." Watson didn't respond, just nodded. They moved silently, weaving between shattered windows and rusted beds. The building moaned with age and neglect, and the floor creaked under their every step. Holmes held the USB case tightly under his coat. Everything they had worked for, bled for, was in that case. "Watch the east wing," Holmes whispered, crouching low. "I'll circle toward the infirmary." Watson hesitated. "Holmes?" Holmes paused. "Yes? If this goes south, you know I always had your back." Holmes tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." Then he vanished into the darkness. 10 minutes later, gunfire shattered the quiet like glass underfoot. Holmes ducked behind an overturned gurney, bullets ripping into the wall behind him. Shadows moved like wraiths across the corridor. Sarah's mercenaries, heavily armed, methodical, not amateurs. He returned fire, sharp and surgical. One man dropped, another fell back. Holmes slid across the hallway, boots slipping on mossy tiles, heart thundering. Where was Watson? "Watson!" he called out. But the only reply was silence and the soft drip of water from a broken pipe. Then came a voice, clear and cold, from the far end of the infirmary. "Drop the gun, Holmes!" He froze. The voice wasn't from one of the mercenaries. It wasn't Sarah. It was Watson. Holmes turned slowly, gun still raised. Watson stood there, unarmed but different, not disheveled or frightened, not tense or wary. He was calm, calculated. "I said drop it," Watson repeated. Holmes didn't move. His mind was racing, recalculating every memory, every interaction. "You're not serious," Holmes said quietly. "I am," Watson replied. Holmes narrowed his eyes. "Then you're not Watson, not the man I knew." Watson stepped forward, lowering his voice. "I didn't want it to come to this, but you forced my hand. I tried to keep you out of it. God knows I tried. You were chasing shadows, Holmes. You were never supposed to get this close." "You mean I was never supposed to win?" Holmes clenched his jaw. "How long?" "Since Berlin," Watson said. "You remember that file that went missing?" "You thought it was a bureaucratic error," Holmes remembered. "A vague report on experimental psychological manipulation used on political prisoners. He dismissed it at the time. Too fringe to be relevant." "You've been feeding them everything," Holmes murmured. "Every breakthrough, every weakness." Watson nodded. "At first it was just surveillance, precaution. You were unpredictable, dangerous even. But then you got close to the directive. Too close." "And Sarah?" Watson's jaw tightened. "She's not your villain, Holmes. She's just one of many trying to bring the system down before it devours us all. You want to believe she betrayed you, but the truth is, you betrayed yourself. By thinking this world had rules." Holmes stepped forward. "You were my friend, my brother." Watson looked away. "And you were mine. That's why I'm here now, trying to stop you from doing something you can't take back." Holmes's eyes flicked to the USB drive under his coat. "This," he said coldly, This is the only thing standing between them and justice. Watson stepped in front of him. No, it's the only thing standing between you and destruction. If you release that, the whole city burns. Institutions collapse. People die in the streets. Do you understand what you're holding? It's not truth. It's fire. Holmes's hand trembled slightly. For the first time in years, doubt crept in, and that's when the ambush hit. Bullets sliced through the window. Explosions tore through the far wing of the asylum. Mercenaries stormed in through every corridor, unleashing a brutal barrage. Watson turned, pulling his gun, covering Holmes's flank without hesitation. They fought back to back, like old times. Only this time, Holmes knew every bullet Watson fired was just another page in a script already written. One by one, the attackers fell, but not before one grenade sent Holmes flying through a broken doorway. He landed hard, head spinning, blood in his mouth. He opened his eyes to find Watson standing over him, gun drawn. "I begged them not to kill you," Watson said. "I told them you were useful, that you could be reasoned with." Holmes coughed. "Useful until what? I give you the drive, I hand over every ounce of proof, and pretend we're still partners?" Watson's voice cracked. "You don't have to pretend. You can walk away. No more crusade, no more corpses. We wipe it clean, you disappear. Start again." Holmes stared up at him. Then very slowly he reached into his coat and withdrew the USB case. Watson lowered the gun slightly. "You're doing the right thing," he said. Holmes smiled faintly. "Am I?" In one swift motion, Holmes hurled the case across the room, straight into a live electric panel. The USBs exploded in sparks. The data destroyed in a heartbeat. Watson shouted, "Well, what have you done?" Holmes stood, bloodied but defiant. "What you feared most. I've made it personal." Watson raised the gun again, shaking with fury, but he didn't fire. "Damn you, Holmes!" Holmes stepped forward, nose inches from the barrel. "Go on. Pull the trigger. Do it. End it." Watson's hand trembled. He didn't. Instead, he turned and fled. The asylum burned behind Holmes as he emerged into the dawn, his coat torn, his mind fractured. There was no victory, no applause, no moral high ground. The data was gone. The whistleblowers scattered. Sarah had vanished into smoke, and Watson, his oldest friend, was now his ghost, haunting both sides of a war neither could win. Watson's betrayal wasn't about ideology. It wasn't about power. It was about fear, the kind that makes men sell their souls to stop the world from changing. Holmes looked back one last time at the crumbling building. "Game's not over," he whispered. "Just change the rules." He turned and walked into the fire-red horizon. The final showdown. The rain came down in cold, slanted sheets as Holmes descended into the belly of the city, beneath the old Aldwych tunnels, past rusted gates and forgotten catacombs. London's ghosts whispered from the walls, their voices drowned beneath the roar of approaching justice. Sarah Griffith's final refuge wasn't a fortress. It was a relic, an underground war bunker converted into a surgical theater of secrets, complete with scorched maps, outdated machinery, and blood-stained blueprints that had rewritten London's power grid in corruption and fear. She stood at the center of it all, clad in black, eyes alight with defiance. There were no more masks. No more pretenses. The physician had become the executioner. "I must say," she called out as Holmes stepped into the light, soaked but composed, "you're persistent, like a fever that refuses to break." Holmes drew his revolver, not to threaten, but to declare his presence. "And you, Sarah," he replied, voice low and cutting, "are a cancer that refuses to be excised." She smirked. Bold words from a man walking into the lion's den without backup. Holmes smiled faintly. "Watson won't be joining us. He's, taken leave." A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by contempt. So you know. I know everything, Holmes said. The offshore accounts linked to the Armitage Foundation, the falsified medical records, the bribes funneled through shell corporations tied to the Ministry of Health. It was never just about Silas Montgomery. It was about turning public trust into private leverage. Sarah paced slowly across the room, a scalpel glinting in her hand. I didn't build the system, Holmes. I just learned how to use it better than anyone else. Holmes's eyes followed her every step. And how many had to die for that lesson? She stopped. As many as it took to make sure he paid. Montgomery, the ghost that birthed her vendetta. Holmes saw it now with painful clarity, how she'd buried her father's disgrace beneath years of quiet vengeance, rising through the medical ranks like a virus with a white coat and a smile. Revenge, Holmes said. That's the disease you've been carrying all along, and now it's metastasized. I gave London a chance to heal, she snapped. I exposed monsters hiding in plain sight. Montgomery was the beginning. But the infection ran deeper, deeper than even you could see. She threw a switch. Instantly, the screens around the bunker lit up. Images of officials, secret meetings, coded transactions, a digital web connecting elite politicians, corporate giants, and known underworld figures. Holmes' face tightened. You recorded everything. I collected everything, Sarah corrected. These people live behind curtains of power and influence. I tore the curtains down. Holmes stepped forward. Then why not release it? Why not let the public see? She held up a detonator, small, red, blinking. Because they wouldn't understand, chaos would follow. I had to orchestrate it, control it. I was the only one who could. Holmes felt it then, the weight of her madness. It wasn't just vengeance anymore. It was delusion wrapped in justification. Control, he said bitterly. That's all this ever was. She lunged without warning. The scalpel slashed toward his neck. Holmes dodged barely, grabbing her wrist and twisting. The weapon clattered to the floor. They collided against the control table, monitors crashing, sparks flying. Sarah grabbed a metal rod, swinging wildly. Holmes ducked, then countered with a fierce elbow to her ribs. She staggered back, but didn't fall. She was fueled by something more than rage now. Desperation. Holmes circled her, breathing hard. End this, Sarah. You're surrounded. Even if you kill me, the evidence is enough to bury you. She laughed, a sharp, broken sound. You think I didn't plan for that? You think I didn't build fail-safes? She reached for a hidden switch. Holmes lunged, knocking her back. But not before the room began to shake. Distant explosions echoing above. The tunnels were wired. If she couldn't win, she'd take the truth down with her. They grappled again, this time with less finesse and more fury. Holmes ducked a punch, grabbed her from behind, and drove her into a steel pillar. Enough, he barked, but she didn't stop. She bit down, drawing blood, spit, screamed. You're too late, Holmes. You always were. And that's when he played his final card. From his coat, he pulled a small device, a backup drive, flashing blue, still intact. Sarah froze. He held it up. I anticipated your fail-safes. It's already been sent to 3 different journalists, and one of them doesn't like being ignored. Sarah's face crumbled. Not in rage, but in despair. No, Holmes lowered his arm, voice like steel. You played the game brilliantly, Sarah. But even the most brilliant players forget. I don't lose. Sirens echoed above. The cavalry had arrived. She fell to her knees, the detonator slipping from her grasp. And Holmes? He stood over her. Not as a victor, but as a man who understood the cost of the truth, a cost paid in blood betrayal, and a city that would never quite heal from the scars it didn't know it had. But just as the moment seemed to settle, a new voice crackled through one of the still functioning monitors. Bravo, detective. Holmes froze. On screen, a shadowed figure, face hidden, voice distorted. I must admit, you exceeded expectations, even after the Watson variable failed. Holmes stepped closer. Who are you? The voice chuckled. Let's just say I'm the reason Sarah knew where to dig. I'm the one who fed her the map to corruption. I'm the one who built the chessboard you've been dancing across. Sarah looked up, eyes wide. You used me? Oh, come now, the voice said sweetly. You were quite useful until you got emotional. Holmes clenched his jaw. You orchestrated everything. And now that you've rattled the system, the voice continued, they'll need someone to restore order, someone they trust. That's where I come in. The screen flickered and died. Holmes stared at the static. The mastermind, the real one, was still out there. Sarah had been a pawn in a deeper game, and Holmes had just entered the next level. As dawn broke over London, Holmes emerged from the tunnels, dirt-streaked, exhausted but alive. The city looked the same, but it felt different. He handed the backup drive to the waiting inspector, nodded silently, and walked away. Not to rest, but to prepare. Because the real game, the one that spanned countries, ideologies, and generations, had just begun, and he intended to win again. Chapter 8, The Unseen End, The Missing Piece. Rain fell like whispers on the city's windows. London slept uneasily. Inside Baker Street, Holmes sat still as stone. Not a movement, not a breath wasted, just silence and thought. The files were spread before him like a puzzle waiting to confess. Scribbled notes, classified reports, old correspondences, crumpled photographs, ghosts of 1,000 moves in a game no one had admitted was being played. Sarah Griffith was in custody, her bunker dismantled, her detonators deactivated. But it wasn't over, because right before Scotland Yard led her away in cuffs, Sarah had leaned in, lips twitching with a defeated manic sort of glee, and whispered, You think I was the Queen, Sherlock dear? I was just the bishop. The Queen never even moved, and she's been sitting right across from you the whole time. Holmes had dismissed it in the moment as bravado. One last mind game from a woman built of spite and scalpel wounds. But now the thought had dug into him like a tick. Because it fit too well, he rose, pacing. It was all still there, he realized. The gap in motive, the perfect silence at the heart of the conspiracy. Sarah had orchestrated the overt damage, yes, but someone had constructed the architecture long before she made her first move, and that someone had a motive far older than revenge. Holmes moved to his desk, pulled out an older file, the Montgomery Archive. It was where all of this began, the mysterious death of Silas Montgomery, the political tycoon and pharma magnate who had once stood untouchable atop the food chain. His downfall was the first domino, the lie that pulled the thread. Everyone had assumed Silas was the target. But what if he was the sacrifice? Holmes flipped through images from the inquest, the press releases, the funeral photo where Eleanor Montgomery stood at the center, black veil over her face, her hands clutched together like a statue. He paused. Something in her expression, not grief, not rage, poise. Holmes grabbed another sheet. Eleanor's public record. Former chief strategy officer of Montgomery Industries, philanthropist, political donor, board member for half the city's hospitals. Always in the background. Never center stage, just close enough to see everything. He whispered to the dark, of course, because Sarah Griffith hadn't orchestrated the collapse of an empire on her own. No, she needed money, intelligence, access, all of which Eleanor had in excess. And Holmes, damn fool that he was, had sat across from her 3 times during the investigation, never suspecting a thing. She had offered tea, sympathy, even pointed him toward Sarah's former residence, as if she wanted him to find her, as if she needed a villain to absorb the blame. Holmes's heart drummed steadily. No panic, just cold, logical rage. He went to the fireplace, tossed in a few logs, and lit a match. As the flame caught, he retrieved one final item from the bottom drawer, a sealed envelope addressed to himself. It had arrived weeks ago, no return address. Inside, a typed note with just one sentence. Sometimes the queen sacrifices the king to win the game. He had dismissed it then as a riddle, an anonymous jab from someone watching too closely. But now he understood. Silas wasn't murdered by Sarah alone. He was offered, placed on the altar by someone who knew the only way to burn down the empire was to kill its god, and Holmes knew where he had to go. Montgomery Estate, 06 to 12. A.M. The gates creaked open like the mouth of a dragon. Holmes walked the gravel path, boots crunching the remnants of last night's storm. The house loomed large and perfect, a monument to old money and new secrets. He found her in the solarium, sipping black coffee, wrapped in a robe of navy silk. She didn't flinch when she saw him. "Sherlock," Eleanor said calmly. "You're early?" "You're awake," he replied, "almost as if you expected me." She gestured to the seat across from her. "We both know I've been expecting you since the moment Sarah failed to press that detonator." Holmes didn't sit. He studied her, the calmness, the clarity, the quiet threat that lingered in every movement. "I once called you a grieving daughter," he said. "Turns out I overestimated your capacity for grief." She tilted her head. "And underestimated my capacity for strategy?" "You fed Sarah the pieces," he said, "because you needed someone reckless, someone disposable. You gave her the framework to build her war, then stepped aside and let her take the fall." "She wanted the war," Eleanor replied to him. "I simply gave her the battlefield." Holmes's voice dropped an octave. "And you killed your father." A flicker passed through her eyes. Not pain, just calculation. "I ended a legacy," she said. "One that was built on bribery, exploitation, and medical genocide. My father didn't just build a pharmaceutical empire. He owned people. He used illness to control policy. His fingers were in every dirty contract this city buried." She set her coffee down. "I tried to change it, internally, quietly. I proposed reforms, transparency." He laughed. "Called me a girl with a bleeding heart and no spine." "So you grew one," Holmes muttered. "I didn't just grow one," she said. "I grew teeth." Holmes's jaw clenched. "You set up the conspiracy just to expose it, played both sides, created enemies and heroes, and let the chaos wipe the slate clean." She leaned forward. "And it worked, didn't it?" He didn't answer. She stood now, slow and elegant, circling him. "I didn't want to rule anything, Sherlock. I just wanted to destroy the game. My father's empire is gone. The corrupt ministers who protected him, gone. The shell corporations, cracked open. And the bodies?" he asked, teeth tight. "Collateral?" She stopped beside him. "History isn't written by the innocent. It's written by the survivors." Holmes turned, meeting her gaze with steel. "I'm not history," she smiled. "No, but you're clever enough to realize what happens next." There it was again. The offer behind the confession, the suggestion between the lines. Silas was gone. Sarah was in prison. The web was broken. And Eleanor stood in the middle of the crater she had created and offered Holmes a choice. "You could expose me," she said, "destroy the one person left who has any control over the chaos. Or you could walk away. Let them think Sarah was the end. Let the world believe it's safe again." He stared at her. "You're asking me to lie. I'm asking you to choose what matters more, the truth or the future." And for the first time in a long time, Holmes hesitated, because she wasn't entirely wrong. The city was safer now. Corruption had been gutted. The machine had been derailed. But it had cost everything. And Eleanor, she'd already played her hand. What remained now was Holmes's move. His voice, when it came, was low. "I'll think about it," she smiled. "I knew you would." Later, as Holmes walked back through the drizzle, coat flapping in the breeze, he pulled a small recorder from his pocket. He had taped every word, not because he planned to use it, not yet, but because power in London now wore a new mask, and this time it wasn't hiding in shadows. It was smiling in silk robes, sipping coffee in sunlit rooms. And Sherlock Holmes? He would be watching? Always. Eleanor's revelation that Montgomery estate was quiet, too quiet. Watson stood beside Holmes as the butler led them through marbled halls and oil-painted corridors. The air was heavy with incense and wealth, the kind that made your conscience itch. Every chandelier sparkled like a bribe. Every silence hummed with secrets. Eleanor Montgomery awaited them in the west drawing room, standing near the window, framed by drapes of royal blue. Morning light traced a gold edge along her silhouette. She didn't turn as they entered. "Sherlock," she said softly. "And John." Watson flinched. She had never used his first name before. Holmes, always alert to the tremble beneath the surface, narrowed his eyes. "Eleanor," he said, "we need answers, and this time you'll give them." She turned. No robe this time, just a black turtleneck and slacks, hair pulled back, skin pale. For the first time, the grandeur was stripped away. "I suppose it was only a matter of time," she murmured. "Would you like a drink before we begin? Confessions are always better with scotch." "No more performances," Holmes said, his tone cutting. "Just the truth." A long pause, then Eleanor sighed and walked to the fireplace, igniting the logs with a practiced flick. "The truth," she echoed. "It's never what people think it is, never one thread, always a tapestry of survival and sacrifice." Watson shifted. "Start with your husband." She closed her eyes. "Silas was not a good man," she said, "but he wasn't the worst either. He built an empire on medicine, but he treated ethics like suggestions. You know the headlines: bribery, lawsuits, manipulation. What you don't know is why he stopped." Holmes folded his arms. "He saw something." "He refused something," Eleanor corrected. "In 2015, a group of investors approached him. Not bankers, not politicians. People with influence beyond either. Men and women who operated in boardrooms above governments. They wanted to partner with him to develop something called Project Dandelion." Watson frowned. "What the hell is that?" Eleanor's lips thinned. "A system of subtle, long-term influence, biochemical markers in medication, trials disguised as treatment, the ability to manipulate emotion, behavior, even political allegiance through pharmacology. Imagine a population gently nudged to vote a certain way, feel a certain fear, accept a certain truth." Holmes's expression didn't change, but Watson took a step back. "You're saying they were trying to control people through medication?" "Yes," she said simply, "and they offered Silas the lead role. He had the labs, the manufacturing, the distribution channels. All they needed was his silence." "And he said no," Holmes guessed. Eleanor nodded. "He was many things, but even he had a line, and the moment he refused, they marked him." Watson muttered, "So they came for him." "They didn't need to kill him," she said bitterly. "They just needed to make him obsolete. They needed chaos, a scandal, a downfall." "And you helped them?" Holmes snapped. Eleanor's eyes finally met his, and this time they burned. "I made a deal," she said, "not to protect Silas. He was already doomed. I did it for my children." There it was, truth cracking through the mask. "They promised me safety," she said, "if I acted as their liaison, if I helped Sarah dismantle the business from the inside. Let the conspiracy fall on her. Let Silas go down in disgrace. In return, they wouldn't touch my sons, my daughter." "And you believed them?" Watson asked. Eleanor laughed, and for a moment it sounded almost mad. "I didn't believe a damn thing, but I gambled. because they always punish disobedience publicly, but they reward complicity quietly in backroom deals and off-the-record contracts. I use my access to steer things, to protect the innocent parts of the legacy, to shield what I could. Holmes was still, voice barely audible. And Sarah? She was their tool, Eleanor said. I didn't create her. I found her, broken, angry, brilliant. They needed someone like her to throw the punches. I gave her direction. I never thought she'd go that far. Holmes studied her face, every flicker and breath. You're asking me to believe you orchestrated this to protect people. I'm not asking you to believe anything, she said. I'm telling you the cost of survival. A log cracked in the fireplace. Watson stepped forward, jaw clenched. You set this in motion. People died, Eleanor. She turned to him now, sharp. And if I hadn't, they would have wiped us out. Not just Silas. Me, the children. Anyone tied to the Montgomery name. You don't understand how they work, John. They don't threaten. They erase. I had to choose between fighting them and surviving them. Holmes said nothing. His eyes drifted to the roaring fire. Eleanor walked to her desk and retrieved a folder. She placed it on the table before them. Inside, names, addresses, confidential files, blueprints of the shadow network. Here's what I've learned, she said. Everything. If you still want to bring this into the light, you'll need this. Holmes opened the file and froze. There, among the names, was one he hadn't expected. Sir Alfred Pembroke, advisor to the Prime Minister, frequent dinner guest at royal events, a man Holmes had once admired. He's one of them? He asked. Eleanor nodded. One of the founders. Watson stared. You're handing us the last key. I'm giving you the lock and the key, she said. But don't pretend it will be justice. These people don't go quietly. You'll either burn them or they'll bury you. Holmes closed the file. Why now? Because I'm tired, Eleanor whispered, and because despite everything, I still believe in the idea of redemption. She turned to the window again. I wasn't trying to be the villain, Sherlock. I was just a mother with too much to lose. Maybe that makes me worse. But you wanted the truth. He stood in silence for a long time. Then finally, I have it. He turned to leave but paused. Eleanor, he said. She looked back. I don't know if you're a villain or a victim, but I know this. If you'd told me the truth earlier, we could have fought this together. She smiled faintly. And if I had, you'd be dead. Outside, the rain had stopped. Holmes and Watson stood at the edge of the estate, the sky a pale blue above them. So what now? Watson asked. Holmes held the file tightly in his hand. We go to the next name. Watson raised an eyebrow. And after that, Holmes looked back once toward the towering windows. We finished the game because this wasn't just about Sarah or Eleanor or Silas. It was about the machine behind them all, and for the first time, Holmes had the blueprint. The final betrayal. The investigation had reached a point where every piece of the puzzle seemed to fit. Almost. Holmes and Eleanor stood across from each other in the grand study of Montgomery estate, the weight of their conversation pressing down like the thick London fog outside. They had just uncovered the last of the conspiracy's labyrinthine layers, names, motives, secret meetings, but something gnawed at Holmes. There was one last piece missing. Eleanor, once again the poised and controlled figure, sat across from him, her hands resting on her lap, her gaze unflinching. Tell me again about Inspector McGrath, Holmes said, his voice quieter than usual. Eleanor's eyes flickered for a moment. It was a brief hesitation, but it was enough. He's been involved, she said. From the beginning, Holmes frowned. Involved how? I didn't want to believe it, she admitted, but McGrath was never truly on your side. He's been feeding information to the conspirators for months, maybe longer. Holmes's heart seemed to stop. He stared at Eleanor, his mind racing. McGrath, the trusted ally, the man who had helped him navigate the darkest corners of the investigation? No, Holmes said, shaking his head, though the words tasted sour. That's impossible. I wish it were, Eleanor said softly. But the truth is rarely what we want it to be. I suspected something when I first learned about the network. I didn't want to believe that someone so close to you could betray you, but McGrath, he's been playing you from the start. Holmes stood, pacing the room, his mind a storm of conflicting emotions. McGrath had been his most trusted source within Scotland Yard. Holmes had always felt a certain camaraderie with the inspector, a mutual respect forged in the fires of many past cases. They had worked together to bring criminals to justice. The idea that McGrath was a traitor, a pawn in the hands of the very people they sought to expose, seemed impossible, but Eleanor's words echoed in his mind. It made sense. McGrath had been too cautious at times, too willing to stand on the sidelines when it mattered most. Holmes had chalked it up to the inspector's pragmatic nature, but now, in the light of this new revelation, those moments seemed like deliberate efforts to sabotage the investigation, to mislead him. A sudden clarity washed over him. The meeting at the docks, Holmes murmured to himself. That was McGrath, wasn't it? He was the one who delayed the operation. He was the one who warned them. Eleanor's face tightened. Yes, and there's more. McGrath wasn't just a messenger. He's been part of the conspiracy all along. They promised him wealth, power, everything he ever wanted in exchange for his loyalty. Holmes's blood ran cold. The inspector, a man sworn to uphold justice, had been seduced by the very thing he had once vowed to protect others from. McGrath had been a willing accomplice in the conspiracy's efforts to manipulate London's elite, and his betrayal stung more deeply than Holmes cared to admit. Why? Holmes said. Why would McGrath do this? He's no fool. He knew the cost of such betrayal. He was desperate, Eleanor said, her voice barely above a whisper. They offered him the one thing he craved most, power. He was promised that he could have a seat at the table with the city's most influential men, that he would be untouchable. All he had to do was stay loyal to the cause. Holmes's mind spun as the full extent of the betrayal sunk in. McGrath's actions had sabotaged not only the investigation, but the lives of innocent people, dragging them deeper into the conspiracy's web. A sudden fire burned in Holmes's chest. I need to see him, Holmes said sharply. Eleanor's eyes met his. He won't come to you willingly, and you won't find him easily. He's already made his move. Holmes didn't need to ask what she meant. He had known that the conspiracy was never just about the immediate threat. It was about the long game, the careful moves in the shadows. McGrath's role had always been that of a spy, a keeper of secrets. But now that the conspiracy was beginning to collapse, McGrath would be desperate to save himself. Holmes's pulse quickened. The final betrayal had been set in motion, and it was up to him to stop McGrath before he vanished into the night. It was a damp evening, the London streets slick with rain, as Holmes and Watson stood in the shadow of an old warehouse near the docks. The quiet hum of the city was swallowed by the thick fog that rolled in from the Thames. Holmes had tracked McGrath to this location. Somewhere he hoped the inspector thought he would be safe. Do you really think he'll be here? Watson asked, his voice laced with skepticism. Holmes's eyes gleamed with determination. McGrath is like a rat, Watson. He always finds the smallest hole to scurry into, but tonight that hole is closing. Just then a dark figure emerged from the mist, a tall man in a long coat, walking with purpose. Holmes's heart skipped a beat. There he was, Inspector McGrath. Holmes stepped forward, his footsteps echoing off the cobblestones. "Inspector McGrath?" Holmes called. McGrath froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the inside pocket of his coat. He turned slowly, his face a mask of calm, but Holmes could see the flicker of panic in his eyes. "I wondered when you'd catch up," McGrath said, his voice smooth but his tension palpable. "Don't try to run, McGrath," Holmes said, his voice hard. "It's over. I know everything." McGrath's smile was tight, forced. "You don't know anything. You never did. You were just too wrapped up in your own little game to see the bigger picture." Holmes took another step closer. "You were feeding information to the conspirators. You sabotaged my investigation, and now you're running with documents that will incriminate everyone you've been working with." McGrath's eyes narrowed. "You think you can stop me?" Holmes's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "I don't need to stop you. I just need to make sure you don't get away with it." The inspector took a step back, his hand tightening around the packet of documents in his coat. It was a desperate move. He was attempting to flee with the evidence that would ensure the conspiracy's survival, but Holmes wasn't about to let that happen. "Watson," Holmes said, his eyes never leaving McGrath, "cut off his escape route." Without another word, Watson sprinted ahead, blocking the alleyway. Holmes moved with swift precision, his hand grabbing McGrath's arm before he could reach the door. McGrath struggled, his voice low and venomous. "You won't win, Holmes. They'll protect me. They always protect their own." Holmes stared into McGrath's eyes. "You're just a pawn in a game far bigger than you'll ever understand." With one last forceful twist, Holmes wrested the packet of documents from McGrath's grip and held them up. "Now, it's over." McGrath's face twisted in anger as he was cuffed, and the reality of his betrayal finally sank in. It was a bitter victory, but one Holmes was determined to see through. As Watson approached with the rest of the officers, Holmes looked down at the papers. The conspiracy might have taken another hit tonight, but Holmes knew this was far from the end. The true mastermind was still out there, waiting, and the game was far from finished. The chase. The rain had begun to fall heavier as Holmes and Watson raced through the winding streets of London, their feet splashing in the puddles and echoing against the buildings. The tension was palpable, the kind that settles deep in the bones when the endgame of a conspiracy is within reach. Holmes's mind raced as they pursued McGrath, the traitorous inspector, now running for his life after his final betrayal had been exposed. The documents he had been attempting to flee with were in Holmes's possession, but that didn't mean McGrath's plans had been thwarted. In fact, the danger was only just beginning. "This is it, Watson," Holmes muttered, determination in his voice. "If McGrath escapes, all of this, everything we've uncovered, will be for nothing." Watson nodded grimly, keeping pace. "He won't get away. We'll stop him." The fog in the streets grew thicker, and the sounds of the city seemed muffled as the pair made their way to the London docks, their destination clear. Holmes knew McGrath would attempt to flee abroad. The inspector had no other options. His back was against the wall, and the only way out was across the water. The docks were eerily quiet, a cold breeze rolling off the Thames carrying the salty tang of the river. Ships were docked in the dark, their hulking forms bathed in dim lantern light. Holmes's mind sharpened as he scanned the area, looking for signs of movement. The danger had escalated, and now they had to act quickly. "McGrath!" Holmes shouted, his voice cutting through the mist, but there was no response. He didn't expect one. Instead, he and Watson moved with purpose, creeping closer to the shipyards. The sound of footsteps crunching on gravel rang out, and Holmes's sharp eyes caught a flicker of movement near one of the larger vessels. McGrath, undoubtedly. He was close. As they rounded a corner, they spotted him. The inspector was hurrying toward one of the larger cargo ships docked along the pier. The gangplank was down, and McGrath's back was to them, his figure silhouetted by the lights from the nearby lamps. His steps were swift, but Holmes could see that he was starting to panic, his pace quickening, his eyes constantly glancing over his shoulder. Holmes gestured to Watson, who fell into step beside him, each of them moving with the quiet precision they had honed over years of work together. They would corner McGrath before he could board the ship. The inspector wouldn't escape this time. "Stop!" Holmes shouted again, his voice carrying through the silent docks. "It's over, McGrath. You're not getting away." McGrath froze. For a split second, Holmes saw a flash of fear in the inspector's eyes before he quickly masked it with the same calm demeanor that had always characterized him. But it was too late. The jig was up. Holmes could see the tension in McGrath's stance. The inspector knew he had been caught. "Holmes," McGrath called, his voice tight with both frustration and something else. "Resignation? You're too late." Holmes stepped forward, the rain falling steadily on his overcoat, his eyes locked onto McGrath's every movement. "You won't make it out of here, McGrath. You know that." "I'll take my chances," McGrath sneered, his hand brushing against his coat pocket. Holmes's instincts flared as he saw McGrath's fingers curl around something hidden beneath the fabric of his coat. Holmes's heart skipped a beat. The inspector was armed. "Step away from the ship," Holmes ordered, his voice cold and unwavering. McGrath's eyes flashed with defiance. "I won't surrender, Holmes. Not to you, not to anyone." There was a flicker of movement as McGrath reached for his weapon. Holmes's mind calculated every possible outcome in an instant. The inspector's desperation was evident. He was cornered, but his pride would not allow him to go down without a fight. McGrath's hand moved quickly toward his waistcoat, and Holmes reacted immediately, stepping forward. But just as McGrath pulled the revolver free from his coat, a shot rang out. Holmes instinctively ducked, his heart pounding in his chest, but the bullet didn't hit him. Instead, a sharp cry echoed through the night. "Holmes, get down!" Watson had lunged forward, a blur of motion. He had thrown himself between Holmes and the barrel of the gun just in time, taking the brunt of the bullet in his shoulder. The force of the shot knocked Watson off balance, but he remained standing, his body shaking with pain as he fought to keep his ground. Holmes's heart raced as he watched Watson stagger, his arm pressed tightly to his side to stem the flow of blood. His companion was hurt, seriously hurt. "Watson!" Holmes shouted, panic gripping him for the first time in what seemed like forever. He surged toward his friend, reaching out to steady him, but Watson waved him off. "I'm fine," Watson hissed through clenched teeth, even as his face went pale from the wound. "It's not as bad as it looks." "Go get him." Holmes's eyes flashed to McGrath, who stood at the edge of the dock, the gun still clutched in his shaking hand. The inspector looked less like the composed man Holmes had once trusted, and more like a cornered animal, desperate to escape. "McGrath!" Holmes shouted, his voice low but full of authority. "This is your last chance. Surrender, and you'll be taken in alive." McGrath's lip curled into a bitter sneer. "I won't let you take me, Holmes." In a sudden motion, McGrath aimed the gun at Holmes, his hand shaking, the weapon pointed directly at him. But before McGrath could pull the trigger, Watson, despite his injury, lunged forward with a surprising burst of strength. He tackled McGrath to the ground, the gun flying from the inspector's hand as they both hit the wet ground with a heavy thud. Holmes wasted no time. He rushed forward, grabbing McGrath by the collar and pulling him upright. The inspector struggled weakly, but Holmes was too strong for him now. In one swift motion, he forced McGrath's arms behind his back and locked him in cuffs. "You're done," Holmes said, his voice harsh as he looked down at the man who had once been a trusted ally. "The conspiracy ends tonight." McGrath didn't answer. His defiance had faded, replaced by the look of a man who knew he had been caught. Holmes turned his attention back to Watson, who was kneeling on the wet ground, clutching his shoulder. His face was pale, but he offered a strained smile. "Good work, Watson," Holmes said, his voice filled with a mixture of gratitude and concern. Watson managed a grunt of laughter. "Couldn't let you have all the fun, Holmes." Holmes's heart still raced, but there was no time to dwell on the close call. The documents McGrath had tried to escape with were safely in Holmes's possession. The conspiracy was exposed, and the final piece of the puzzle was locked away. But even as he stood victorious, Holmes knew that McGrath's capture was only a small victory in a much larger war. As the police arrived to take McGrath away, Holmes couldn't shake the feeling that the true mastermind of the conspiracy was still out there, waiting. The game was far from over, but one thing was clear. The balance of power had shifted, and for the first time in this entire case, Holmes felt as though the shadowy hand that had manipulated everything was finally within reach. The last twist, Holmes sat at his desk, the weight of the case pressing heavily on his mind. The conspirators had been exposed. Sarah Griffith was behind bars, Inspector McGrath was in custody, and the tangled web of lies and corruption had, for all intents and purposes, been unraveled. The people responsible for Silas Montgomery's death, for the destruction of so many lives, were on their way to facing justice. Holmes felt the familiar sense of satisfaction that followed the resolution of a case, a sense of closure, however fleeting. But even as he leaned back in his chair, his fingers running absent-mindedly over the stack of papers in front of him, something gnawed at him. The finality of the case seemed too clean, too neat. Holmes had never trusted easy endings, especially when it came to something as deeply sinister as this. The conspirators had all but been wiped out, but it was difficult to shake the feeling that something had been left undone, a final piece of the puzzle that still eluded him. He rubbed his temples and sighed. It was then, as if on cue, that a soft knock came at the door. "Enter," Holmes called, looking up from the notes scattered across his desk. A uniformed messenger stepped inside, holding a small package. Holmes's eyes narrowed as the man approached. The letter had no return address, only a postmark from an obscure location that Holmes didn't recognize. His pulse quickened, his mind immediately racing through the possibilities. Who could be sending him a letter now, at this late stage in the investigation? Was there something Holmes had missed? The messenger handed him the letter, and Holmes took it without a word. The seal was intact, the wax impressively stamped with an insignia he didn't recognize. Holmes's keen mind quickly traced the symbols, immediately spotting a cryptic pattern that sent a chill through him. This was not a standard letter. No, this was something far more deliberate. Without hesitation, Holmes broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The writing inside was elegant but hurried, the ink smeared in places, as if the writer had been under duress. As he read the first few lines, Holmes felt the familiar pang of recognition. The writing was unmistakable. It was from Silas Montgomery. Holmes's breath caught in his chest as the gravity of the situation set in. Silas Montgomery, the man whose death had sparked this entire investigation, had left him a message. The man had been murdered before he could reveal the truth, but it seemed he had planned ahead, and now, in a final posthumous act, he was reaching out from beyond the grave. The letter spoke of a conspiracy far deeper and more dangerous than Holmes had ever imagined. The letter read, "Holmes, I write to you now because I fear what is coming. What I have uncovered is too vast, too dangerous for one man to fight alone. The people behind the conspiracy are not just the wealthy elite you have uncovered, but something far darker, a rogue faction within our own government. This group, these men and women in positions of power, have been manipulating events for years, pulling the strings of our empire to suit their own ends. Their reach is far greater than you think, and they will stop at nothing to protect themselves." Holmes leaned forward, his eyes scanning the letter with increasing urgency. This was the moment he had feared. the final twist that he had known would come. He was only just beginning to understand the full scope of the forces he was dealing with. The letter continued, "When I refused to join them, I was marked for death. But I didn't go down without a fight. I have hidden the evidence of their actions in a place that only you will know. If you are reading this, you have found it. The last pieces of the puzzle are waiting for you, Holmes. Be careful, for they will not let this go unpunished. They will come for you next." There was a pause in the writing, and Holmes could feel the cold sweat prickling at the back of his neck. His mind raced as he pieced together the final words. "The rogue faction is closer than you think. I can't name them. Doing so would be too dangerous, but there are men within our very government, within the corridors of power, who will go to any lengths to ensure that their secrets stay hidden. They are not just conspirators. They are the architects of the future. If we do not stop them now, there may be no future to save. Find the final piece. It is hidden in plain sight. Time is running out." The letter ended abruptly, the ink fading into smudged lines, as though Montgomery had been in a hurry. The final words were a warning, more urgent than anything Holmes had read before. The conspiracy wasn't over. In fact, it was only just beginning. Holmes sat back, stunned by the enormity of the revelation. The rogue faction within the government. This was a new dimension of the conspiracy, a faction so powerful that even Silas Montgomery, a man of immense wealth and influence, had been unable to escape its clutches. And now he had left a trail for Holmes to follow, a trail that led into the heart of the very institutions that governed the country. This changes everything," Holmes murmured to himself. Watson, who had been standing silently by the door, now moved to stand beside Holmes. "What is it, Holmes? What does the letter say?" Holmes's gaze was far away as he processed the information. Montgomery knew. He knew everything. This isn't just a conspiracy among the rich. This is something much more dangerous. There are people in power within the government itself who are willing to kill to protect their secrets. Watson frowned. "What does that mean for us? For the case?" "It means that we haven't even scratched the surface," Holmes said, his voice dark with realization. "The conspiracy is still alive. The people we thought we had taken down were only pawns in a much larger game, and now we must find the final piece before they do." Holmes stood abruptly, a fire in his eyes that hadn't been there before. The game had changed. The stakes were higher, and the danger had escalated beyond anything he had imagined. But one thing was clear. He couldn't stop now. The conspiracy was deeper than he had ever feared, and if Montgomery's final words were true, there were more people involved than he could have ever dreamed. "We have to act quickly," Holmes said, his voice steely. "Montgomery has left us a clue, Watson. It's hidden somewhere in plain sight. We just have to find it before they do." Watson nodded, his face grim. "Then let's get to work, Holmes. We've still got a long way to go." As Holmes looked out the window, his mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle shifting before him. The conspiracy was far from over. In fact, the true mastermind might still be lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Holmes felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he wasn't about to give up. Not now, not when the truth was so close. The final twist had come, and now the real chase was about to begin. Chapter 9. The Final Game. The Hidden Agenda. The letter from Silas Montgomery had shaken Holmes to his core. For days he had pored over its contents, its cryptic clues spinning in his mind like a web that refused to untangle. The conspiracy he thought he had defeated, the web of corruption, deceit, and murder that had ensnared so many, was not only far from over, it was far deeper than he could have ever imagined. The rogue faction within the British government, an entity so secretive, so powerful, had been manipulating events on a grand scale and the full extent of their machinations had only now come to light. Holmes leaned back in his chair, the flickering lamplight casting shadows across his study. His eyes were fixed on the papers spread before him, the puzzle pieces that were just beginning to form a grim picture. Silas Montgomery had died not because of his refusal to join the conspiracy, as Holmes had assumed, but because he had stumbled upon something much more dangerous. The factions' involvement in the political and financial systems of London was the final thread that would expose the heart of this monstrous conspiracy. But the deeper Holmes delved, the more he realized that to bring these powerful figures to justice, he would have to be extremely careful. The very system he sought to protect was intricately woven into the conspiracy's fabric. Any wrong move, any hasty revelation could collapse the government and plunge the country into chaos. Holmes was not a man who feared danger, but he understood the fragile balance of power. Exposing the wrong people at the wrong time could have disastrous consequences. Holmes's first step was clear. He needed to gather his trusted allies, those who had been by his side through thick and thin, and begin formulating a plan. This was no longer just about solving the murder of Silas Montgomery. This was about stopping a rogue faction that had infiltrated the highest echelons of power, a faction that would do anything to protect its secrets. At the top of Holmes's list of allies was Eleanor Montgomery. Her involvement in the conspiracy had been a revelation that at first had shaken him. She had been forced into the scheme to protect her family, but now she had a personal stake in uncovering the truth and bringing justice to her husband's death. She was no longer just a widow seeking vengeance. She was a mother determined to protect her children and restore her family's name. Holmes knew that Eleanor, now fully aware of the scope of the conspiracy, could be a valuable asset. Her intimate knowledge of the inner workings of London's high society and the political and business connections she had through her late husband would be instrumental in navigating the treacherous waters ahead. But Holmes also knew that he would need to approach her carefully. Eleanor was no longer just a widow and a victim. She was a player in this game. And like everyone else, she had her own motivations and desires. Holmes summoned Watson to his office. His longtime companion had been steadfast throughout the investigation, but Watson, like everyone else, had been caught in the tide of revelations. Holmes needed Watson now more than ever, not just as his friend, but as his most trusted confidant and sounding board. They had been through countless cases together, but this one was unlike any other. There were too many variables, too many dangers. It would take all of their combined intellect and cunning to outmaneuver the rogue faction. As Watson entered the room, Holmes stood and walked to the window, his gaze fixed on the darkened streets of London below. The city was still, but there was a tension in the air that Holmes could feel deep in his bones. Something was coming. He could sense it. "Watson," Holmes said, turning to face his friend, "we've reached the final stage of this investigation. The conspiracy is no longer just a matter of personal vengeance. It's about protecting the integrity of the entire system." Watson raised an eyebrow, concern creeping into his expression. "You mean the government, don't you?" Holmes nodded. "Yes, the rogue faction we've been chasing is far more powerful than I initially thought. It extends into the highest reaches of government and business. To expose them would not only unravel the conspiracy, it could also bring the entire structure of power crashing down." Watson frowned. "And you're willing to risk that?" Holmes met his gaze, his voice steady but filled with an urgency that was impossible to ignore. "The truth must come to light, Watson, but we must be strategic. This is not a battle we can win with brute force alone. We need to gather evidence, piece together the final components of this puzzle, and expose the faction in a way that will prevent them from going into hiding or destroying the evidence." "I see," Watson replied, his expression thoughtful. "So what's the next step?" Holmes paused, gathering his thoughts. We need Eleanor Montgomery. She may not have known the full extent of the conspiracy, but she now understands it better than anyone. She's no longer just a pawn in their game. She's a key player, one who can help us access the final pieces of the puzzle. Watson nodded, but his eyes narrowed. But she's also personally involved. Can we trust her? Can we trust anyone in this mess? Holmes's gaze hardened, but he didn't falter. We have no choice but to trust her. She's already risked everything to help us. Her involvement in this conspiracy may have been born of necessity, but now she has the same goal as us, to bring down the faction that has ruined her life and taken her husband. Watson didn't respond immediately, and for a moment the two men stood in silence, each pondering the risks ahead. Finally, Holmes turned back to his desk, picking up the letter from Silas Montgomery. His fingers brushed over the faded ink, and he let out a quiet sigh. Montgomery's final message was clear. The faction is closer than we think. We have to act swiftly, but with caution. Watson nodded, now fully aligned with Holmes's resolve. So we move forward, but carefully. We need to gather allies who can help us bring this to an end. We can't do this alone. Holmes smiled thinly, his mind already working through the next steps of their plan. Exactly. We'll start with Eleanor. Once we've gained her trust completely, we can move forward. Holmes paused, his eyes suddenly sharp with a thought. And then there's the question of timing. We have to expose this faction at the right moment. If we strike too soon, they will cover their tracks. If we wait too long, they will eliminate all our progress. We'll have to be careful, Watson said, his voice firm. Holmes nodded. Indeed, the final game is upon us, Watson, and it's a game that we cannot afford to lose. With a new sense of urgency, Holmes set about preparing for the final confrontation. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but his mind was clearer than it had been in days. The conspiracy was larger, darker, and more insidious than he had ever realized. But now, with the pieces falling into place, Holmes was ready. The final game had begun, and Holmes would stop at nothing to win. The last ally, Holmes, sat in the dimly lit back room of an unassuming pub in the East End of London, the thick smoke of cigars hanging in the air like a fog. Around him were the people who had become his most trusted allies. Watson, as always, by his side, and Eleanor Montgomery, her face a mixture of determination and doubt. The room was silent except for the quiet murmur of voices coming from the street outside, the occasional clink of glassware, and the distant crackle of a fire in the hearth. They had met here in secret, away from the prying eyes of those who might still be loyal to the rogue faction within the government. Holmes had spent the last few days piecing together the evidence, planning his next steps carefully. Eleanor, her eyes red from lack of sleep, had become more determined with each passing day. She had already lost her husband and her family's legacy. She had nothing left but her resolve to see justice done. But Holmes knew the dangers ahead would be greater than any they had yet faced. The stakes were higher, the enemies more powerful, and the conspiracy deeper than he had ever feared. We need to move carefully, Holmes said, his voice low but firm. The faction is stronger than we've ever imagined, and exposing them prematurely could endanger us all. Eleanor nodded, her gaze hardening. I understand, Holmes, but I've lost enough already. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to stop them. We have to strike before they strike us. Watson, who had been silently listening, spoke up, his brow furrowing. But we don't have all the pieces yet. We're still missing something. Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, and that's where we stand now. The final piece of the puzzle is out there somewhere, but it won't be easy to find. As if on cue, the sound of a tap on the door interrupted the conversation. Holmes's sharp eyes flickered to the door as Watson rose to open it. A tall, thin man entered, his face drawn with exhaustion, but his eyes sharp with purpose. The man was none other than Victor Frost, the investigative journalist who had been tracking the disappearances and blackmail cases that had led to the unraveling of the conspiracy in the first place. Until now, Frost had been largely absent from the investigation, his presence only hinted at by the scattered clues he had left behind. But now he was stepping into the center of the storm. Frost's reputation preceded him. He was known for his tenacity, his ability to uncover the darkest secrets, and his willingness to risk everything for the truth. But Holmes had also heard whispers of the risks Frost had taken, and the enemies he had made in doing so. Those whispers now seemed more than just idle gossip. They were a warning. "Holmes," Frost said, his voice gravelly from a long night's work, "I have something that might help you, but I don't think you understand the risks of what I'm about to say." Holmes studied him intently, his sharp mind already at work. "What have you found, Frost?" Frost walked into the room, closing the door behind him. He moved to the table, his eyes scanning the others present before he spoke again. "You're right about one thing. This conspiracy is bigger than anyone could have guessed. But it's not just about the blackmail and the missing people. It's not just about Montgomery's death. The faction you're dealing with has deep roots within the government. High-ranking officials, lawmakers, even members of the royal circle. They've been manipulating events for years, and they'll do anything to keep their secrets buried." Holmes leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Go on." Frost hesitated, his face grim. "I've been gathering pieces of information for months, bits and pieces that didn't make sense at first. But now I know they were part of something much bigger. The faction has been orchestrating a quiet coup, subtly taking control of key areas of the government, slowly replacing people with their own loyalists. They've manipulated elections, sabotaged investigations, and eliminated anyone who could expose them. They've even made sure their ties to criminal enterprises remain hidden by using government influence to cover their tracks." Watson's face darkened as he listened, his expression one of disbelief. "A coup? And all of this is happening right under our noses?" Frost nodded. "It's happening, and it's been happening for years. The worst part is that they've been manipulating public opinion, using their wealth and influence to control the media and silence dissent. If they're not stopped now, they'll have complete control, and they'll make sure no one ever questions them again." Holmes, ever the pragmatist, assessed the situation with a cold, calculating gaze. "You found all of this, but why the hesitation, Frost? Why didn't you bring this to light sooner?" Frost's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Because it's not safe, Holmes. These people, these elites, they don't just control the government. They control everything. The moment you start asking questions, you become a target. I've been keeping my head down for months, digging up dirt, making sure I wasn't being watched. But now, it's getting harder to stay hidden. And the deeper I go, the more dangerous it becomes. There's only so much I can do alone." Holmes took a long breath, considering the journalist's words. "You're asking for protection." Frost's gaze didn't waver. "Yes, I need your help. I can give you the final pieces of the puzzle, but only if I'm safe. I have a family to think about, and they're already in danger because of my involvement. If I give you everything, they'll come after me. And you." Eleanor stepped forward, her expression serious. "If we're going to bring these people down, we'll need all the help we can get. But you're right, we can't do it without protection. Holmes, we need to act now, before it's too late." Holmes turned to Watson, who nodded in agreement. Then, with a sigh, Holmes turned back to Frost. "Very well. We'll offer you protection, but in return we expect full cooperation. You'll give us everything you have, and together we'll bring these people to justice." Frost's eyes narrowed slightly, as if weighing Holmes's words carefully. Then he nodded. You have my word, but you need to understand the conspiracy is far more dangerous than you realize. If you go after the rogue faction without full knowledge of their operations, you might as well be walking into a trap. Holmes smiled thinly, his confidence unwavering. I've walked into worse traps, Frost, but we'll need to move quickly. Time is running out, and the longer we wait, the more powerful they become. Frost handed Holmes a leather-bound folder, its contents heavy with evidence that could turn the tide of the investigation. As Holmes examined the documents inside, he knew that this was it, the moment when everything would come to a head. With Frost's help, the final pieces of the conspiracy would be exposed, and the rogue faction would be brought to its knees. But Holmes also knew that the path ahead was fraught with peril. This was not just about solving a case, it was about confronting the very foundations of power itself. The game had reached its final stages, and the stakes had never been higher. As Frost left the room, Holmes turned to Watson and Eleanor, his mind already working through the next steps. The final game was about to begin, and it would take everything they had to win. The web tightens. The air in Holmes's study was thick with tension. His mind raced, calculating every potential outcome, every reaction. Watson, Eleanor, and Frost stood nearby, their faces drawn with anxiety, but resolute in their purpose. It was clear that the time had come to set their plan in motion, to lure the rogue faction into the open. They would do so with a simple but dangerous ruse, a fake document. Holmes had always been a master of manipulation, understanding the smallest details that would provoke an enemy to make a move. He had spent hours working on the document, carefully crafting a report that seemed to implicate several high-ranking members of the rogue faction. The document detailed fabricated but believable evidence, suggesting their involvement in a series of government cover-ups, financial crimes, and blackmail operations. It was perfect. Too perfect, in fact. And Holmes knew it would draw attention. He'd made sure of that. Once we release this into the right channels, it will set everything in motion, Holmes said, folding the document with a deliberate motion and handing it to Frost. The journalist had proven invaluable. His connections to the underground press network a key asset in the plan. I trust you understand how dangerous this will be, Frost? Frost nodded, his usual bravado replaced by an unusual solemnity. I understand. This is bigger than any story I've ever chased, but if we can't expose them now, there might not be a chance again. You've got my word, Holmes. Holmes studied the journalist for a moment before glancing at Watson and Eleanor. We need to keep our distance once the document is sent. The faction will react quickly, and I suspect they'll be watching everyone, especially us. Eleanor's eyes darkened. They'll know where it came from. They'll come for us. Exactly, Holmes replied. That's why we need to make sure we're ready for their response. This won't be the end, only the beginning. They'll move fast, and they'll be desperate, but we'll be ready. The trap is set. The document was sent out, and the team watched as the web began to tighten. It started slowly, small, subtle changes. A news outlet in London picked up on the report, and a few days later, it had made its way into less reputable but highly effective underground channels. As Holmes had predicted, the leak sparked immediate panic. Whispers turned into frantic movements behind closed doors. The conspiracy had just been exposed to the world, if only in part, and those who had been involved had no choice but to act quickly to protect themselves. Holmes felt the thrill of the game. The chase had begun. He, Watson, and Eleanor watched from the safety of their small circle, staying out of the public eye but keeping a close watch on the ripple effects. There were phone calls, whispers, and encrypted messages, every action a clue, every piece of the puzzle bringing them closer to the heart of the conspiracy. Then the first piece of the puzzle fell into place. One of the names in the document, Lloyd Beaumont, a prominent politician, had made a move to remove the incriminating report from circulation. Holmes's network had informed him that Beaumont had begun scrambling to deny the allegations, using his position to influence the media and suppress the information. It was a clear sign that he was part of the faction, and his actions would not go unnoticed. "They're already making their moves," Watson observed, the edge in his voice reflecting his growing concern. "The leak has shaken them, but they're too powerful to let something like this slip." Holmes nodded, his eyes scanning a map of the city. "This is just the beginning. Beaumont's reaction is predictable, but it's the others, the ones who are still hidden, that we need to worry about. They'll start to make mistakes now. People like Beaumont will be scrambling, trying to protect themselves, and that's when we can strike." Eleanor shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "And what if they know we're the ones behind it? What if they're using us as bait?" Holmes's sharp gaze met hers. "That's always been a risk, Eleanor, but I'm confident we're several steps ahead. They'll be so focused on the leak that they won't notice us closing in." For a while, everything went according to plan. The web of conspirators reacted with panic, leaking information that Holmes and Watson were able to track. One by one, they found traces of meetings, phone calls, and suspicious transactions, each one leading them closer to the rogue faction's leadership. But as the days wore on, it became increasingly clear that something was off. The reactions were too fast, too coordinated. Holmes began to suspect that someone within their own circle might be working against them. "We've been watching them for days, and they've moved with unnatural speed," Holmes remarked one evening, his eyes scanning the information laid out before him. "It's almost as if they've known about our plan from the start." Watson's expression grew grim. "Are you suggesting one of us has been compromised?" Holmes's eyes flickered with suspicion. "It's possible. Someone within our circle might have tipped them off. Frost, you've been working the underground channels. Could someone have discovered our involvement?" Frost frowned. "I've been careful. No one knows about our connection yet. I've kept it off the record, but the higher-ups in the press, those who work in the shadows, they'll catch wind of this sooner or later. Maybe someone who's been watching us is working for the other side." The weight of the suspicion settled heavily in the room. If one of them was compromised, their efforts would be in vain. The rogue faction would close in on them, and everything they had worked for would be lost. Holmes's mind spun through the possibilities. Every scenario a threat in itself. Eleanor's voice cut through the tension. "We can't sit here and wait. We have to find out who's behind this before it's too late." Holmes looked at her, then at Watson and Frost. "I'm going to track Beaumont. There's something about his movements that doesn't add up. Watson, stay here and keep watch. Frost, I need you to follow the money trail. See if anyone's moving large sums of cash around or making unusual transactions." The team split up, each person focusing on their assigned task. But as Holmes followed Beaumont's movements, it became clear that they were not just dealing with a politician. Beaumont was working with someone much more powerful, someone who had been operating in the shadows all along. Holmes's instincts told him that the final stage of the game was approaching, and it would come with a brutal price. The tension reached a fever pitch as Holmes neared the heart of the faction's operations. Whoever was pulling the strings was close, and soon the web that had been carefully woven around them would tighten to the point of suffocation. Every step they took now felt like it might be their last. The only question that remained was who would make the final mistake, and who would walk away with their lives. The game was nearing its end, and Holmes would not let the conspirators win. But at what cost? The last stand. The compound stood in the distance, an imposing structure that loomed like a silent sentinel on the outskirts of London. Holmes, Watson, Eleanor, and Frost moved in a tight formation, the weight of the moment pressing down on their shoulders. The plan had worked, too well, in fact. The document had set everything into motion, and now they were on the brink of exposing the rogue faction, their dark secrets teetering on the edge of public revelation. But as they neared the compound, something felt wrong. The atmosphere was thick with the sense that they were being watched. Holmes's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the surrounding area. The landscape was silent, almost too silent. The wind whispered through the trees, but there was no distant hum of traffic, no sign of life beyond the compound's walls. It was as though the world had stopped just for them. His instincts told him that something wasn't right. His mind raced, running through every possibility, every misstep that could have led them to this point. "We've been compromised," Holmes muttered under his breath. Watson, who had been scanning the surroundings with a critical eye, turned to him. "What do you mean?" Holmes's gaze shifted towards the compound, narrowing as he took in the sight of the security measures. "This is too easy. The trap we set should have drawn the faction out into the open. But now we're the ones walking into their web." Eleanor stepped closer, her face pale but resolute. "Are you saying they knew we were coming?" "I'm certain of it," Holmes replied, his mind working furiously. "Someone tipped them off. But who?" The question hung in the air like a heavy fog. Holmes's team had been careful. There had been no leaks, no signals that could have alerted the faction to their plan. But as the seconds ticked by, the realization settled in like a cold shiver down Holmes's spine. They had been betrayed. Frost's voice broke through the tension. "We can't stand here all day. If they know we're coming, they'll be expecting us. We need to move quickly." Holmes nodded, his expression hardening. "We'll use the element of surprise. We're not going to charge in blindly. We'll be methodical. We've come this far. We're not turning back now." With that, the team began to move towards the compound, staying low and using the cover of the trees. The closer they got, the more the hairs on the back of Holmes's neck stood on end. His every sense was on high alert, his mind running calculations of the dangers they might face, the possible escape routes, and the traps that could be waiting for them. He had to think quickly. One wrong move could mean disaster. As they reached the perimeter of the compound, Holmes stopped abruptly. "Wait," he whispered, his sharp eyes scanning the area. "There's something wrong. I can feel it." Watson, ever the pragmatist, raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Holmes's gaze flickered to the ground, where the faintest sign of disturbed earth could be seen beneath a thick layer of overgrown grass. "A recent disturbance. This area has been walked over recently, and not just by our group." The realization hit Holmes like a thunderclap. The rogue faction had anticipated their every move, laying an ambush. They had known they were coming. Holmes quickly waved for everyone to take cover, but it was too late. A single muffled sound, like the snap of a twig, echoed in the distance. Then, all at once, the compound came alive. Floodlights blazed to life, cutting through the darkness, and the heavy sound of footsteps grew closer. The team was already surrounded. "Ambush!" Holmes shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. It was as if the very earth had opened up beneath them, and they had fallen into a trap of their own making. The mercenaries, heavily armed and ruthless, flooded from every direction, their movements swift and coordinated. They had been waiting for this moment, and now it was upon them. Holmes reacted instinctively. "Run!" he commanded. In the split second it took for them to break cover, gunfire erupted, and a hail of bullets tore through the air. The sound was deafening, echoing through the night like thunder. Holmes, ever the strategist, was already thinking 3 steps ahead. He knew that they could not outrun the mercenaries. They were too well trained, and they had the advantage of numbers. Holmes ducked low and led his team toward a small side entrance that he had noticed earlier. "This way," he barked, as they sprinted toward the doorway. But as they neared the entrance, another volley of gunfire rang out, narrowly missing them. The enemy had anticipated their every move. The trap had been set, and they had walked right into it. Without hesitation, Holmes veered off course, heading for a row of large barrels near the rear of the compound. "Keep moving. We need to stay mobile, or we'll be trapped." The barrels offered a momentary reprieve from the gunfire, but it was clear they couldn't stay there for long. Holmes's mind was already working, formulating a plan. He scanned the area for anything that could be used to his advantage, anything that could slow down their pursuers. His eyes locked onto a stack of crates near the corner of the compound. A plan was beginning to form in his mind. "Watson, Frost, over here," he called as he sprinted towards the crates. As they reached him, Holmes motioned for them to help him shift the crates. It took only moments, but when they were done, a large section of the stack had collapsed, creating a makeshift barricade. Holmes had set up a trap. If they could just get the mercenaries to pursue them directly, they would be able to delay their pursuit long enough to escape. "Stay low, stay quiet," Holmes instructed, his eyes scanning the compound for any movement. Just as Holmes had predicted, the mercenaries approached, unaware of the trap he had set. They moved cautiously, their weapons at the ready, prepared to flush out the intruders. The moment the first man stepped forward, Holmes signaled to Watson. In a flash, Watson triggered the trap, and the crates came crashing down, sending a cascade of debris into the mercenaries' path. The first wave of mercenaries was caught off guard, stumbling and falling over the fallen crates. Holmes, Watson, Eleanor, and Frost used the moment of chaos to slip deeper into the shadows, but the mercenaries quickly regrouped, their numbers overwhelming. The compound now felt like a pressure cooker, the tension unbearable. Holmes, Watson, Eleanor, and Frost were outnumbered and outgunned. Their only hope was to use their wits and their environment to survive, buying enough time for their escape. The mercenaries closed in again, but this time Holmes had a new idea. He sprinted toward a small shed near the back of the compound, motioning for the others to follow. It was a gamble, but it was their only option. Holmes reached the shed first, throwing open the door. "In here," he urged, as the others followed him inside. As the door slammed shut, the sound of footsteps grew louder, and Holmes knew that time was running out. The rogue faction's mercenaries would stop at nothing to keep their secrets hidden. But Holmes had one final trick up his sleeve, a trap so brilliant, so daring, that it might just give them the edge they needed to escape. As the door rattled against the shed, Holmes's mind raced. They were cornered, but they weren't out of the game yet. The final confrontation. The storm had broken. The compound, once a fortress of secrecy and deception, now lay in the heart of a maelstrom. Every step Holmes took felt heavy, the weight of the final confrontation pressing on him. He had pursued the rogue faction piece by piece and had finally cornered them, but now the ultimate moment of truth awaited him. In the shadows of the compound, Holmes knew he was about to come face to face with the mastermind who had orchestrated the entire conspiracy, the person behind the curtain, pulling the strings of power and influence, Sir Rupert Blackwell. Holmes had anticipated a powerful enemy, but he had never expected Blackwell. The man was a shadowy figure, someone who operated in the highest echelons of society, his influence quietly shaping the political landscape. He was a man whose name was rarely spoken, but whose power could be felt in every corner of the globe. And now, as Holmes and his team made their way toward the heart of the compound, the gravity of the moment was undeniable. The final confrontation would be as much about intellect as it would be about strength. Holmes knew the physical battle was one he could not afford to lose, but it was the mental game that would truly determine his victory. The rogue faction had played the long game, manipulating history and bending it to their will, but Holmes had caught up to them, and now there was no turning back. The door to the inner sanctum of the compound loomed in front of them. Holmes motioned for Watson, Eleanor, and Frost to stay behind. This was his battle, his moment to finally bring the truth to light. As he stepped through the door, the room beyond was bathed in an eerie, dim light. In the center of the room, sitting in an opulent chair, was Sir Rupert Blackwell. The man was everything Holmes had imagined and more. Tall, impeccably dressed, with a sharp, calculating gaze, Blackwell exuded an air of absolute control. He was the picture of composure, as though he had been expecting Holmes all along. "So, Sherlock Holmes," Blackwell's voice rang out, smooth and measured, "I suppose you think this is the end of the line for me?" Holmes stood silently for a moment, studying the man before him. He could feel the tension in the air, the sense that this moment had been building for years. "I'm here to stop you, Blackwell," Holmes said, his voice steady. "Your reign of manipulation ends tonight." Blackwell smiled, but it was a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You misunderstand me, Holmes. This isn't about manipulation. This is about control. Control over history, control over the future. You're too short-sighted to see it." Holmes's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Blackwell's smile widened. "I suppose I should explain. For decades, I have been orchestrating events, shaping the course of history to my advantage. Wars, political upheavals, economic crises, these are not random. They are carefully designed to bring about the world I envision. A world where my faction controls everything, where the future is ours to mold. Men like Silas Montgomery were nothing more than pawns in my game, tools to further my agenda." Holmes's mind raced. He had suspected Blackwell's involvement, but hearing it laid out so plainly was both chilling and revelatory. "You used Montgomery to further your schemes, but why him? Why not someone else?" Blackwell's eyes flickered with a brief moment of amusement. Montgomery was an ideal choice. He had influence, connections. His death was planned to cause ripples in the political world, pushing key figures into positions of power, but that was just one piece of a much larger puzzle. And now you've come too close. I can't allow you to uncover the full extent of my operations." Holmes's pulse quickened. He had always known that the conspiracy went deeper than anyone realized, but to hear Blackwell's admission that this was all part of a carefully constructed plan sent a shiver down his spine. The stakes were higher than he had ever imagined. "So you think you can control the world by pulling these strings?" Holmes's voice was cold, his mind already working through the possibilities. "You've manipulated people for years, destroyed lives, and shaped history to suit your needs. But your plans are built on lies. It's all coming down." Blackwell's expression darkened. "You don't understand, Holmes. You've been chasing shadows, thinking you're uncovering the truth. But the truth is, everything is in place. The government, the media, the financial institutions, everything works in my favor. You think you've uncovered some grand conspiracy, but what you've really done is expose yourself. I'm afraid you won't make it out of here alive." The room seemed to close in on Holmes, the air thick with the weight of Blackwell's words. It was clear now that the man before him was not just a criminal mastermind. He was a man with vision, someone who saw the world as a chessboard and every human life as a mere piece to be sacrificed for his vision of the future. And now he was willing to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. Holmes's mind worked at lightning speed. "I don't think you realize, Blackwell, that your game is over. You've underestimated me, and now you'll pay the price for your arrogance." For a moment there was a tense silence. Then, without warning, Blackwell's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. "You think you can stop me, Holmes? I've outsmarted you at every turn. You're nothing more than a relic of a bygone era. The world is changing, and I am its architect." Holmes's hand moved toward his pocket, where he had hidden a small yet crucial piece of evidence. A letter written by Silas Montgomery in his final days, containing irrefutable proof of Blackwell's involvement in the conspiracy. It was a letter that would expose Blackwell for what he truly was, a manipulator, a puppet master. And it was this letter that Holmes would use to bring the man down. "I have what you've worked so hard to keep hidden, Blackwell," Holmes said, his voice steely. "Your empire of deceit is about to crumble." For a split second, Blackwell's face tightened with rage. "You think that piece of paper can bring me down? You're naive, Holmes." But Holmes's response was calm, almost eerie in its confidence. "It's not the paper, Blackwell. It's the truth. The world will see what you've done, and it will never forgive you." In that instant, Holmes made his move. He lunged forward, grabbing the letter from his coat and thrusting it into Blackwell's hands. The powerful man hesitated, his eyes flicking down to the document, and in that brief moment of distraction, Holmes struck. With lightning-fast precision, Holmes disarmed Blackwell, twisting his arm and forcing him to the ground. The room erupted into chaos, but Holmes's mind was focused. He had won, not just the battle, but the war. As Blackwell lay on the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief, Holmes stood tall. "It's over." Within moments, the authorities arrived, led by Inspector McGrath, now fully loyal to Holmes, having seen the truth of his actions. Blackwell was arrested, his empire of manipulation crumbling before him. Holmes watched as Blackwell was escorted out of the compound, his mind already racing toward the next challenge. The rogue faction had been dismantled, but the world had been forever changed by what had been uncovered. As the dust settled and Holmes walked away from the compound, he knew that the true cost of the case wasn't just the physical danger or the betrayal of allies. It was the realization that, in the end, no one could truly be trusted. The game had been won, but at what price? The aftermath. The city of London, once bustling with the vitality of normal life, now carried an undercurrent of uneasy reflection. The streets were filled with whispers, not of scandal or intrigue, but of a deep, almost existential reckoning. The conspiracy that had threatened the very foundation of the British government was finally exposed, and Sir Rupert Blackwell, the shadowy figure who had pulled the strings, was now behind bars. But the victory was bittersweet, its edges dulled by the gravity of the revelations. What had once been a case of murder and blackmail had grown into something far more significant, a labyrinth of corruption, manipulation, and betrayal, with roots so deep that even the most powerful figures in the country had been implicated. Holmes and Watson had done what few could. They had solved the case, confronted the mastermind, and brought justice to those whose lives had been torn apart by the conspirators' machinations. Yet, as the dust settled and the public began to process the staggering truth, both men found themselves grappling with the toll it had taken on them. The accolades came swiftly. Holmes was celebrated as a hero, a genius who had once again proven his unparalleled skills in the art of deduction. Journalists clamored for interviews, eager to hear his thoughts on the case, but despite the praise, Holmes remained distant, retreating from the limelight. He was no longer the man who reveled in his fame. The weight of what had been uncovered pressed down on him, and he felt the familiar isolation he had long embraced as his own. There was no joy in this victory, only a hollow emptiness that gnawed at his insides. Holmes found himself in his study, the only place where he could process the enormity of what had transpired. The flickering light from a solitary lamp cast long shadows across the room, and the familiar scent of old books filled the air. But for once, the comfort of his study did little to ease his troubled mind. He stood by the window looking out over the city, his fingers absently tapping against the polished surface of his desk. The case was closed, but something gnawed at him. He had exposed the truth, but in doing so, he had torn down a facade of safety and certainty that had been carefully constructed over decades. He had always known that truth was a double-edged sword, that exposing the secrets of the powerful came at a cost. But now, as he stood in the quiet aftermath, he felt the full weight of that cost. The government was in disarray, its foundations shaking. The people were in disbelief, struggling to come to terms with the fact that some of their most trusted leaders had been involved in a conspiracy of such magnitude. The political landscape had been irrevocably changed, and there would be no going back. Holmes turned away from the window, his eyes falling on the cluttered desk before him. It was a familiar scene, papers, case files, half-finished notes, but today it seemed foreign, almost irrelevant. What did any of it matter now? The answers had been found, the culprits apprehended, yet a deep sense of loss lingered in the air. He had brought down a criminal empire, but in the process he had lost something far more precious, his own sense of certainty. Watson, ever the steady presence by his side, had noticed the change in his friend. Their relationship, once an unshakable bond, had begun to fray in the wake of the case. Watson had always understood the toll that the pursuit of justice took on Holmes, but this time was different. The constant strain, the moral ambiguity, the betrayal by people they had once trusted, these things had left a mark on both of them. Watson had tried to offer comfort, but it was clear that Holmes was not ready to share his burden. The emotional distance between them was palpable, as if an invisible wall had been erected where there had once been a camaraderie built on mutual respect and understanding. For his part, Watson could not help but feel conflicted. He had seen the darkness that had consumed Holmes during this case, the toll it had taken on his psyche, but Watson also understood the need for closure, the need to confront the truths that had been hidden for so long. The victory had been necessary, but the cost of it was something neither of them had fully processed. "I don't think I've ever seen you like this, Holmes," Watson had remarked earlier that day, his voice laced with concern. Holmes had merely shrugged, his gaze distant. "It's done, Watson. The case is closed. What more is there to say?" Watson had tried again, pushing gently. "But you're not fine, are you?" "Not really. You've always been detached, but this is different." Holmes had been silent for a long moment before finally responding. "The truth has a way of breaking everything apart, Watson. It forces you to see things for what they really are, things you might not have been ready to face. I've spent my life chasing the truth, but now I find myself asking if it was worth the price." Watson had no answer to that. He could only watch as his friend, a man whose mind was unparalleled, struggled to reconcile the pieces of his own humanity. Meanwhile, Eleanor Montgomery, now free from the grasp of the rogue faction, had her own demons to face. Her role in the conspiracy had been one of protection. She had been forced into the web of deception by the people she trusted most, her own family. But that did not absolve her of the responsibility she now carried. She had been complicit in the schemes, had aided the very people who had caused so much suffering, even if it was done out of love and fear. The weight of that knowledge sat heavily on her shoulders. Though she had helped Holmes and Watson unravel the conspiracy, her victory felt hollow. She had hoped that the truth would set her free, that the exposure of the faction's crimes would wash away her guilt. But in the aftermath, she found herself questioning everything. Her family's name had been tainted, and she had played a part in the destruction of countless lives. There would be no going back from that. No amount of redemption could undo the damage. One evening after the case had been closed, Eleanor had sought out Holmes in his study, hoping for some measure of closure herself. But when she arrived, she found him alone, lost in his thoughts. She hesitated at the door, unsure of how to approach him. She had always admired his intellect, his ability to remain detached, but now she saw the cracks in his armor. He was not the same man who had come to her aid months ago. The war had changed him. "Holmes," she had said softly, her voice breaking the silence. Holmes had looked up at her, his expression unreadable. "Eleanor, I wanted to thank you for everything, for helping me, for helping my family," she began, but the words caught in her throat. She couldn't bring herself to say it, couldn't bring herself to thank him for the betrayal of her own kin. Holmes nodded, his eyes distant. "You don't need to thank me, Eleanor. You did what you could. The rest was out of your hands." But Eleanor knew that wasn't true. There had been choices, decisions made that could never be undone. And as she looked into Holmes's eyes, she saw a reflection of her own turmoil. They were both trapped in the aftermath of their choices, each struggling with the weight of their actions. As she left his study that night, she realized that while the case was closed, the echoes of the truth would continue to reverberate long after the dust had settled. The Watsons' doubts, the weight of the case had settled into Watson's bones, heavier than the physical bruises he'd sustained during their final confrontation. He had been through battles, both literal and figurative, but none had ever left him questioning himself so deeply. As Holmes's trusted confidant, Watson had always been the steadying force, the man who wrote down the details of their adventures, the one who balanced Holmes's genius with grounded reason. But in the aftermath of this case, he found himself standing at the precipice of something far darker than he had ever anticipated. The final chase had taken its toll on Watson, not just physically but emotionally. He had witnessed firsthand the destruction wrought by the conspiracy they had uncovered. The knowledge that the government, the very institution meant to serve and protect the people, had been complicit in a vast and dangerous plot was enough to make anyone's heart ache. But what hurt the most was the person he had trusted, the one who had been the closest thing to a mentor he had ever known. McGrath, the man who had guided him through the intricacies of investigation, was now revealed to be part of the web of deceit. He had been involved in the conspiracy, playing his part in the machinations that had ruined so many lives. How had Watson missed it? How had he failed to see the signs of betrayal in the very person who had taught him everything he knew? McGrath's actions felt like a dagger to his heart, a cruel reminder that trust could be shattered in an instant. It was a betrayal of the highest order, one that left Watson questioning everything he had ever believed about loyalty, honor, and the true nature of justice. As the days passed, Watson found himself increasingly withdrawn. He couldn't escape the feeling of emptiness that lingered, a gnawing emptiness that seemed to grow with each passing hour. The victory they had fought so hard to achieve no longer felt like a triumph. It felt like a hollow victory, one that came at a great personal cost. He couldn't shake the thought that they had exposed the conspiracy, only to reveal a world that was even darker than they had imagined. It was a world in which power and manipulation ruled, and in which those who sought to challenge the system were often crushed underfoot. It was during one of these quiet moments of reflection that Watson found himself in Holmes's study, his gaze fixed on the floor as he struggled to make sense of his thoughts. Holmes was seated at his desk, as usual, surrounded by the remnants of the case, the scattered papers, the case notes, the lingering scent of tobacco smoke. Holmes, ever the enigma, seemed unaffected by the emotional toll of their investigation. He had always been the one to keep his emotions in check, but today something about his demeanor struck Watson as different. There was a stillness in the air, a quiet contemplation that hinted at the burden Holmes carried. "Holmes," Watson began, his voice heavy with hesitation, "I need to talk to you." Holmes didn't look up from his work, his fingers moving deftly over a piece of paper. "I've no doubt that you do, Watson, but perhaps you'd like to tell me what's troubling you, rather than expect me to read your mind." Watson let out a weary sigh, moving closer to the desk. It's McGrath. I can't stop thinking about him. He was my mentor, Holmes, my friend. How could I not see what he was? How could I have been so blind? Holmes's pen stopped moving, and he finally lifted his gaze to meet Watson's. His eyes, sharp and calculating as ever, bore into Watson with an intensity that was both unsettling and comforting. You can't fault yourself for the actions of others, Watson. McGrath made his choices, and those choices were his alone. It was not your duty to anticipate betrayal at every turn. Watson's hands clenched at his sides, the anger and frustration welling up inside him. But it was. I trusted him. I thought he was someone I could rely on. Now everything I believed in feels like a lie. The very foundation of the work we've done together has been built on lies. What does it all mean, Holmes? What's the point of chasing justice if, in the end, we're only uncovering more lies? Holmes sat back in his chair, his fingers steepled in front of him, his gaze never leaving Watson. There was a quiet moment of silence between them before Holmes spoke, his voice measured and calm. Justice is not a simple thing, Watson. It is not a destination we arrive at with a singular, clear answer. Justice is a journey, a constant pursuit, but it is fraught with complexity. It is not always as clean as we would like it to be. The truth, what we consider to be the truth, is often subjective. The higher the stakes, the more dangerous the truth becomes. And when you uncover it, you are left with the burden of knowing things that others cannot or will not see. Watson stared at Holmes, his mind racing to make sense of the words. He had heard Holmes speak about justice before, but never with this degree of weight, never with this level of reflection. Holmes was often quick to dismiss emotions, to avoid the complexities of personal feelings in favor of logic and reason, but today there was something different in his tone, something more vulnerable, more human. "Is that why you do it?" Watson asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why you continue to chase these cases, uncover these secrets, even when it costs you everything?" Holmes's gaze softened ever so slightly, and for the first time in days he seemed less like the calculating detective and more like the man behind the mask. "It's not a matter of choice, Watson. For someone like me, the pursuit of the truth is both a gift and a curse. I cannot turn away from it, no matter how much I might wish to. The truth is, it is an addiction, and when you uncover it, you must carry its weight, whether you want to or not." Watson's chest tightened as he listened to Holmes's words. He had always known that his friend operated in the realm of cold logic, but hearing him speak so openly about the emotional toll of their work was a revelation. It was as if Holmes had peeled back a layer of his own soul, exposing the hidden cost of his relentless pursuit of truth. "You're right," Watson said, his voice thick with emotion. "But what about the rest of us? What about the people who get caught in the crossfire? What about the damage it does to those who are left behind when the truth is revealed?" Holmes looked at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "The truth is never without its consequences, Watson, but it is not the truth that is to blame. It is the way people choose to wield it or ignore it that causes the harm. We cannot control how others react to what we uncover. We can only control our own actions." Watson felt a pang of guilt at those words. It was true. He had always followed Holmes's lead, trusted his judgment without question. But now, as he grappled with the consequences of their work, he began to wonder if there was more to justice than just uncovering the facts. Was there a line between seeking the truth and protecting the innocence of those caught in the wake of the truth's revelation? "Perhaps there is more to justice than just uncovering the truth," Watson said softly. "Perhaps there is also a responsibility to protect those who cannot bear it." Holmes's eyes softened, and for the briefest of moments, the mask of the brilliant detective seemed to crack. "Perhaps, Watson," he replied quietly, "perhaps The two men sat in silence, the weight of their conversation hanging heavy in the air. Watson had no answers, only more questions. But for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of clarity, as though the burden of doubt had been shared. Maybe, just maybe, they could find a way to balance the pursuit of truth with the need to protect those they cared about. Eleanor's redemption. The knock on the door was soft but firm, a sound that Holmes had become all too familiar with in recent days. His study was silent, the only noise the quiet rustling of papers as he meticulously went over the details of the case. It had been a few weeks since the fall of Sir Rupert Blackwell, and the world outside seemed to have gone back to its routines, but the echoes of the truth were far from fading. It was a time of reflection for Holmes, a time to ponder the cost of the pursuit of justice and the consequences of unearthing secrets that had been buried for so long. Holmes did not need to look up to know who stood on the other side of the door. He had not seen Eleanor Montgomery in weeks, not since the fallout from the conspiracy had settled into its final painful reality. She had remained a shadow in his thoughts, a figure who had been both victim and perpetrator in a story that had become far more complex than he had initially understood. "Come in," he said, his voice as calm and distant as it had ever been. The door opened slowly, and Eleanor stepped into the room, her presence unmistakable even before she fully entered. She was no longer the poised, regal figure of the woman whose name had once been synonymous with power and influence in London's highest circles. The years of living in fear, the weight of guilt she carried for her role in the conspiracy, had aged her beyond her years. Her once perfect attire was now understated, and her expression bore the faint trace of someone who had been forever changed by the truths she had uncovered. Holmes remained seated at his desk, not rising to greet her, but neither was there any coldness in his demeanor. It was not out of disdain or disinterest. Holmes rarely showed such emotions, but rather a recognition of the complexity of the situation. He knew why she was here, and he knew this conversation would be unlike any they had shared before. Eleanor's gaze flickered toward the chair across from Holmes, but she did not take a seat. Instead, she stood for a long moment, her eyes scanning the room, as though trying to make sense of the space she found herself in. Finally, with a deep breath, she spoke. "I suppose I owe you thanks, Mr. Holmes," she said quietly, her voice strained. "For everything." Holmes did not look up from the papers he was reviewing. "I did only what was necessary, Mrs. Montgomery." The truth, as it so often does, revealed itself in time. The credit is not mine alone. Her lips pressed together, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, though it did not reach her eyes. "Perhaps," she conceded, "but you were the one who unearthed the conspiracy. You were the one who fought so relentlessly to expose the truth." Holmes finally looked up, meeting her gaze. There was no warmth in his expression, but there was a subtle understanding there, an acknowledgment of the storm she had weathered. "I did not do it for your gratitude, Mrs. Montgomery. I did it because it was the right thing to do. But I understand why you have come. To seek some measure of absolution, perhaps?" Eleanor's face tightened, the ghost of a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "No," she said firmly, shaking her head. "I don't seek forgiveness. I know I can never undo what I've done. The damage is done, Mr. Holmes. There's no redemption for my actions, no matter how much I wish there were." Holmes studied her carefully, his mind working as it always did, dissecting the layers of her words. He had known from the very first moment he had met her that there was something more to her than the poised, aristocratic facade she wore. Beneath the layers of wealth and privilege was a woman who had been forced to make impossible choices that had torn at her sense of right and wrong. He gestured toward the chair across from him. "Then why have you come, if not for forgiveness, Eleanor hesitated, but then, as though deciding to confront the truth she had been avoiding, she took a seat. Her eyes dropped to her hands, clasped tightly in her lap, as though she were trying to steady herself. "I came to speak the truth, Mr. Holmes," she said quietly. "My truth. I owe that to myself at least." Holmes said nothing, his silence encouraging her to continue. He had seen this moment before, the moment when someone was ready to unburden themselves of the weight they had carried for far too long. "I never wanted this, you know," Eleanor continued, her voice barely above a whisper. When he died, I thought I would lose everything. My family, my name, my future, the power that once came so easily to us. It all began to slip away. And there were people, powerful people, who offered me a way out. They told me that all I had to do was protect the legacy, protect the family. They said it would all be for the greater good, that everything I did would be justified in the end. But I never realized how deep the corruption ran. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving her face. "And when you saw how far the conspiracy had reached, you were trapped, weren't you? Between loyalty to your husband's memory and the need to protect your children." Eleanor nodded, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Yes, I thought that if I could just play my part, if I could just hold everything together for a little longer, maybe it wouldn't destroy us. But I was wrong. I was complicit in the lies, Mr. Holmes. I helped cover up the truth. And now I will never be able to undo the damage I caused." Holmes regarded her for a long moment, his mind working through her words, parsing the raw emotions behind them. "You did what you thought was necessary to protect your family. You chose to act in a world that offered no easy choices. I understand that, Mrs. Montgomery. But what I do not understand is why you didn't come to me sooner, why you allowed yourself to be used for so long." Eleanor looked up, her gaze unwavering. "Because I thought I could control it," she admitted, her voice steady, despite the pain she felt. "I thought that I could keep my family safe, keep the legacy intact, but I didn't realize how far they would go, how far I would go." Holmes nodded slowly, the weight of her words sinking in. "And now you seek a way out, a way to be free of the chains you helped forge." Eleanor stood up from her chair, her expression hardening slightly. "Yes, I cannot undo the past, Mr. Holmes, but I can choose what comes next. I've made my decision. I'm leaving London. I will never again be a part of the legacy that my husband built. I will not be a part of the conspiracy that destroyed so many lives." Holmes's eyes softened just for a moment as he watched her. "Then go, Mrs. Montgomery. Find your peace, but know that the choices you make now will shape your future, just as the choices you made in the past shape the course of this investigation." Eleanor nodded, her expression a mixture of sadness and resolve. "I will. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for understanding." As she turned to leave, Holmes remained seated, watching her retreating figure. There was no grand gesture, no words of absolution, but in that moment Holmes understood the quiet redemption she sought. It was not in the forgiveness of others, but in the quiet choice to step away from the shadows of her past and seek a life of her own, one that could never be fully free of the echoes of truth, but one that held the possibility of something better. As the door clicked softly behind her, Holmes sat in the stillness of his study, his thoughts once again turning inward. The case had been solved, the conspiracy unraveled, but for some, the real work, the work of healing, of redemption, was just beginning. The final puzzle. Holmes sat in his study, the weight of silence pressing against him as the evening's last rays of light slipped through the drawn curtains. The room, a familiar cocoon of books and papers, seemed more oppressive than usual tonight, as though the very air had become heavy with unspoken thoughts. The flickering glow of the fireplace cast long shadows across the walls, and the gentle crackle of the fire was the only sound that broke the stillness. The case was over, at least in the conventional sense. Sir Rupert Blackwell was behind bars, his faction dismantled, and the conspiracy that had nearly torn the British government apart was exposed for all to see. The public had reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief, but in time, the world would move on as it always did. The truth, after all, had a way of settling into the past, leaving only the ripples of its wake. And yet, for Holmes, something remained. There was an itch, a question that gnawed at the edges of his mind, refusing to be ignored. He had solved the case. No one could dispute that. The rogue faction had been brought down, their plans shattered, but there was a lingering sense that he had missed something, that there was a deeper layer to the puzzle, one that he had not yet uncovered. Holmes stared at the cluttered desk before him. Letters, documents, and hastily scribbled notes covered the surface, a chaotic reflection of the whirlwind investigation that had dominated his life for months. But amidst the disorder, there was a pattern, a thread that he had not yet fully followed. His mind, ever sharp, sifted through the details once again. The rogue faction, led by Blackwell, had been a formidable adversary. Their influence reached into the highest echelons of power, their plans executed with surgical precision. They had used people, pawns like Eleanor Montgomery, Silas Montgomery, and others, as tools in their grand scheme. But what had truly been their endgame? Why target the Montgomery family in particular? And why now? Holmes leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. The answers were not immediately apparent, but he knew better than to dismiss the smallest of details. He had spent too many years tracking down criminals to ignore the subtle clues that others might overlook. He picked up one of the documents from his desk, a letter from Eleanor Montgomery. She had written it after the investigation had concluded, her thoughts on the unraveling of the conspiracy. There were several references to her family's legacy and the pressure she had felt to protect it. But there was something in her words that had never sat right with him, an undertone of desperation that he hadn't fully understood at the time. He read it again, this time with more focus. "The truth is dangerous," she had written. "It's more than just the family. It's the connections that run beneath the surface, the strings they pull, the ties they've formed with people beyond our borders. I've been a part of something much larger than I ever imagined." Holmes paused. Beneath the surface. Those words echoed in his mind, carrying a weight that had not been there before. He had suspected from the outset that the rogue faction's reach extended beyond Britain, but he had never fully considered the scale of their operations. They were not just a group of power-hungry individuals in a country torn by political infighting. They were a part of something much more insidious, a global web of influence that stretched far and wide. He stood up abruptly, the sudden movement breaking the stillness of the room. He walked to the window and stared out into the darkened streets of London, the city that had been both his battleground and his refuge. The world outside seemed unchanged, but inside him, the pieces of the puzzle were slowly beginning to fall into place. It was then that the realization hit him, sudden and unyielding. The rogue faction was only the surface. Blackwell had been a key player, but he had never been the true mastermind. The conspiracy was much larger, far more intricate than he had imagined. There were those operating in the shadows, pulling the strings from afar, orchestrating events on a global scale. Holmes's mind raced as he pieced together the final fragments. The ties between the rogue faction and the international players were no accident. Blackwell had not been acting alone. He had been a puppet of a much larger, more powerful force. This was not just about control over the British government. It was about control over the world's political landscape. The faction's operations had been a mere piece of the puzzle, a cog in a much larger machine. But there was still the question of Montgomery. Why had he been targeted? What had made him so central to the conspiracy? Holmes had often thought of Montgomery as a pawn in the game, someone caught in the crossfire of forces far beyond his control. But now, as the pieces of the puzzle shifted into place, Holmes began to understand that Montgomery's role had been far more significant. His legacy, his connections, his family had been a key player in a much broader scheme, one that extended beyond the borders of Britain. Holmes walked back to his desk, his thoughts still swirling. He sifted through the remaining documents, the ones that had seemed insignificant at the time. There were notes from various individuals involved in the investigation, and among them he found something that made his blood run cold. References to a shadowy organization with ties to powerful figures across Europe, Asia, and the Americas. This organization, which had been hidden behind layers of deception, was not merely a rogue faction. It was a cabal of influential individuals who had been manipulating global events for decades. Holmes stood still for a moment, the magnitude of the discovery settling over him. The conspiracy he had uncovered was just the beginning. What he had thought was the final piece of the puzzle was, in fact, only the first chapter in a much larger story. Blackwell and his faction had been mere pawns in a game played by those who truly controlled the world from the shadows. He closed his eyes, a rare moment of frustration washing over him. The truth, as always, was more complicated than he had ever imagined. He had come close, so close to unraveling the entire web, but in the end he realized that he had only scratched the surface. The true mastermind, the puppet master who had orchestrated the entire conspiracy, remained elusive, hidden in the shadows. But there was something else, something Holmes knew deep in his gut. The answers were out there. The final pieces of the puzzle were still waiting to be found. It was only a matter of time before he uncovered the full extent of the conspiracy. He looked at the scattered papers on his desk, the fragments of a case that had consumed him for so long. The puzzle was incomplete, but Holmes had never been one to leave things unfinished. The conspiracy was far from over, and he knew that sooner or later the true mastermind would make a mistake. With a final determined glance at the papers before him, Holmes sat back in his chair. The case was not closed, not yet. There was always another puzzle, another mystery, another game to be played, and Holmes would be there, waiting for the next move. A new beginning. The streets of London had settled into a familiar, mournful quiet as Holmes and Watson walked side by side, the weight of their victory pressing down on them like the evening fog that had begun to roll in. The city, once the epicenter of their investigation, now seemed distant, as though the past months of tension and danger had left a scar that the city itself could not yet heal. The bustle of London felt muted, subdued, as if even the heart of the metropolis had taken a deep breath, waiting for something else to stir beneath the surface. Holmes, ever observant, walked with his usual grace, his mind shifting like gears in a well-oiled machine. His sharp eyes darted to every shadow, every flicker of movement, always calculating, always probing. But tonight there was something different in his stride. The case was over. Sir Rupert Blackwell was in custody, the rogue faction had been dismantled, and the conspiracy that had threatened the very fabric of the British government was exposed. Yet, for all of this, Holmes could not shake the feeling that something more awaited them. It always did. Beside him, Watson walked with a slower step, his gaze fixed ahead, but his thoughts clearly elsewhere. The emotional toll of the case had been heavy on both of them, but Watson had found a kind of peace in the aftermath. The truth was laid bare now, and though it was darker than any of them had anticipated, it was the truth nonetheless. The weight of that knowledge The burden of carrying it had lifted slightly, leaving a space for something else, something Watson had not realized was missing until now: hope. "Do you ever wonder, Holmes?" Watson began quietly, breaking the silence that had lingered between them, "if there will ever be an end to all of this?" Holmes's pace slowed just slightly, but he did not answer immediately. The question was not an unfamiliar one. He had been asked it many times by many people over the years. But there was something different in Watson's tone, something that suggested the question was not merely rhetorical this time. "End?" Holmes echoed, his voice thoughtful. "The work we do is never truly finished, Watson. Not for men like us." Watson considered this, looking up at his friend, his companion in all things, both brilliant and dark. "I suppose that's true," he said, "but still there's something final about this case, isn't there? The conspiracy, Blackwell, it feels like we've uncovered something that should bring a kind of closure, a sense of peace." Holmes gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, his eyes glinting in the fading light. "You're not wrong, Watson. The conspiracy was a puzzle, and the pieces have been put together. But the truth is, every case ends only for another to begin. There's always another mystery, another game to play. The key is knowing that the work is never in vain. We do what we can, and in the end, that is enough." Watson nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his friend's words settle in. He had spent years following Holmes into the darkest corners of London, chasing down criminals and uncovering truths that were never meant to be found. The toll had been great, and the cost had always been steep. But Holmes's unwavering pursuit of justice, his ability to see the truth in the most tangled of circumstances, had always been a guiding light. In that light, Watson had come to understand that sometimes just knowing the truth was enough to make the world a little less dark. As they reached the familiar doorstep of their Baker Street residence, the two men paused. Watson felt a surge of gratitude for the life they shared, the late nights, the endless cases, and the strange camaraderie that bound them together like brothers. Their bond, though tested time and again, was stronger now than ever before. The last few months had changed them both, but not in the way one might expect. They had been through hell, yes, but they had come out on the other side still standing. "Holmes," Watson said quietly, his voice soft with appreciation, "I don't know what I would have done without you. Through all of this, you were the one constant, the truth in the chaos." Holmes gave a rare, genuine smile, though his eyes remained as sharp as ever. "You were the constant, Watson. Without you, I would have been lost in the details. We make a good team, you and I." They stood there for a moment, the unspoken understanding between them more powerful than any words could convey. In that quiet pause, the city seemed to hold its breath, as if recognizing the depth of the bond between the two men. But then, just as Watson was about to turn to enter the house, something unusual caught Holmes's attention. A small piece of parchment had been slipped under the door, its edges creased as though it had been hastily delivered. Without a word, Holmes reached down and retrieved the letter, his fingers brushing over the unfamiliar seal before carefully unfolding it. The contents were simple, cryptic, and utterly unexpected. A single word, written in elegant script: Montgomery. Holmes's brow furrowed as he stared at the word, his mind already racing through 1,000 possibilities. Montgomery. The name was familiar, of course, but there was something more to it. This was no ordinary message. This was a clue, a breadcrumb leading them to something bigger, something yet unfinished. "Watson," Holmes said, his voice steady but with a hint of excitement, "it seems our work is not yet done." Watson raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "What is it, Holmes?" Holmes turned the letter toward his companion, the single word still staring back at them both. A new lead, a new thread to follow. I believe this is more than just a name. This is a key to something that has yet to be uncovered. Watson's heart skipped a beat. But Montgomery is finished. We exposed the conspiracy and Blackwell is behind bars. Holmes's smile was faint but unmistakable, a flash of recognition in his eyes. Yes, Watson, but you and I both know that when it comes to mysteries, the answers are rarely as simple as they first appear. This name, Montgomery, represents more than just a man. It's a symbol, and I suspect it's tied to something far more dangerous than we realized. He turned, already striding toward the door, his mind alive with possibilities. Watson followed, a feeling of unease settling in his stomach, but also a sense of anticipation. Holmes had been right all along. The case had never truly been closed. The two men set off into the night once again, knowing that no matter what they had uncovered, there would always be another mystery, another layer to peel back. The game was never over, and so, with a quiet resolve, they began their next adventure. The echoes of truth still lingered in the air, but the pursuit of it would never cease.